This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 874. Andy's here too? Hearing that Andy had arrived, Jack, dressed in his ghost town uniform, smiled in the car. His arrival is actually reassuring. With him leading the NCPD to maintain basic order, at least we don't have to worry about any major chaos. As he spoke, Jack glanced at Johnny, his meaning clear, but Johnny didn't seem to think anything of it. Although his initial intentions ensured he wouldn't regret what he did, he hadn't forgotten the consequences of his actions. This memory was perhaps much clearer and more vivid than any of the real or imagined memories in his mind. Even on that night at Arasaka Tower, the NCPD was there to maintain order, wasn't they? But compared to then, the NCPD should be able to do a better job now, Johnny said, turning his gaze to Carl. Besides, even if I really wanted to do that now, Carl would stop me, right? I'd probably slap you to the ground. Carl turned his head, his tone calm but firm. I don't think your confrontational spirit was wrong back then, and I even approve of your initial intention to rebel. I also believe that in the Arasaka Tower incident, your personal thoughts might only have played a small part, but the methods were really unwise. Was it too extreme? Not necessarily. Compared to Say's past thoughts, Johnny's actions weren't even the most radical. It's just that not everything needs to be absolutely certain before taking action, but some things you have to bear yourself, instead of using another company's influence to overturn someone else's table before you fully understood the situation. Carl said earnestly, using one company to fight against another isn't wrong, but some things need to be seen clearly before acting rashly based on emotional fluctuations and encouragement. Johnny listened to Carl's words, paused for a moment, then nodded slightly. Perhaps I was indeed too young and arrogant in the past. What are you saying, old man? Ollie chuckled from the side. So you understand now, and that's why you chose to start over? Exactly. V chimed in, his gaze falling on Johnny, at least the one I know. Johnny? This is the Johnny I know. Not the Johnny from 50 years ago. The one I know never understands compromise, much less giving up. Ha, you lot have a silver tongue, Johnny scoffed. You're probably just after my meager savings, aren't you? Fine, after this job, I treat you all to a round of drinks at the next life, just to appease this old man who's been cheered up by your words. Go to the next life? Even Roger would probably give you a free meal. You talk big, but honestly, you haven't changed a bit when it comes to women. Ollie couldn't help but retort. Just then, Carl suddenly raised his hand and made a pause gesture. The chatter abruptly stopped. Immediately afterward, a clear voice came through the communication channel. For some reason, Bennett is now commanding the Ghost Hounds. I had T-Bug assist me, and it took some time to hack into his command channel using our existing internal lines, Carl explained. Successfully hacking into the command channel of the Hound of the Underworld is no easy task. If even such core communications can be easily penetrated, the confrontation between the Hound of the Underworld and New America would probably have been a foregone conclusion long ago. Carl's success this time was mainly due to a hidden channel he obtained during the earlier capture of the base, combined with T-Bug's precise maneuvering, which barely allowed him to gain access. Some static. I adjusted. T-Bug's voice came through the squad channel. Taking advantage of this lull, V frowned and said, Is Bennett in command now? I thought Hansen was coming personally. For an operation of this scale, a direct confrontation with New America, he's not even in charge. It wasn't that V looked down on Bennett. Although Bennett had a volatile temper, and his leadership skills were indeed far inferior to Hansen's, to think he lacked ability would be to underestimate this lieutenant colonel who firmly held the second highest rank after Hansen. His ability to firmly hold this position, and even to some extent suppress Gago, who was vying for his succession, was not solely based on brute force. Hansen did value loyalty, but loyalty alone without ability was far from sufficient. Bennett's abilities are one thing, but commanding the entire Hounds, including even Gago's supporters, is quite another. At this critical juncture, the command system isn't necessarily failing. Gago is a smart man. He knows the situation is one of shared destiny, and won't cause Bennett any trouble. However, his unfamiliarity with Gago's faction is enough to create significant problems. Even if Gago were willing to temporarily set aside past grievances and assist Bennett, as Hansen had previously arranged regarding the succession, could such a hastily formed, power-sharing partnership truly unleash the full potential of the Hounds? Hansen couldn't possibly be unaware of this. Yet he still made those arrangements. So, he had more important matters to attend to? Could there be anything more important than confronting New America head-on? Just as everyone was contemplating this, Bennett's voice became clearer, but the first words were a command tinged with anxiety. Hasn't the personnel deployment been completed yet? Send them over there quickly. Move. 7th Group, why aren't you moving? Lieutenant Colonel Bennett, we don't know what to do. Have the assigned 7th Group move 100 meters to the left and hold that intersection. If New America breaks through, I hold the commanders accountable. Clearly, the New America attack had already overwhelmed Bennett, and his voice was also mixed with Gago's. Send everyone over there. The colonel's orders are to hold firm. As long as we hold, there will be a way. Hurry! Bennett wasn't the only one in command. Gago was also constantly dispatching personnel to help at crucial moments. But even with their combined efforts, a lieutenant colonel and a finance officer, they were still somewhat lacking in troop deployment and combat skills. Amidst the blaring alarms, they only saw the new American forces advancing relentlessly. It's down! It's down! We need reinforcements. Those useless bastards from the Chaotic Blade Society are completely useless. Their firepower is too overwhelming. We're finished. The outpost has been taken by those new American bastards. We're retreating. Chaos. Utter chaos. Our men are scattered. We can't find our targets. The urgent communication alerts blared incessantly, but Bennett stared intently at a screen on his left. On the screen, a bright red countdown was silently ticking away. 3 hours left. If we can hold out for these 3 hours, victory will be ours, the Ghost Hounds. Chapter 875. Before handing over command to Bennett and Gago today, Kurt Hansen solemnly promised his 2 subordinates, if they could hold out for the allotted time, he would bring them victory. Bennett and Gago did not doubt Hansen. This was not because their loyalty bordered on blind faith, or because they had no doubt that Hansen would abandon them and retreat under the pretext of setting a time limit, but because they knew deeply. Hansen was not one to desert in the face of battle. Hansen had single-handedly created the Ghost Hounds and forged them into the army that supported his kingdom. To him, retreat and abandonment meant betraying all the ideals he had established. If he fled, the soul of the Ghost Hounds would dissipate, and that was more unacceptable to him than any defeat. Hansen is the king of Dogtown, and a king would rather die than flee. If Hansen wanted to run, to escape, to abandon his ambition, he would have obediently followed orders and fled during the Unification War years ago. If he wanted to abandon his ambition, he would have surrendered long ago. Why wait until today? Bennett is Hansen's loyal subordinate, while Gago is someone who came to join him voluntarily because he saw Hansen's ambition and potential. If these two were in a dynasty, they would undoubtedly be the Grand General and Prime Minister of the Ghost Hound Kingdom. At this moment, they are gambling with their past belief in King Hansen. 3 hours. No matter what, as long as they can hold out for 3 hours, Colonel Hansen will absolutely bring them victory. Hansen's personality cult isn't just manifested in the Ghost Hound soldiers. Its influence has already spread from top to bottom, and then from bottom to top, causing every Ghost Hound to succumb to his ambition. Hold on, hold on. Bennett roared into the communicator, sweat beading on his forehead, trying to send the stretched reserves to the most critical areas. But for every gap he plugged, 2 more urgent reports came in. The New America's surprise attack had precisely targeted every weak point in his defenses. Though outnumbered, the enemy's every move made the Hound's defenses appear clumsy and sluggish. FIA, damn FIA, how much information have they gathered in Dogtown? Even Gago, usually perceived as mild-mannered and composed, yet somewhat cowardly, was now anxious. He couldn't even muster his usual shirking of responsibility. He only hoped that he and Bennett could hold out for these 3 hours. The 2 men had initially thought that their numerical advantage and pre-prepared fortifications would at least allow them to hold out, or even push back. But now, their troops were being slowly eroded and dismantled by an elite force far outnumbered but far better trained and equipped. Sir! Enemy infiltration team spotted on the eastern perimeter of the stadium. They're attempting to cut off our external communication links. Hold them off. Send a team over. Before Bennett could finish his order, another urgent communication burst in. Lieutenant Colonel, the southwest gemstone blue area is in dire straits. They're about to break through to the core area. Gago, no longer concerned with past grievances, saw that Bennett was struggling to coordinate effectively. He took the initiative, cutting in on the communication and issuing a stern order. Send the 4th team to the front. No casualties whatsoever. I authorize you to use every means possible. Even if you have to blow every building along the way to rubble, bury every road with debris to stop their advance. The person on the other end of the communication line was visibly startled. It was Gago's voice, not Lieutenant Colonel Bennett's, but they reacted almost instantly. Yes, Mr. Gago, under your command? 4th Group, proceed immediately. Faced with a formidable new enemy, the United States, setting aside internal strife and uniting against a common foe became the most natural choice. No rational person would remain entangled in internal conflict at such a time. Bennett glanced at Gago issuing orders out of the corner of his eye, but said nothing. Their struggle would continue after today, until one side completely yielded. The two would continue to vie for power, neither willing to give an inch. But all of this was after today. Today, they would cooperate and fight for the Hound of the Underworld, for their Dogtown, only today. Survive today first. The cooperation between Bennett and Gago exhibited an uncanny efficiency. Bennett was responsible for overall coordination and frontal defense. His military expertise allowed him to quickly determine which positions absolutely could not be lost. Gago, leveraging his familiarity with every dark corner of Dogtown and all its informal resources, bypassed the normal chain of command, directly contacting mercenaries, black market dealers, and even members of Dogtown's originally hostile gangs. He offered them large sums of money, or even death threats, ordering them to harass from the flanks and set traps to delay New America's advance. Through this diametrically opposed yet complementary collaboration, although the arrow representing New America's offensive on the holographic map continued its slow but determined advance towards the stadium's core, the Hound's defenses resembled a tattered coat repeatedly torn apart. Despite the countless tears, Bennett and Gago desperately tried to mend it again and again with their limited needle and thread. However, as time went on, the available threads were dwindling. Bennett glanced at the timer. 1 hour and 40 minutes remained until Hansen's agreed upon 3 hours, longer than any battle he had ever fought. Gago seemed to read Bennett's mind. His voice, hoarse from shouting commands, was unclear whether he was speaking to Bennett or encouraging himself. The colonel won't let us down. He said he'd bring victory, and he will. As if to confirm Gago's earlier words, the next second, they received a communication from Kurt Hansen. Colonel! Seeing Hansen's face on the other end of the line, Bennett and Gago simultaneously perked up. You done well, Bennett. Gago, you haven't let me down. You held out for half the time. Hansen stood with his hands behind his back on the screen, inside Dogtown Stadium. Final adjustments are nearing completion. I must personally oversee everything in these final moments. I will take command for the last 30 minutes. Yes, Colonel. The two men readily agreed to Hansen's orders, but they noticed that Hansen's location seemed to be in the stadium's underground area. They vaguely remembered it being. Before they could ask, Hansen continued, in the final stage, I will reveal my location to lure New America's troops into the stadium. At that time, you will lead all the ghost hounds from the Gemstone Blue side to evacuate. What are you planning to do, Colonel? Gago asked instinctively. Hansen gazed at the gradually brightening light before him, his tone unusually calm. I will detonate the nuclear bomb buried beneath the stadium. Chapter 876. A nuclear bomb? Hearing Hansen's words over the secretly set up channel, Oliver's lips twitched slightly before Bennett and Gago, who were monitoring the channel, could react. Wait, we were just talking about Johnny's affair, and now it's actually happening? 2023, the past repeats itself? V muttered, glancing at Johnny. This is too much of a coincidence. I remember Hansen Stadium's core power supply used the fission reactor he salvaged from that nuclear-powered airship he shot down, right? Jack, a veteran of Night City, knew a lot about what Hansen had done during his time in Dogtown after the Unification War. The mention of nuclear bombs immediately brought that to mind. I remember there's a difference between nuclear reactors and nuclear bombs. I read some information that says they differ in controllability and energy release. Nuclear reactors require a continuous and stable chain reaction, while nuclear bombs require an instantaneous release of energy through an uncontrollable chain reaction in a short period of time. So that's how it is. Carl thought for a moment and said, so, that stable fission reactor has already been converted into a nuclear bomb by that guy Hansen? Hansen is, after all, an arms dealer. Getting a small nuclear bomb shouldn't be difficult for him. T-Bug's voice joined the conversation, calmly analyzing, but according to him, to annihilate all the approaching New American forces in one fell swoop. That yield can only be the result of modifying the reactor. She paused briefly and continued, this also explains why Hansen has been unwilling to show himself. Something like this, which could potentially send his own ghost hounds to their deaths, can only be personally controlled by a leader of his caliber. This is unbelievable, Johnny's projection exclaimed. So, 50 years ago and 50 years later, nothing has changed at all. Whether it's between companies, between countries, or even those who come from within a nation to fight against it, they're all still thinking the same thing and doing the same things. He chuckled, I actually believed that patriotic nonsense back then, lying about my age to enlist in the US military. He then gave his friends a perfect military salute. Private First Class Johnny Silverhand salutes you. So you only managed to become a Private First Class back then? V looked at Johnny's impeccable salute with some surprise. I thought you'd be at least a corporal. You could count, but I lost it all after I deserted. I have all sorts of past experiences. Some I can forget, some I can't. The only thing I remember now is participating in the Second Central American War in 2003, at most. It's like going to invade others under the banner of justice, and then running away halfway through. Johnny sighed. I don't know whether to say I was lucky or unlucky in that incident. I ran away early and didn't become one of those unfortunate guys who were abandoned by logistics and trapped in the mess in Central America. But in the end, I still got the stigma of a deserter. Later, when the truth came out, everyone saw that it wasn't some bullshit justified war at all. It was just an invasion, and no one was willing to fight for the old America anymore. But guess what? They actually turned the tables and blamed us for the defeat on those soldiers who barely crawled back from hell. His tone turned somber. Even those who were abandoned and struggled to escape were treated as deserters. Public opinion crushed their names, their families were separated, and their dignity was completely lost. They survived on the battlefield, but when they returned home, they had to face everyone's accusations. This should never have happened. From then on, that old America was no longer my homeland. He chuckled, but there was no real smile in his eyes. Sure enough, a few years later, around 2014, the old America had completely collapsed, and I was indeed no longer an old American. Johnny lit a cigarette, but his body didn't inhale the smoke, as if he was using this instinctive act to suppress certain emotions within him. Now, seeing America still being America, and the bastards still being the same bastards, whether they left or stayed, it's all the same. It's a strange feeling. After all, I did similar things. I came from America, and it's all the same old story. Listening to Johnny's words, his companions could more or less understand his current emotions. The reactor Hansen was about to detonate. Once it exploded, would cause destruction far more horrific than Johnny's heist years ago, with a wider impact and incalculable casualties. Faced with such destruction, even the most turbulent emotions seemed to be drained away. Standing here, one was instead plunged into a strange numbness. Not calmness, nor despair, but a blankness that even one couldn't describe. Johnny, puffing on a virtual cigarette, exhaled one puff after another of virtual smoke, finally snapping the cigarette in two with his silver hand. I'm going to stop it. Anyone want to help me pull off a heist? If it were the old Johnny, he would have said, all of you come here and do a heist with me. Even the Johnny at his least ruthless moment would have said, come on, let's do a heist together. But the Johnny of today. In 2077, Johnny's words were, anyone want to help me pull off a heist? What Johnny wanted to do, it goes without saying. The reactor explosion alone would be enough to blow up large parts of Dogtown, not to mention the aftermath. While it wouldn't return to the Cyberpunk Red era, the impact would definitely devastate Dogtown, the entire Pacific State, and Night City. Night City was changing. While it certainly wasn't a true city of light, it was indeed improving little by little. Although the pace wasn't fast, and the people's behavior wasn't changing that quickly, it was definitely changing. Not downwards, but upwards. Since it was improving, even a little would be enough. In 2077, Johnny still wanted to make the world a better place. Even if only a little. Therefore, he absolutely couldn't let that kind of happen again. 2023. Shadows of the past. 2077. The past is gone. As for Johnny's request, needless to say, Dogtown is our Dogtown, Oliver said. Peace State isn't that Peace State either, it's our Peace State, Jack said. And Night City is ours too, Bug said with a strange sense of confidence. This world, now, and forever, also belongs to us, V said. Then there's no reason not to do it, Carl said. Chapter 877. As the NCPD and Carl's team began their operation, Bennett and Gago, having received Hansen's detailed plans and understanding their next steps, realized Hansen's purpose in detonating the reactor. Colonel Hansen wasn't just trying to destroy New America's invasion, he intended to use public opinion to hold New America responsible for the reactor detonation, using global pressure to force Rosalind Miles to step down. The logic was simple. The reactor belonged to Hansen, and its detonation would inevitably affect his soldiers and civilians, potentially destroying much of Dogtown. In the public eye, Hansen, as the king of Dogtown, had no reason to destroy his own foundation. Therefore, if the stadium exploded, everyone would ask, who broke in and destroyed the reactor? Surely Hansen hadn't planned to sacrifice himself and modified the reactor, had he? the answer seemed to be only one. New America, in its attempt to eliminate Hansen, had taken a reckless military action, leading to the reactor explosion. After all, the reactor was perfectly stable when the New America wasn't there. Why did you have to come of all times, and then the reactor malfunctioned, causing a nuclear explosion? What a coincidence! At that point, Hansen only needs to produce a series of prefabricated pieces of evidence and stage a hero survives by sheer luck act to easily seize the moral high ground. More importantly, he will use this to ignite the vengeful fury of the ghost hounds, truly uniting the people. After all, many soldiers' homes are near the stadium. Their homes and families have been destroyed by the New America. How can they not fight back to the death? Some might question. Didn't Hansen detonate it himself? But in the international arena, the two sides are on completely different levels. Hansen's reputation, however bad, is relative to the New America. He betrayed his homeland, ruled Dogtown, and while his methods were harsh, they were considered effective. He built international connections through the arms trade. His image is complex, but he's far from being insane. And Rosalind Miles? She's already widely regarded as an FXS advocate, ruthless and brutal, with a series of extreme actions as evidence. In the eyes of the international community, she's entirely capable of doing such a thing. Hansen had long planned to use his escape from the nuclear explosion as a pretext to attack Rosalind Miles. He never intended to fight Rosalind Miles to the death today. A life-or-death struggle with her would bring him no benefit. All he wanted was for her to submit. If the leverage he held wasn't enough to force Rosalind Miles to submit, then he would wager even more. By then, with her elite troops decimated, Washington launching attacks, and the international situation in dire straits, what could Rosalind Myers, whose incriminating evidence was firmly in Hansen's hands, possibly do? The new U.S. president was already in his grasp. With a touch of smugness, Hansen glanced at the Lark he always carried with him. The Lark initially sought his cooperation, hoping to use the neural matrix beneath Dogtown Stadium to treat him. After falling out with the new U.S., Hansen did indeed consider treating the Lark. After all, without leverage, dealing with the new U.S. president wouldn't be so easy. Moreover, the Lark was undeniably a highly skilled hacker, perhaps even unmatched in the world today. Curing her would be ideal. However, all of this was thwarted by the obstacles posed by the New America. Hansen had agreed to purchase activation codes for the neural matrix from two hackers, but the two hackers vanished while wandering around Dogtown. Hansen knew without a doubt that it was the FIA's doing. With the hackers gone, Lark was now essentially a walking corpse awaiting death, barely retaining any consciousness. Hansen didn't pay much attention to this hostage, whose last remaining value was minimal. He had planned to use her to extract further leverage after the successful nuclear test forced Rosalind Miles to submit. Lark's only remaining purpose in life was as a bargaining chip in this deal, one that hadn't yet been fully exploited. She just needed to live for a few more days. As for how she lived, Hansen didn't care at all. Clearly, the Lark beside Hansen knew this too. But without the neural matrix activation code, unable to unlock it, even if she reacted in a last-ditch effort to detonate the black wall, this nuclear bomb, and connect to it recklessly, what good would it do? She knew that once it was exposed that she had attacked the black wall under New America's control, the whole world would want her dead. The network surveillance, which considered the black wall its lifeblood, wouldn't let her go, and New America, which had transformed her into a tool, wouldn't offer any help. Even if they successfully retrieved her, they would only continue to treat her as a weapon that would only slightly prolong her death. Given her current level of modification, she wouldn't live much longer. The reason Adam's hammer is so famous, to the point that there has only been one Adam's hammer over the years, is because he is special. He was truly unique. Even if the direction of the transformation was different, to be almost entirely mechanical like him was something the Lark couldn't do. She was nearing her limit. In fact, the previous transformation and the erosion from passing through the black wall had already pushed her to the brink of collapse. She was like a camel already overburdened, its back piled high with straw. Just one last straw needed to fall before she completely crumbled, plunging into an irreversible abyss. Moreover, Rosalind Miles had already acted. Based on the Lark's understanding of the new American president, she had no doubt that she was already on the purge list. Her death would merely be one less piece of leverage for Rosalind. For Rosalind, there was no need for hesitation. Which way she went seemed to lead only to death. Even if she desperately tried to connect to the black wall, given her current state, she would only be swiftly devoured and utterly annihilated. Therefore, it was better to stay with Hansen and await the end. At least here, she could still enjoy a fleeting, illusory protection. She still had value to Hansen, and Hansen had no interest in killing her. For her now, That was enough. At least before her consciousness completely dissipated, she could barely piece together those memories, blurred and fragmented by the modification surgery, and glance back at her almost completely forgotten past. The Lark. Song Xiaomei. Just how far would she go, forgetting even the name Song Xiaomei? Perhaps it wouldn't be long. Chapter 878. Lida, I received a breaking news report. Hansen may be planning an operation at the stadium. Take your men and immediately find a way to infiltrate the stadium, find him, execute him, and stop his plan at all costs. The battle was raging fiercely at the street corner. Lida had just shot and killed a ghost hound soldier who peeked out from behind cover. Judging from the face he glimpsed in the instant the soldier fell, he was an exceptionally young enemy. Just then, he received direct orders from Rosalind Miles. As a professional agent, he offered no objections, simply replying with the classic response that had been prevalent within the company for 50 years. Received, before swiftly commencing the operation. Just as he was preparing to act, Rosalind Miles's next words came through the communicator. I know you don't want Song Xiaomei to die, Lida. I'm willing to forgive your impulsiveness this time, for the sake of your loyalty, and give you a chance. But if you truly want her to live, you must not let her fall into the hands of any force or person other than New America. Otherwise, once Song Xiaomei's affair is exposed, you and I both know what the consequences will be. You don't want to see New America collapse because of her, do you? After these words, Rosalind Miles ended the communication, and Lida, who heard her last words, remained silent. Those words, without a doubt, weighed heavily on Lida's heart like a mountain. For a loyal follower like him, these words were heavy. She placed Song Xiaomei's life and the safety of New America on opposite ends of a scale, forcing him to make a choice. And could he really stand by and watch the entire New America fall into crisis for the sake of one person? The answer seemed self-evident. Lida knew what he would choose, and clearly understood which side was more important in weighing the two. Perhaps Rosalind Miles knew exactly what his loyal follower would choose, which was why she hinted at the correct course of action. What was that correct answer? For the sake of New America, to ensure New America was free from threat, to kill, to eliminate Song Xiaomei, to personally extinguish the Lark. To extinguish this bird he had personally nurtured, this disciple he considered his own. Lida clenched his fist, a subtle, profound hesitation creeping into his heart, like a silent crack appearing on the hardest armor. Perhaps it was because he had already seen through Rosalind's high-sounding rhetoric for New America, which was merely a cover for her selfish desire to maintain her own power. Or perhaps it was because these repeated tasks that forced him to personally suppress his emotions had finally instilled an undeniable weariness in his heart. For the first time, a tiny crack appeared in his unwavering patriotism and loyalty, a crack that had silently sprouted without his even realizing it. Lida should do the right thing. In the past, he had always believed that the right thing was to be loyal to the country, to fight for it, and to give everything. This wasn't wrong. But perhaps, this country, the country he was loyal to, shouldn't be a country driven by the selfish desires of any one person, or perhaps some people. Some thoughts quietly rose in Lida's mind, perhaps unnoticed even by him, but they subtly influenced his actions. He didn't bring any elite personnel with him. Having been away from the Joint Intelligence Agency, and even from New America for so long, and having infiltrated Night City for so long, he was no longer accustomed to operating according to the old methods. He preferred to act alone. Or rather, infiltrating the stadium alone would be far more convenient and covert than an entire team, and if anything went wrong, only he would be sacrificed, preventing further casualties. Furthermore, operating alone allowed him to do things his way. Whether it was killing the Nightingale or rescuing Song Xiaomei, the decision could be made by him then. I infiltrated alone and hiding in a corner of the stadium, communicated with his teammates via comms. There are far fewer ghost hounds than expected. Is it because most of the forces have been redeployed to the outer defenses, or is Hansen trying to minimize the number of his own men killed when the nuclear bomb is detonated? V observed his surroundings. So few people, even the weapons vendors, who usually set up stalls here, have all left. It's rare to see this place so quiet. It's a little unusual, isn't it? Usually, there's a cacophony of vendors as soon as you enter. I came in from the other end, and almost got spotted by the automated patrol robots. Looks like I've been training too much lately. I'm too strong. Places I used to be able to hide in aren't so good anymore. Jack's half-joking voice came through the channel. Luckily, T-Bug helped out, otherwise I would have been the one who got caught this time. Be careful, Jack. There are people ahead of you on the route you chose. Your route should be correct. The number of people in that area is clearly wrong. T-Bug reminded him, and also warned Oliver, "Oliver, move a little to the left. The drone is coming to patrol soon." "Understood," Oliver replied, immediately slipping to the side. Sure enough, a few seconds later, the drone flew over where he had just been, scanning the area. This stadium is huge. Finding an entrance is a nightmare. If only we had a map, we wouldn't have to split up and search for underground passages like this, Oliver complained over the comms, watching the drone fly further and further away. It was a last-minute operation, so even if they had the old blueprints, they're all ruined now. This stadium wasn't even fully completed to begin with, and then there's all that airship wreckage Hansen brought down. God knows what he's turned this place into. Carl replied, "I did walk through an old passageway leading outside before, but it's probably been completely altered by now. Dogtown looks small, but its vertical structure is incredibly complex. First, the original design company did it, then Hansen invaded and did it again, and after they brought down the airships, they modified it again. I bet even the original designers wouldn't recognize this place." Johnny, using his size to navigate the narrow passageway, suddenly stopped. Wow, you never guess what I saw." Although it was a guess, Johnny didn't wait for his teammates' response, and quickly transmitted the live feed to the shared channel. From his perspective, a giant spider-like mechanical construct lay silently on an empty field in the stadium. Judging from its size alone, this thing was even larger than the demon lizard armor that Carl and his team had encountered before. Chapter 879. What is this thing? Oliver was stunned by the enormous object appearing in the image. A weapon of war. Even tanks aren't that big. I don't dislike spiders personally, and I even quite enjoy eating real spider barbecue, but this mechanical spider is ridiculously huge. Is it hard to bite into, or can't you eat it? Jack even had the leisure to joke, so you don't have a big appetite. Both, I guess. My teeth might not be strong enough to directly gnaw on a steel spider. After replying, Oliver asked, "Does anyone know what this thing is?" Hansen's ultimate secret weapon for decisive battle? I saw it imitates the style of his earlier works. Those Japanese-style mutuos seem to be able to unleash a decisive weapon at the drop of a hat whenever war is involved. It shouldn't be that bad. V examined the iron spider in the video Johnny sent, analyzing it based on his experience. It looks like something specifically designed for urban warfare. See those specter hounds surrounding it? Looks like it's about to activate. This thing appearing in the Dogtown Brawl will probably bring a lot of surprises to New America. While his companions were talking, Carl examined the thing, finding its material increasingly familiar, as if he'd seen it somewhere before. After a moment's thought, he remembered. "This is a chimera." Carl said, "I've seen fragments of this before." It was said to be an all-terrain urban warfare robot developed by military technology during the Unification Wars to take Ninth City. A remnant of military technology? He looked at the iron spider. Is this thing very strong? How does it perform in a fight? It's hard to say. It's a specialized weapon adapted for urban warfare. The initial plan was to use 13 of them to suppress the entire Ninth City. You can imagine the specific strength yourself. But seeing it about to be activated, it's kind of ridiculous to think that military technology is being used against New America. Carl said, but then noticed a figure. "Oh, looks like Johnny, you found the right path." "How so?" Johnny didn't know what he saw that led Carl to such a judgment. "See that black man over there with orange sunglasses and short hair? He's the guy whose hands and chest have been replaced with mechanical muscle arms." Following Carl's prompting, the team noticed the man standing with his arms crossed, silently watching the chimera, through the image transmitted by Johnny. That guy's name is Albert Murphy. You could call him Hansen's bodyguard, or you could say he's the boss's second-in-command. In short, although his position and status aren't as high as Bennett's or Gago's, Hansen trusts him implicitly. His appearance usually means only one thing. Carl continued, Hansen is nearby. Basically, if you see a shadow, it's not hard to find Hansen. Easier than I thought. Johnny, after discovering that the place he randomly infiltrated had actually led him to the right spot, boasted again, "I was wondering how difficult it would be." "You're awesome today, okay?" Oliver looked around again, making sure there were no drones nearby, and said, "So, Carl, let's head over to Johnny's." Johnny got in through the pipes. Should we follow him? To be honest, I don't have a good impression of pipes. Me too, Jack chimed in, adding, "Carl, you decide." Listening to his companion's discussion, Carl pondered for a moment and said, "I infiltrate alone. Smaller target, easier to find Hansen's trail, and easier to escape afterward. When he tries to detonate, I shoot him. Too many people could lead to accidents. You guys plan an escape route for me. If the nuclear explosion can't stop it, I rely on you to clear a path and get me out. You're going in alone? V hesitated, feeling it wasn't safe enough. But then he thought, if a nuclear explosion really happened, in that critical moment, only he and Carl would likely react immediately and escape at full speed. Jack, Oliver, and even Johnny weren't unable to react in time to run, but their chances of survival were probably slim. So he finally nodded. Then be careful, Carl. Since Hansen plans to detonate the nuclear bomb, he definitely doesn't intend to perish with New America. Let's find his pre-planned escape route. If we can get it, even in the worst-case scenario, we can use it to escape. If something really did happen, leaving one of them, fast and quick reacting, outside could help Jack and the others escape. Okay, then I leave it to you. My life is in your hands. Carl, as the captain, made the final decision, and the others didn't object. It wasn't that they didn't want to risk it with Carl, but as friends and teammates, they knew their limitations. They understood that they couldn't match Carl's speed, and going in might only hinder him, and might even cause him worry about escaping. Instead of that, they might as well finish everything for Carl outside. If he really needs to run, they can wait for them to rush over and pull him away immediately. Hopefully, we won't end up like in the Mutuo movie, having to drag people out of a nuclear blast to escape. Don't say such ominous things. T-Bug interrupted Oliver on the comms channel, then earnestly reminded Carl, be very careful, Carl. If a nuclear blast really happens, EMP might paralyze all communications. I'm afraid I won't be able to provide you with any support. If it really explodes, I rush to Dogtown immediately. You all must be careful. If the worst happens, we meet at the checkpoint. If I can't wait for you, I go in and look for you. When you do, please inform Officer Andy and the mercenaries you know, Man and Brown. If possible, also inform Roger and Carrie. But Roger and Carrie have probably already received news of my being in a nuclear blast once, so they should be more composed. Don't let a hacker like you come in. Stay calm. Bug. Johnny said casually, and you, Carl, always running away when things go wrong. I have legs, of course I run, Carl replied casually, then began infiltrating the location Johnny had sent. His method of infiltration was naturally the same pipe Johnny had already verified as safe. While crawling through the narrow pipe, Carl thought of Misty's divination. Avoid enclosed spaces. If we're talking about enclosed spaces, then the place he was about to go might be somewhat like one. Chapter 880. Colonel Hansen, preparations are complete. Listening to the researcher's report, Kurt Hansen glanced at the mechanical clock beside him, his gaze sweeping over the old, but remarkably accurate machine, unaffected by external interference. 50 minutes left? Faster than expected. In that case. Bennett, Gago. Kurt Hansen reconnected with Gago and Bennett. How's the situation? Colonel, after you activated our hidden chimera, the situation improved somewhat. Even the New America is struggling against the urban warfare specialized robots developed with military technology. Their advance has noticeably slowed. Gago reported in his usual meticulous tone. However, there's news that Rosalind Miles provided FIA personnel with a super weapon during this operation. We're sending people to investigate what that is. A weapon of mass destruction? Hansen listened to the report, paused slightly, and then said, I think I know what it is. The New America has clearly slowed its advance, a cautious strategy to ensure I can't escape. This means they possess some kind of weapon that, once encircled, can kill me instantly. He sneered, it seems Rosalind Miles and I are thinking the same thing. Gago's voice held a hint of surprise. Colonel, you mean? Most likely a small nuclear bomb, enough to flatten a stadium or a sapphire crystal, ensuring my body is completely obliterated. Once my death is confirmed, they naturally pin the blame on me. The reasons are readily available. Hansen paused, his tone sarcastic. So, it seems she and I really are thinking the same thing. Activate the nuclear weapon, Colonel? Don't worry, this suits me perfectly. Hansen interrupted, a hint of coldness in his voice. I was initially worried that creating only one explosion on our territory, relying solely on the excuse of new American personnel causing the reactor to go out of control, wouldn't be convincing. But now, if Miles's men also brought a nuclear weapon, things become much simpler. He paused, his tone becoming increasingly composed. 2 explosion epicenters, 2 completely different detonation evidences. I think that this time, no matter how adept Rosalind Miles is at deflecting blame, she won't be able to completely absolve herself of responsibility. Won't this cause any changes to your plan, Colonel? Bennett interjected at this moment, his voice filled with undisguised loyalty. Colonel, should I replace you to carry out the final step? We obtained the latest generation of face and body disguise chips. Let me complete the plan in your place. Faced with Bennett's words, Hansen remained silent for a moment, then shook his head. I appreciate your loyalty, Bennett, he finally spoke, his voice low. But this charade must end with me personally. I must stay until the very end. Miles knows me well, or rather, the FIA guys know me too well. They probably gathered a lot of intelligence on me. This disguised chip might fool ordinary people, but I believe professionals can discern its deception. He paused, his tone softening slightly. Besides, there's no need for you to take this risk. Everything is still in my plan. Yes, Colonel. Then, according to plan, we will hand over command in 17 minutes, and ensure all the Ghost Hounds know you are currently in the stadium directing operations. Hurry up and evacuate with Gago and the others. I'll be there soon. Yes, Colonel. This time, Bennett and Gago answered simultaneously. Again, to avoid detection by the FIA, they hung up immediately after the communication ended. Hansen glanced at the ticking clock, pondering how many more Ghost Hounds he could evacuate in the extra 16 minutes. Hansen was confident he could escape before the nuclear missiles were activated. He had long been prepared. Burying the New America's troops didn't mean he would die with them. Those buried here would only be Ghost Hounds unaware of the truth. All of this was for a greater good. When he finally took control of New America, these Ghost Hounds buried here would be eternally remembered as his most honored soldiers, enjoying the glory they deserved in death. Colonel, the vehicles are ready. Just as Kurt Hansen was deep in thought, Albert Murphy approached, gave a crisp salute, and then stood at attention with his hands behind his back. Evacuate some key personnel first. Hansen nodded slightly. He had already prepared hovercraft and armored vehicles within the stadium, enough for the core team to evacuate immediately. Even if some couldn't leave, they could draw New America's fire, misleading their judgment, making them believe Hansen was still inside, thus buying time for the real plan. New America would never let go of any opportunity for him to escape. They had to ensure Hansen died in the nuclear explosion, but what they hadn't expected was that Hansen had never intended to leave the stadium from the beginning. The more attention he drew, the more manpower Bennett and Gago could save, and the more New America troops would be annihilated in the nuclear explosion. Hansen in the stadium, Hansen surrounded, Hansen tries to break out. This is the script everyone would expect, Rosalind Miles included. But they never considered this. Hansen never intended to leave. He was bait, and bait that isn't heavy enough can't catch a big fish, a lesson every fisherman understands. And did Hansen not escape because he was confident he could survive the nuclear explosion? Impossible. He was neither Morgan Blackhand nor Adam Hammer. He had simply secretly built an underground nuclear bunker. As long as he was hidden inside during the explosion, even a nuclear blast wouldn't kill him. Of course, only Murphy knew this. Besides him and the Lark who would be taken along and still had some use, everyone else in the stadium was merely a sacrifice. When they perished in the nuclear explosion, or were shot down by the New America during a retreat, all they would know was that the great Colonel Hansen had stayed in the stadium until the very last moment. The other hounds would believe this too, only in this way could he achieve his so-called miraculous return after the catastrophe. Colonel, please take care. One group after another saluted him with tears in their eyes before boarding the vehicle, but Kurt Hansen remained calm, maintaining his usual dignified posture, nodding slightly, silently watching them leave one by one. Time was ticking away. The soldiers loyal to Hansen were still fighting desperately on the battlefield, while Hansen himself had quietly walked the path only he knew, the path to survival. 44 minutes until the nuclear explosion. It was at this moment that a dark figure appeared before him. That figure stood before Hansen, Lark, and Albert. Chapter 881. Your Excellency, Reed has successfully infiltrated the stadium and found a passageway. We expect to locate Kurt Hansen soon. Should we proceed as planned? Rosalind Miles, in Ninth City, listened intently to her subordinate's live report. Her gaze swept across the satellite map of Dogtown, finally settling on the stadium. Can you confirm that Hansen is not inside Gemstone Blue? Yes, Your Excellency. Based on the confessions of our captured personnel and information records, we have confirmed that Kurt Hansen himself is inside the stadium. Is there a possibility of him being disguised? The analysis team has intervened. They are certain it is Hansen himself. In other words, Reed is now close to Hansen. Rosalind Miles remained unusually calm. Even though Kurt Hansen's life or death directly impacted her political career, her face showed no tension or urgency, only a deep sea-like composure, as if everything was under control. Her thoughtful expression subtly influenced everyone in the command center, a strange sense of security spreading through the air. Undoubtedly, Rosalind Miles was an exceptional leader. With her around, Even the greatest crisis seemed like a routine matter that could be handled with ease. Hansen was nothing but a clown, cornered under President Miles's meticulous command, while Reed, who didn't know he was once a top FIA agent. Now that he had successfully infiltrated, Kurt Hansen's death was almost certain. Clearly, under President Miles's command, victory was imminent. If that was the case, perhaps the initially planned nuclear test didn't necessarily need to be carried out. A nuclear explosion is ultimately too sensitive a topic for people. Even if they had prepared a story to shift the blame to Hansen, the subsequent explanations and public communication would require immense effort. Even if the public ultimately believed that Hansen himself detonated the nuclear bomb, some would still accuse the new America of pushing him to the brink, leading to the reactor explosion. The resulting public opinion would be equally difficult to manage. Just as the military technology company accused Arasaka of miscontrolling the nuclear bomb and causing the explosion, because nuclear weapons were indeed stored in the Arasaka Tower, Arasaka didn't offer much explanation. Under the pressure of public opinion, people superficially accepted this explanation, acknowledging that Arasaka detonated the bomb, but they also pointed the finger at the military technology company, believing their radical actions were the true root of the tragedy. In other words, if a nuclear bomb were detonated today, even if the new America could absolve itself of responsibility, the ensuing public outcry would be unavoidable. Considering Rosalind Meyer's already poor international reputation, this could potentially impact the future of the new America. Avoiding a nuclear explosion would be ideal. Rosalind Miles was well aware of her subordinates' thoughts, and this was precisely what she was weighing. After a moment's hesitation, she made a decision. Immediate contact with Reed. The communication connected quickly, and Miles's voice was calm and clear. Reed, deal with Hansen as soon as possible. If you act quickly enough, we might be able to avoid a reputational disaster. I like to do that too, but I'm afraid we underestimated Hansen. Reed's tone was grave. He quickly reported what he had seen. Hansen has completed the modification of the reactor. His plan is exactly the same as our original plan, except he really intends to detonate that reactor. Miles' pupils contracted sharply. She instantly understood the meaning behind Lida's words. It wasn't just them who wanted to use nuclear weapons. Hansen also intended to resolve the matter with them. They'd been outmaneuvered Hansen. Rosalind Miles realized her carelessness. If she hadn't considered the Lark's potential for recovery and sent Lida to ensure its survival or eliminate it, the original plan might have continued, and she would have truly been framed for the deliberate use of nuclear weapons, thanks to Hansen's scheme. She whirled around, her voice resolute. Immediately seal off the stadium perimeter, ground, air, underground, defend everything. Don't let a single person out. Since Hansen intends to use nuclear weapons, then block all his possible escape routes. Miles's expression twisted slightly as she continued, I want to see if he's really playing a suicide pact. Start drafting the nuclear declaration now. Remember, put Hansen's name first. He is the #1 culprit in destroying peace. After issuing the orders to her subordinates, who were hastily acting on her instructions, Miles turned sharply back to Lida on the other end of the communicator, and said in a deep voice, Lida, eliminate Hansen. The fate of New America now rests on your shoulders. The fate of New America. Lida silently repeated the words to himself, an indescribable sense of unease twisting and spreading within him. He heard Miles's words clearly, but he also keenly caught the barely concealed panic in her voice. Rosalind Miles. Panicked? This politician, who had always appeared as composed as an elite monster, seemingly in complete control, finally showed signs of cracking. She finally realized that this matter truly threatened her, and what she revealed now was her true nature, stripped of all pretense, cruel, ruthless, and utterly cold-blooded, willing to pay any price to secure her power. Just like the way she reacted when she realized the Lark had flown out of her cage. Lida's emotion surged, yet he forcibly suppressed the various thoughts that gradually surfaced in his mind. For the new America, she said. For the new America. He said. I found Hansen. After saying this, Lida ended the communication and then picked up his gun. The pistol he named the abandoned pawn. In the past, was it also his existence, and that of the other FIA agents that threatened Miles, leading Miles to order their abandonment? Abandoned pawn. Lida took a step. He stepped out of the shadows, standing in the dim light, his skin appearing as a black silhouette. Lida's sudden appearance immediately alerted Hansen and Albert beside him. Even the Nightingale, whose consciousness was gradually fading, struggled to lift her head and look at him. Lida didn't choose the assassination methods commonly used by special agents, but instead revealed himself, precisely for the sake of the Nightingale. He gripped the expendable pistol, Facing the three men directly, his voice cold and stern. Hansen, hand over Song Xiaomei. Lita wouldn't abandon Song Xiaomei, because in his view, Song Xiaomei was never a pawn. Chapter 882. Read. Facing the former FBI ace, who appeared like a ghost, wielding his discarded weapon, Kurt Hansen's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible surprise, but it was quickly covered by a deeper, more sinister look. Reed's appearance was unexpected, but not entirely incomprehensible. He had anticipated that the New America would attempt a decapitation strike, but he hadn't expected the infiltration to be so swift and precise. No wonder he was considered the Morgan of the intelligence world. Perhaps only the KK squad could rival his abilities in Night City today. Truly, an unexpected visitor. Hansen's voice was low and calm, revealing no trace of panic. He slightly turned to shield the weakened Lark in front of him, a subtle movement that made Lita tighten his grip on the discarded pawn. A stray dog from the FBI, daring to barge in alone? Is this your president's doing, or? Hansen sensed Lita's concern for Lark, recalling the intelligence he had gathered. Lark was Lita's protege within the FBI. So now, you want to take Lark away from me? As Hansen shielded Lark in front of him, his words carrying a hint of warning, Albert Murphy, the guard beside him, almost simultaneously raised his weapon, the cold muzzle fixed on Lita. The air in the corridor instantly froze. Lita's gaze passed over Murphy at the front and locked onto Song Xiaomei, whose eyes were unfocused. Seeing her current state, a flame mixed with guilt and anger burned in his chest. However, as a professional agent, he didn't reveal this emotion. He simply repeated, his voice even colder than before. Hansen, hand over Song Xiaomei. This is your last chance. Hansen, sensing something amiss, smiled slightly. Last chance? Lita, you seem to have no idea who's on this side. He pointed around. Listen to the gunfire, look at the ground beneath your feet. You're all alone, while I possess the entire Netherhound, and the leverage to change the situation. Leverage? Do you think we haven't noticed what you've done? Lita, while dealing with Hansen, was mentally calculating. If he fired now, how could he ensure the bullet, while killing Murphy, pierced Song Xiaomei's side, and accurately struck Hansen behind her? He hadn't directly attacked Murphy and Hansen because he feared Hansen might have tampered with the Lark, perhaps with a device that would trigger the Lark's burial upon his death. But just moments ago, he had already confirmed through close-range scanning that the Lark was not equipped with any suspicious devices. Now, he only needed to deal with Hansen and his bodyguards to rescue the Lark and end the war. Hansen was unaware of Lita's scan. He was half hidden behind the Lark, successfully finding cover, but his vision was also obstructed, preventing him from noticing Lita's subtle movements. Hearing Lita's words, "You think we're oblivious?" Hansen's pupils dilated slightly, then returned to normal. He instantly understood the meaning behind those words. Hansen's only bargaining chip was the nuclear bomb, already timed. Lita's statement, "We weren't completely unaware," implied that the New America already knew of his plan to detonate the bomb. If that were true, his original plan to lure a large number of New America personnel to their doom, sending them to their deaths alongside the Ghost Hounds, would likely fail. However, Hansen immediately realized something. It seems Miles and I are on the same page. Hansen realized Miles also wanted to use the nuclear bomb. The reason was simple. The New America personnel sensed the nuclear bomb at Hansen's location, which was likely to be detonated. However, within Hansen's control of the situation, he still saw the New America personnel advancing step by step, showing no sign of retreat despite realizing the nuclear blast zone was ahead. If those New America personnel weren't truly fearless, willing to be killed by the bomb to ensure Hansen's death, then they might not have been informed of the impending detonation at all. They would simply be a group of casualties. Just as Hansen was willing to sacrifice the unsuspecting Ghost Hounds, Miles was willing to sacrifice the New America troops. If she didn't, how could she later claim Hansen detonated the reactor? After all, if none of her men died, and only Hansen's men perished, no one would believe her, right? It seems that even if I don't want to activate that thing now, Miles will press the button for me. Hansen finally understood. Miles was still Miles. Even though he had schemed against her, with the help of Washington politicians, and the traitor Lark, nearly causing her death, even though she seemed to have the upper hand today, she had been virtually invincible from the very beginning. She didn't even need to go to Dogtown. She could remain safely in Night City, 1,000 miles away. The lives she sacrificed were always others, while she herself never had to take any risks. Once the nuclear bomb detonated, it would all be over. Hansen realized then that perhaps from the very beginning, Miles' plan was to use this nuclear bomb to completely eliminate him. Hansen even suspected that Miles's men might also possess nuclear bombs. But it wasn't time to give up. Hansen stared at Lita before him. Even though the situation was clear, he wasn't out of the game. Right now, it was a race against time between him and Miles. Whoever detonated the nuclear bomb first, whoever could issue the statement first, would gain the upper hand in public opinion. Even a slight delay would create a situation where both sides were tearing each other apart. As long as the Lark was still in his hands, he still had a chance to turn the tide. This pawn, which could have been discarded after the agreement was reached, had become crucial again. Moreover, Hansen had already noticed something amiss. This agent, Lita, seemed unusually attached to the Lark. Perhaps, he could use her as leverage to make another attempt. The Morgan of the agents, he was the king of Dogtown. Even in terms of pure strength, Hansen didn't believe he and Murphy, working together, would lose to Lita, especially. Click. A soft mechanical whirring sound rang out, and several eerie shadows silently appeared around Hansen. These creatures were distorted in form, their limbs embedded with cold mechanical structures. They were products of biotechnology, originally intended as a last resort to ensure his intelligence wouldn't be exposed. He never expected they would actually come in handy. At this moment, they slowly emerged from a hidden compartment in the wall and behind Hansen, forming a living barrier, firmly blocking Lita in front of them. Chapter 883. Lita stared at the creatures that appeared before him, noticing that they resembled extinct creatures he knew. Deinonychus. Lita recalled intelligence he heard about biotechnology research into the resurrection of ancient creatures. It seemed these were the rumored experimental subjects. Even an experienced agent like Lita had been exposed to fantasies about dinosaurs in his childhood. He even remembered the classic movie about cloning and resurrecting prehistoric giants. Of course, the so-called resurrection in the movie was merely a replica pieced together using modern genes. But biotechnology companies were completely different. With their technological capabilities, their so-called ancient creature resurrection would likely mean truly bringing extinct species back to life. Fighting dinosaurs? Especially these clearly modified dinosaurs? Even for Lita, this was a first. Slightly panting, Lita's expression was focused and serious. For an agent, there are two most dangerous situations in combat. One possibility is encountering the enemy without any preparation. The other is having no knowledge of the enemy's intelligence or fighting methods. Lita had experienced both types of combat before, even encountering them simultaneously, and he had survived both. Today would be no exception. Bang! A gunshot ripped through the brief silence. It wasn't Lita, but Albert Murphy who fired first. The bullet grazed Lita's shoulder, blasting a crater in the wall behind him. The closest mechanical Deinonychus to Lita slammed its hind legs into the ground, transforming into a blur as it pounced. Its speed far exceeded expectations, its metallic claws gleaming coldly in the dim light. Lita didn't engage in a direct confrontation. His pistol spat fire, but the bullets didn't hit the dinosaurs. Instead, they struck the fire sprinkler heads at the top of the tunnel. Thankfully, the company that built the stadium hadn't shoddily constructed the tunnel. Even though it was abandoned before completion, some infrastructure was finished and reused by the ghost hounds. A curtain of icy water instantly poured down, blurring everyone's vision and interfering with the judgment of the mechanical creatures relying on optical sensors. The charging Deinonychus hesitated slightly. Before Murphy and Hansen could see the situation again with their prosthetic eyes, Lita seized the opportunity to retreat rapidly, simultaneously flicking his wrist, sending a miniature stun grenade rolling to the ground. Buzz! A blinding light and a deafening explosion raged in the confined space. Murphy instinctively turned his head and closed his eyes. Hansen also instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes, and even the mechanical dinosaurs emitted chaotic screams. However, Lita's objective remained clear. The instant the stun grenade exploded, he used his memory of the surroundings to shift sideways like a ghost, attempting to bypass the dinosaur barrier in front of him and close the distance to Hansen and the Lark. "Stop him!" Hansen growled. Another Deinonychus lurking on the flank suddenly lashed out with its steel whistle-like tail, sweeping towards Lita's lower body with a whistling sound. Lita leaped up, barely dodging, but his steps faltered upon landing. The strength and coordination of these modified creatures far surpassed that of ordinary soldiers. More difficult to deal with than expected, or perhaps his skills have declined. Murphy also snapped out of his daze, his ghost hound Copper spotted serpent roaring, bullets weaving a net of fire, blocking Lita's escape route. Lita found himself on the defensive, struggling to maneuver through the dinosaur's claws, tails, and Murphy's barrage of bullets. His sacrificial pistol fired in bursts, the bullets hitting the dinosaur's joints and sensors precisely, sending sparks flying and slowing their advance, but failing to inflict fatal damage. These creatures' armor was clearly specially reinforced. Lita's sacrificial pistol had been modified. Originally a military-grade weapon called the Daikon, he had converted it into a silence weapon, making it more concealed in combat and assassinations. However, it still sacrificed some power when necessary. Unless charged for a 3-round burst, ordinary bursts were simply insufficient to penetrate the thick armor. Hansen coldly watched all this, slowly retreating towards the entrance to the bunker deeper into the other passage, while holding the Lark hostage. Time was still on his side. Once inside the bunker, everything outside would be reduced to ashes. Only then would it be his turn to step in and buy time. The agent was worried that the Lark's actions had harmed him, but Hansen wouldn't hesitate for a moment. Even if it meant sacrificing everyone, he was determined to win. Lita saw through Hansen's intentions, and was frantic, but he knew that impulsiveness would only hasten death. He had to create a perfect opportunity. His gaze swept over the Lark again. Suddenly, he noticed a faint, different kind of light, not numbness, flicker in her unfocused eyes. Her lips moved almost imperceptibly. There was no sound, but Lita understood the lip movement. Those coordinates, a location? A surge of power instantly coursed through his body. She was still conscious. Lita's spirits lifted. He lunged to the side, dodging a deadly combined attack. At the same time, a grappling hook shot from the miniature launcher on his wrist, embedding itself in the pipe above the passage. He swung like a pendulum, temporarily escaping the ground-based encirclement. This miniature launcher was inspired by the monomolecular ray used by KK after their collaboration. For an agent, a device that allows for rapid, emergency movement is incredibly useful. He adjusted his posture in midair, sacrificing himself for Murphy below. In his vision, this was the perfect opportunity. A shot rang out. The bullet struck Murphy's vitals with pinpoint accuracy. However, just as the bullet was about to hit the mechanical Deinonychus, its movement slightly sluggish after being hit in the joint by Lita, seemed to receive some kind of command, suddenly using its steel body to block in front of Murphy's side. Clang! Sparks flew as the bullet embedded itself deeply in the Deinonychus's reinforced armor, failing to penetrate, but the impact still caused the mechanical behemoth to let out an angry roar. Murphy broke out in a cold sweat, quickly retreating and concealing himself further behind the dinosaurs. He switched his Ghost Hound copper spot to short bursts, no longer aiming for suppressive fire, but rather for more precise blocking of Lita's movement path. Just then, the hidden door in the wall through which Hansen had fled with the Lark suddenly slammed shut, and the two figures vanished from Lita's sight in an instant, leaving only a cold, unmarked wall. But there was not a trace of helplessness in Lita's eyes. He had memorized the coordinates the Lark had given him. As long as he dealt with the people and the dinosaur creatures in front of him, he could quickly track them down with his skills. Hansen couldn't escape anymore. Chapter 884. As Hansen and Song Xiaomei disappeared behind the hidden door, Lita increased his speed. He rolled to the side and rear, dodging a sweeping steel tail whip. Simultaneously, his sacrificial pistol spat fire again. This time, the bullet wasn't aimed at the dinosaur or Murphy, but rather at the environment, just like before. The bullet accurately shattered several key lighting sources on both sides of the passage, dimming the area even further. The lingering water vapor became even more hazy in the dim light, further interfering with the mechanical Deinonychus's reliance on optical sensors for perception. In just a brief encounter, Lita had already grasped the Deinonychus's weakness. The monsters produced by biotechnology were terrifying, but ultimately, they were merely beasts mimicking past creatures. And these beasts, lacking even human intelligence, could only hinder Lita. Using the shifting light and shadow, Lita no longer attempted to confront the impenetrable wall of armor head-on. He employed a grappling hook to move swiftly between the passageways and walls, no longer seeking a quick breakthrough, but instead meticulously testing the mechanical creature's sensory blind spots and reaction patterns. Finding their weaknesses, and then striking decisively was the typical approach of an agent like Lita. The more he understood, the more lethal his attacks would be. Once he had a thorough grasp of what lay before him, a single, fully charged bullet might easily eliminate the troublesome Deinonychus, just as he had dealt with every enemy before him. After several exchanges, Lita keenly noticed a crucial detail. Whenever Murphy made a tactical gesture or moved, the Deinonychus's movements exhibited an extremely subtle delay, as if receiving and confirming instructions. However, when he actively disrupted Murphy's vision and created complex sounds using the environment, their reactions became relatively rigid. While dodging the attacks of the mechanical Deinonychus, Lita's mind raced. These creatures moved in a rigid, inflexible pattern, requiring Murphy's real-time command at crucial moments. They were like operating on a pre-programmed, automated behavioral template, lacking true hunting intelligence and relying entirely on basic instincts to attack. This likely meant that this aspect of biotechnology was far from perfect. The template they used was probably still that of biomimetic organisms, lacking the final crucial step to become a truly controllable, combat-ready experimental prototype. This thought instantly reminded Lida of the previous attack on the biotechnology construction site. That incident was no secret in intelligence circles. Anyone with a modicum of information knew that the actual target was an underground laboratory disguised as a construction site. A hypothesis formed in his mind. That attacked underground laboratory was very likely the research and development site for these unfinished Deinonychus. These products had not yet achieved true success. Since there were such obvious flaws, things became much easier. These creatures needed Murphy as the final filter for battlefield information and a supplement to their decision-making. After Hansen, Murphy was clearly the only one capable of command. Therefore, eliminating Murphy would prevent these creatures from hindering him. With a clear strategy, action required no further hesitation. Lida feigned a charge towards the closing hidden door, luring Murphy to deploy the Deinonychus to block it. Just as the two dinosaurs shifted, briefly obscuring Murphy's firing line, Lida flicked his wrist, and the last smoke grenade rolled to his feet. Dense gray smoke erupted again, instantly engulfing the entire passage. Maintain formation. Don't let him break through in the chaos. Murphy roared through the smoke. He didn't need to shout. He could have simply given orders via his personal termo. The tension made him yell involuntarily, commanding the dinosaurs to tighten their defenses and protect the secret door. Although the secret door wouldn't reopen once closed, just to be safe, Murphy absolutely wouldn't let Lida approach the route that might allow him to catch up with Colonel Hansen. However, Lida's real target was never the secret door, which required time and unknown methods to crack. Only his black figure flashed through the smoke. "You got it wrong, Murphy. I'm not going over there." Before he could finish speaking, as Murphy instinctively looked towards the source of the voice and raised his copperhead hound to fire, a grappling hook tore through the smoke from the other side of the sound, and Lida's figure swung out from Murphy's blind spot. After this feint, Lida finished speaking. "I'm sending you away." The sacrificial pistol, uncharged, unleashed its remaining bullets at maximum rate of fire, spraying them all at Murphy's lower limbs and the arm holding the gun. Murphy screamed, bullets hitting his legs and hands, collapsing to his knees. The copperhead assault rifle, the Ghost Hound, flew from his hand. Without Murphy's immediate command and fire support, the mechanical Deinonychus's movements became visibly chaotic. Their sensors, hampered by smoke and strong interference, struggled to lock onto the rapidly moving Lida. Lida landed without hesitation. Ignoring the temporarily harmless dinosaur, he stepped forward, the cold muzzle of his gun pressed against Murphy's forehead. The control code for the secret door, or, "I open it my own way, it just take a little time." Lida's tone was flat, but the killing intent within was unmistakable. Murphy gritted his teeth, glaring, but looking into Lida's emotionless eyes, and the slightly bewildered mechanical dinosaur in the distance, deprived of command, he realized his value was rapidly diminishing. Undoubtedly, he couldn't stop this ace agent. Lida lived up to his reputation. Even as Colonel Hansen's bodyguard in the Ghost Hounds, a top 5 fighter among the Ghost Hounds, he couldn't last a minute against Lida. However, this didn't mean Murphy had truly lost. Albert Murphy, as Colonel Hansen's bodyguard and second-in-command, was absolutely trustworthy in his loyalty. Faced with Lida's threat, Murphy's face twisted into an almost grotesque smile. At the same time, on his silent command, the eyes of the two frozen Deinonychus flashed red, and they suddenly pounced from Lida's blind spot. Without a word, without needing any further explanation, Lida, sensing the movement of the Deinonychus behind him, pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! A short gunshot rang out, and Murphy's body collapsed to the ground. Easily dodging the Deinonychus, which had lost Murphy's control, and whose movements were now predictable and harmless, Lida focused on the hidden door, and began moving swiftly. 30 minutes until the nuclear explosion. Chapter 885. At the moment Hansen successfully escaped from Reed, the atmosphere at the New America Command Center in Night City had plummeted to freezing point. "Your Excellency, Reed's signal has broken away from Hansen's location." Based on fragmented information transmitted via Reed's personal channel, after a direct confrontation, Hansen successfully escaped and his current whereabouts are unknown. The technician's report was laced with barely concealed urgency. Rosalind Miles stared intently at the stadium's structural diagram on the satellite imagery. The simulated confrontation point between Reed and Hansen was flashing wildly, and in her assessment, the probability of Hansen being eliminated was rapidly decreasing. Miles's face darkened completely. Her last shred of hope vanished. Hansen not only possessed the modified reactor, but also had an unwavering determination to activate it. This was no longer political blackmail or intimidation, it was a genuine contest. Reed's failure meant the decapitation operation had failed, and conventional methods could no longer stop Hansen. Trying to race me, Hansen? We can't wait any longer. Miles' voice was icy cold, resolute, and brooked no argument. Execute the nuclear detonation protocol in 20 minutes. Authorization code, Rosalind Miles. Target, Dogtown Stadium. Ensure no one, including ours, leaves the containment zone before the explosion. But Mr. President, Agent Reed and Nightingale, they're still inside. A senior advisor couldn't help but step forward, his voice trembling slightly. Perhaps Reed still has a chance to get her out. Isn't it too early to start now? He spoke of top agents and critical assets, but his mind was preoccupied with something else. His nephew, whom he had personally sent into the attack team, was among them. He had thought this would be a quick and decisive operation, but who could have imagined it would turn into a nuclear wasteland? He had to buy himself some more time, even just one more second. Lida, what are you doing, Lida? He thought to himself, inwardly blaming the top agent. Didn't you used to be capable of anything, accomplishing countless things for New America? Why did you fail after contacting Hansen today? What are you doing? Has your loyalty to New America vanished during these years of infiltrating Night City? If my nephew dies, even if you return alive, I make sure you're buried with him. This senior advisor, who only dared to be obsequious and pleading with Rosalind Miles, had countless ways to get Lida in trouble. Hearing the senior advisor's words, Miles abruptly turned her head, her gaze sweeping across everyone in the command center like a poisoned blade. Gone was her usual composure and calculation, only a naked, cold ruthlessness remained, a willingness to do anything to achieve her goals. For the overall interests of New America, necessary sacrifices are unavoidable. Lid understands his mission better than anyone else. From the moment he stepped into the stadium, he should have been aware of this. And all New America soldiers on the front lines, she deliberately paused, emphasizing her words, should have long ago been prepared to sacrifice themselves for their country for a greater good. Now, I'm not asking for opinions. Execute orders? A chilling pressure swept through the entire command center, the air seemed to freeze. Anyone who wanted to speak was choked by this undisguised killing intent. Having ascended to the presidency after the iron-fisted Elizabeth Kress, Rosalind Miles' methods would only be more ruthless. She didn't need dissenters. Those who left her side faced only utter destruction. Yes, Your Excellency. The communications operator dared not delay any longer, his fingers flying across the control panel, relaying the destructive command down the chain of command. Rosalind Miles withdrew her gaze, focusing on the dotted line of light surrounding Reed. Hansen, you certainly given me a difficult task, but trying to drag me down this way is naive. Her heart was as calm as a still lake. The sacrifices of Reed and the Nightingale were indeed regrettable, but as long as Hansen was completely eliminated and the blame for detonating the nuclear bomb firmly pinned on him, the trade was still politically worthwhile. As for public opinion, with proper manipulation, Reed and the New America agents and soldiers could be portrayed as heroes who bravely sacrificed themselves to stop Hansen's insane plan, which would actually add legitimacy to New America's actions. Reporting, President, the nuclear detonation protocol has been activated. The countdown has begun. All command units confirm receipt of the order, an officer reported solemnly. Miles nodded slightly, his face expressionless, only a hint of almost cruel resolve flashing deep in his eyes. Very good. Continue monitoring the stadium's energy signals. Report any anomalies immediately. Simultaneously, have the propaganda department and intelligence agency prepare to activate the post-narration plan. I want a complete framework for public opinion guidance within 1 hour of the explosion. Yes, sir. Hansen's planned nuclear detonation was 30 minutes later, but Miles's decision was even faster. 20 minutes later, the nuclear bomb would send the stadium into the sky. After everything was over, New America personnel would continue advancing amidst the nuclear radiation until Hansen's death was assured. The plan was set, but then a variable appeared. I see. Rosalind Miles is preparing to use the nuclear weapon in 20 minutes, while my message is that Hansen is preparing to use it in 30 minutes. It seems that in terms of urgency, our president is more impatient. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Older women do tend to be more impatient. What's that called again? Menopause? Perhaps. Hearing the gentle voice from the other end of the communicator, Carl smiled. Anyway, Thank you for telling me all this while you were with the president, Blanca. It's good to have you here. Now, I can act at the confirmed time, 20 minutes. Well, things are getting a bit rushed. I always help you, Carl, as long as you need it, Blanca said, her voice tinged with unmistakable worry. But be careful, Carl. If anything happens, evacuate immediately. If things go wrong. She looked up at Rosalind Miles, who was staring at a satellite image with her back to her. Her voice, soft yet unwavering, came through the channel. If necessary, I kill the president to buy you time. Don't risk it, Blanca. I never forgive myself for trading my safety for yours, Carl said, gripping KK tightly. Trust me, okay? Yes. Chapter 886. Blanca didn't truly understand why Carl was so determined to prevent the nuclear explosion. Deep down, she seemed to still be the Blanca she had been when she first met Carl, still accustomed to climbing the social ladder through cunning, still holding an almost indifferent calm towards the lives of ordinary people. All the experiences and education she had received growing up were deeply ingrained in her bones and mind, and she never felt there was anything wrong with it. If this was the result of being alienated by the company culture from a young age, then she had indeed been completely alienated. But this didn't mean she was unwilling to do anything. Even if she didn't understand, as long as it was Carl's will, she was willing to help. Because Carl was probably the only person in the world who could make her feel sunshine and warmth. Every time she looked at him, Blanca felt a sense of security, and at the same time, she understood, what he was doing must be right. This might be somewhat blind, and her education prevented her from logically accepting Carl's choices, but a deeper intuition told her. Carl was right. Blanca knew what this deeper sense of awareness was. She didn't deny that these thoughts arose from her own special feelings for Carl as a woman, but she didn't dislike them. In fact, she was willing to embrace them. And this embrace, even if it felt like a moth drawn to a flame, was acceptable. As long as she could ultimately touch that lingering warmth, that was enough. Besides, Carl was always there. The warmth and reassurance he brought were irreplaceable. For Carl, Blanca was willing to believe some things were wrong, and some things were right. This might be called blind faith, but Blanca had no objection. Blind faith it was, as long as she felt that warmth, even without sight, she could still pursue it. Be careful, Carl. In the New America Command Center in Night City, Blanca appeared calm and composed. But deep down, that resolute determination remained. She would not allow the nuclear bombs on the New America side to detonate, even at the cost of killing the president and creating chaos. She absolutely could not allow the heat of the nuclear bombs to touch the warmth within her heart. Absolutely. No. We must act faster. After ending the communication with Blanca, Carl unconsciously quickened his pace. He knew her. Since she had said those words, she must have been prepared, and her preparation could not be easily dispelled by a few words of persuasion. In this matter of persistence, Carl had absolute trust in Blanca. In other words, if this situation wasn't resolved within 20 minutes, she would definitely take action without hesitation. He also needed to step up his game. Fortunately, with Blanca around, Carl already knew that Reed and Hansen had been in contact, and that Hansen had successfully escaped with the Lark. Although Carl couldn't understand why Reed, whom he considered quite capable, would make such a mistake, not killing Hansen from the shadows even after discovering him, and failing to kill him even after appearing before him, the fact that Reed had been in contact with Hansen did indeed tell Carl Hansen's approximate location. Perhaps, Lito was simply getting old. With the combined support of Blanca's internal assistance and the Ghost Hound communication channels, Carl's actions were extremely swift, avoiding all obstacles and quickly tracking down the target's trail. Hansen had taken over overall command, and the Ghost Hound force at the Sapphire Blue building, led by Bennett and Gago, was retreating in an orderly manner. Meanwhile, the underground base originally belonging to the Ninja 100 had received further instructions. Hansen planned to rush to a certain location immediately after the nuclear explosion, the very place he had ordered the Ninja 100 to arrive first. He would evacuate Night City at noon, under their close protection. This order had been given yesterday. In other words, Hansen's most elite forces had been preserved from the beginning, and his bodyguard lineup had already been determined. He had already planned his escape route, and who was destined to be sacrificed. These people, perhaps, never hesitated for a moment when it came to sacrificing others. Your sacrifices are worthwhile. Hansen encouraged the Ghost Hounds, unaware they had been abandoned and awaiting a nuclear explosion that would take them down with the equally unsuspecting new American personnel, over the communication channel. This is Hansen. I'm right beside you. Hansen's voice, transmitted through the encrypted communication channel, reached the ears of every Ghost Hound soldier still fighting fiercely outside the gemstone blue building. His tone was full of strength and unwavering conviction, as if he were standing shoulder to shoulder with them, bearing the brunt of the bombardment. Soldiers, I know you're exhausted, and your ammunition is running low. But remember, you are the Ghost Hounds, the toughest fangs of Dogtown. The new American invaders think they can easily crush us? They're sorely mistaken. Every second you hold on is a fight for our future, for the freedom of Dogtown. Every drop of your blood will be precious. History will remember this day, remember your bravery. The offensive of the new America has weakened. Their blood has stained our land, but they can never tarnish our will. For Dogtown. His words were filled with undeniable power and fervor, just like his past speeches in Dogtown. Some had said that if Hanson hadn't become the king of Dogtown, he might have been a remarkable agitator, perhaps even able to rally the masses like Johnny Silverhand had in the past. As it turned out, even as the king of Dogtown, his ability to sway emotions remained unmatched. Hearing Hanson's words, the communication channel erupted with a frenzied response. For Dogtown. For Colonel Hanson. The Hounds will prevail. These soldiers, mostly recruited from the streets or from all corners of the world, had been given discipline, equipment, and a twisted sense of belonging by Hanson. In their eyes, Hanson was not only a leader, but a savior who had rescued them from their despair. They worshipped him fervently, firmly believing in the blueprint for the kingdom he had painted. Now, the colonel's personal encouragement further fueled their already battle-crazed nerves. Behind the ruins of the outer perimeter of the stadium, a young Hound recruit, his face streaked with gunpowder and sweat, shone with an unnerving light. Gripping his rifle tightly, he excitedly told the equally wounded veteran beside him, "Did you hear that? It's the colonel. The colonel is still fighting alongside us. He said we will win." The veteran spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, his gaze complex as he looked towards the depths of the stadium, the direction from which Hanson's voice had come. He had experienced more, and a vague unease crept in, but the fervor ignited by the young soldiers around him, and the deep-seated admiration for Hanson within them, overwhelmed any doubts. He growled hoarsely, "Let's show the guy whose territory this is. For Colonel Hanson! For Colonel Hanson!" A suppressed yet fervent response echoed around him. Clinging to the ruins, they poured fire upon the advancing new American troops. They firmly believed they were defending their homeland, upholding Dogtown's independence and dignity. Their sacrifice was for a greater future, and their leader was with them. Meanwhile, on the attacking side, the soldiers of New America were also fighting to the death for the justice they believed in. According to the Alvin Agreement signed by Arasaka and military technology, New America soldiers were not supposed to enter Night City. However, due to the talks between Arasaka and Rosalind Miles, Dogtown was blurred into a questionable part of Night City. Therefore, besides the agents, a significant number of New America soldiers, who formed the main force, were involved in the war. These soldiers were unaware of the true nature of the war. They were only informed of their mission through their loyalty and fanaticism for their country. They were there to eradicate Hanson, the traitor who had seized power, attacked the new president of the United States, and wreaked havoc and oppressed the residents of Dogtown. His crimes were unforgivable. Killing this warlord, whose very existence was an insult to New America, was something they had to do. A New America sergeant, hiding behind the burning wreckage of an armored vehicle, roared into his communicator, "Suppressive fire. Don't stop. Intelligence says Hanson, that executioner, is inside. Take him down, and this war will be over. For New America. For freedom." Beside him, a young soldier, his face still bearing the innocence of youth, possessed an unwavering determination. Like Johnny Silverhand, he was a soldier who had lied about his age, enlisting out of patriotism. He believed the briefings from his superiors, believed they were eliminating a warlord threatening regional stability, and liberating the enslaved people of Dogtown. With each pull of the trigger, he believed he was fighting for justice. For New America, he shouted, advancing through the flying bullets and shrapnel. He saw his comrades fall, but their blood only strengthened his resolve. They had to win. Their blood could not be shed in vain. The fear of death did not deter him. Instead, it fueled his fighting spirit. He would never let that executioner escape. He would make sure Hanson died in the stadium, to atone for the sacrifice of his comrades. The New American soldiers were ordered to hold the Ghost Hound at all costs, giving them no chance to break out. They thought this was to prevent Hanson's escape, unaware that the true purpose of this order was to nail them and the Ghost Hound together, firmly to this land about to be utterly destroyed. The soldiers on both sides engaged in a brutal and futile battle in the narrow streets, collapsed buildings, and dark passageways. Bullets whistled, explosions echoed, and every scream represented the passing of a life. The Hound soldiers, relying on their familiarity with the terrain and a surge of desperate courage fueled by a frenzy, put up a fierce resistance. The new American soldiers, with their superior equipment and strict tactical discipline, pressed forward relentlessly. They all believed they were carrying out a glorious mission, that their sacrifices held noble value, that each viewed the other as an enemy to be eliminated, and that every struggle they made was contributing to victory. But in reality, all their efforts were futile. Because no matter how hard they fought, how desperately they risked their lives, how many enemies they killed, how many men they sacrificed, in 20 or 30 minutes, all those sacrifices, all that blood, would vanish into nothingness. In the stadium's central tunnel, Johnny walked silently. He could hear the intense gunfire outside, and Hansen's seductive broadcast. He saw the blind fanaticism in the Hound soldiers' eyes, and through the gaps, he saw the new American soldiers' resolute, desperate advance. A profound sorrow and anger welled up within him. How was this any different from his former self? So similar, so identical. But what could he possibly do? Even if Johnny now possessed a physical body, even if he himself appeared on this battlefield, what could he possibly stop from this frenzied carnage of fighting? It's just a few people pushing one group towards another group's deaths. Carl, you can succeed, can you? Good morning, Mr. Kurt Hansen. Just as Hansen was directing his men to their deaths via communication while hurrying towards the underground shelter, a voice called out to him. The voice was devoid of emotion, as flat as discussing the weather. Yet anyone who had heard it would never forget it. Kurt Hansen's steps faltered. Completely different from the dashing, imposing figure he had portrayed in the communications. In that instant, his back was drenched in cold sweat. He didn't understand why the other person was here. But he knew one thing. KK's presence was always accompanied by death. In this dimly lit passageway, with only the three of them, who would be the one to die, for KK, perhaps there was no need to even think about it. But Hansen was, after all, a warlord who had weathered the storms of war and ruled Dogtown for years. Almost instantly, he controlled his reaction. He slowly turned around, trying to project a calm, even slightly arrogant, expression, even though his heart was pounding like a drum. Standing in the shadows of the passageway was Carl. He looked travel-worn, his clothes dusty and wrinkled, appearing quite disheveled. However, his eyes were indifferent, fixed on Hansen without any extra emotion. KK, Hansen spoke hoarsely, his voice lacking the deep resonance of his broadcasts, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Why are you here? I come to take care of something. Something that would warrant your attention must be something important. No. Carl shook his head slightly, looking at Hansen. Just a small matter. Almost simultaneously, Hansen felt a chill. Then, he understood what a small matter meant. He seemed to see a flash of silver light, yet also seemed to see nothing at all. Darkness surged in like a tide, swallowing all light and sound. Before Hansen could even think further, his consciousness began to dissipate. No explanation, no further conversation. Time was of the essence, and Carl was lazy. So he couldn't be bothered to say a word more. Chapter 887. Hansen died, so peacefully. The former New America colonel, the king of Dogtown, died just like any other man. A hint of confusion lingered on his face, as if he hadn't expected this. Why didn't KK even bother to say a few more words to him? Why was he killed by KK? Many questions perhaps accumulated in Hansen's fading consciousness at the last moment, but before those thoughts surfaced, Hansen's last remaining thought was, so fast. Hansen hadn't expected KK's speed, KK's actions could be so swift. Hansen had never imagined KK could be this fast, so decisive. His rank in New America was earned through hard-fought battles. In other words, he climbed his way up to colonel through mountains of corpses. Hansen's combat skills were second to none. Even several ordinary corporate security teams working together might not be able to defeat him. Yet, even with such skill, he couldn't mount a single effective resistance the moment KK struck. Or rather, even the awareness of his own death was his last vestige of consciousness before fading away. Thump. Watching his body collapse before him, lifeless and out of control, Carl's gaze remained calm. He actually respected Kurt Hansen, otherwise, he wouldn't have addressed him as Sir. This former colonel was a very capable man. He possessed talent and courage, leading his followers to defect from New America and establishing his own order in the lawless Dogtown, a true kingdom in the cracks of society. To have accomplished all this was proof enough of his extraordinary nature. Carl respected this ability, genuinely. But respect is not the same as agreement. To detonate a nuclear bomb for personal gain, sacrificing the people of Dogtown and his loyal followers, Such a choice might seem justifiable to anyone in a high position. Anyone else in Hansen's position would likely have done the same. But Carl refused. Even if everyone in the world made the same choice, it wouldn't change anything. Doing so doesn't make it right. Carl was arrogant and haughty. He preferred to trust his own judgment. This was wrong. Since it was wrong, there was a reason to stop it. So Carl chose to stop it according to his own ideas, and Hansen died. Accompanying Hansen's fall, kneeling down was the Lark, or rather, Song Xiaomei. Her consciousness had long been blurred and eroded by the black wall, her memories fading like quicksand. Throughout her actions, she had been manipulated and controlled by Hansen. After Hansen's death, without his support, Song Xiaomei could only kneel on the ground. Her face was deathly pale, her body trembling uncontrollably. But this wasn't due to the fear of witnessing Carl kill Hansen, nor was it because of the chilling air of Dogtown. At this moment, she wasn't even aware that she was trembling. This body had completely escaped the control of her consciousness. Carl stared at her. They had met many times, and communicated many times, but never before had they faced each other like this, with their true faces revealed. Carl knew everything about Song Xiaomei's past. She is a data nuclear bomb created by the new United States to explore the Black Wall. Originally a world-class hacker, after multiple modifications and successful connection to the Black Wall, she can perhaps be called the most outstanding hacker in the world today. At least among all beings who still have a real physical body. However, it was precisely this excellence that pushed her to the abyss. Frequent high-risk missions, repeated physical modifications, and continuous exploration of the forbidden territory of the Black Wall gradually eroded her consciousness and body, pushing her to the brink of collapse. Realizing her impending doom, she secretly contacted Hansen and Washington's opposition to Rosalind Myers, then orchestrated a plane crash, causing herself and the president to accidentally crash in the lawless city of Dogtown. Afterwards, she employed a two-pronged approach. On one hand, she hired V and others to assist the president, attempting to use the president to pressure Hansen into allowing her to use the neural matrix beneath Dogtown Stadium, hoping to utilize its AI to cleanse the Black Wall's corruption and secure her survival. On the other hand, she helped Hansen resolve all external hacking intrusions during the presidential crash. In short, she was the catalyst that ignited the Great War in Dogtown. While the opposition Washington lawmakers were the main instigators, without her, as a lurking variable within the president's inner circle, the situation would never have deteriorated so drastically. Now, she has become a key point of contention between the New America and the Hounds, who are willing to fight to the death, even preparing to use nuclear weapons. Hansen hopes to coerce Rosalind Miles into submission by controlling her, while Miles would rather destroy everything than let her fall into Hansen's hands. This conflict sweeping through Dogtown, at its core, stems from the struggle for her. And all her meticulously planned survival strategies, all those maneuvering schemes, all those less than clever maneuvers, have ultimately failed. The crucial unlocking key to the neural matrix she so desperately desires has been intercepted by the FIA, and the situation changes rapidly. Rosalind Miles loses patience due to Arasaka Seiichi's swift actions, and Hansen is ready for a decisive battle. At the eye of the impending storm, her consciousness gradually swallowed by the Black Wall, she had lost all agency, reduced to a mere object, a puppet, pushed and carried by various forces until she collapsed to her knees. Carl watched her, observing the epicenter of the storm. He pondered how to deal with her. Hand her over to Miles? Rosalind Miles would likely offer a hefty price for her loyalty. In Johnny's words, she might even be awarded a medal. A medal from New America? That was laughable. Even dogs wouldn't accept that. Carl had no intention of actually saluting and pledging allegiance to New America. He had seen those who served New America, even some of the most loyal among them, and frankly, they were less than dogs. Moreover, Rosalind Miles was essentially no different from Hansen. Their methods were practically identical. Even after dealing with Hansen, Carl was still somewhat preoccupied with when to get rid of Rosalind Miles. Delivering the Lark to her respectfully was out of the question. So should he kill her? Carl pondered, touching his KK pistol at his waist, when he suddenly turned his head. Reed. He spoke the name, facing the darkness. Chapter 888. Carl. In the darkness, Carl's voice echoed as Lita emerged. His gaze swept across the dimly lit passageway, past the lifeless Hansen lying on the ground, then over the slumped, trembling Lark, who was clutching her face, oblivious to her surroundings. Finally, his gaze settled on Carl. Carl's appearance was completely unexpected by Lita. He had never imagined Carl would be involved in this chaos, nor had he expected Hansen to ultimately die at KK's hands. But one thing was clear to him. Regardless of the current situation, Song Xiaomei was right in front of him. Hand over Xiao Song to me. Li De's voice echoed in the narrow passageway, carrying an undeniable resolve. He lowered his body slightly, shifting his weight forward. His left hand rested lightly on his hip, while his right hand appeared to hang naturally. But Carl knew that hand could draw the discarded pistol and aim it in a fraction of a second. Li De's Krenchikov-enhanced reactive system was clearly in a state of readiness, making him appear like a taut bowstring. Carl remained standing, his posture even slightly relaxed, though his fingers remained close to the KK pistol at his waist. He looked at Li De, his gaze calm, as if looking at someone who could be considered a friend, or perhaps assessing a good dog. Give her to you? Carl repeated, his tone devoid of emotion. And then, take her back to Miles. Let her continue to be a tool for New America's exploration of the Black Wall, waiting for when your New America will breach the Black Wall and cause a second data crash? She is an asset of the New America, and my responsibility. Li De's voice was low and steady. I must take her back, Carl. Get out of the way. I don't want to fight you. Li De's words were earnest. A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes as he looked at Carl, but it was quickly replaced by a deeper resolve. Just as Li De said, he truly didn't want to fight Carl, not even for a second. Li De was a professional agent, an excellent agent, but also an incompetent one. His chest still beat with patriotism, but it was also rife with too many inappropriate emotions. Perhaps it was concern for his protege, Song Xiaomei, or perhaps it was the warmth he had felt from Carl during their time together, a warmth that should have long since vanished in his career as an agent, bordering on friendship. These superfluous emotions, and his loyalty which had begun to crack time, and again, due to Rosalind Miles's decisions, were now violently twisting his will. He had never wavered so much, never so clearly betrayed his own heart. Li De's heart was twisted. He was almost pleading, begging, and imploring Carl in his heart, hoping Carl would hand Song Xiaomei over to him. It would be better for everyone. But he couldn't say it. Not a single word. But Carl saw it. He sensed something from Li De's seemingly resolute words. If he were truly resolute, if he were truly the unwavering ace of the joint intelligence agency he once was, then he shouldn't have acted without saying a word. His words were probably just to lower people's guard, making it easier to act. Carl realized that Hansen's escape from Reed was no accident. Looking at Reed now, Carl felt he wasn't even worth a dog. Even a dog's loyalty had wavered. What do you have left, Reed, now? Just that instinctive exhaustion? Carl sighed softly. For someone who genuinely didn't want to fight him, even as time ticked by, he was willing to say a few more words. Reed, you value responsibility and orders above all else, but have you ever considered whether handing her over is truly for her benefit? Or for the benefit of New America? Or is it just fulfilling what you have to do? So, your mission allows you to continue serving that president, who's no different from Hansen, with a clear conscience? Carl continued, the New America shouldn't be Rosalind Miles's alone. I respect every true patriot, Li De, but you should also understand that the person you serve shouldn't be a phantom distorted by personal desires. You should understand better than anyone that if Song Xiaomei returns to Rosalind Miles's hands, Rosalind Miles will only continue down that path. It's like dancing around a nuclear bomb about to explode. Sooner or later, it will lead to. When the explosion engulfed everyone. If the Black Wall is breached, the New America you cherish will become the target of everyone's wrath. No power or nation in the world will let the New America go. Then, the New America will face true destruction, with no chance of revival. The chance to revive the New America may only come once, but it will absolutely not be in Rosalind Miles's hands. You should know Li De better than I do. Are you sworn to serve Rosalind Miles personally, or a New America that truly has the potential to become better? Listening to Carl's words, Li De's pupils contracted. Carl's words were like a needle, piercing the deepest, most untouchable corner of his heart. His beliefs were his armor, and also his prison. Had Li De truly never considered these things? How could he? He was Li De. He had simply been deceiving himself, unwilling to think deeply, afraid to cross that line. When Carl laid bare the bloody reality, what could he do? Perhaps, only feigning ignorance remained as his sole escape route. This isn't the time to discuss right and wrong, Carl. Li De's voice was dry and hoarse, as if it weren't his own, but rather like a puppet manipulated by threads, mechanically repeating instructions. My task is to take her back, one last time. Get out of the way. Hearing Li De's hollow words, and seeing his tense face, Carl's gaze unconsciously shifted to Song Xiaomei beside him. Perhaps compared to the delirious Song Xiaomei, Li De, bound by responsibility and orders, was more like a puppet who had lost his self. Carl sighed deeply, yet with that sigh, His eyes grew even clearer and more resolute. It was a resoluteness completely different from Lida's, stemming from utter trust in his own will, an unshakable force growing from the depths of his heart. Then try it, Lida, Carl responded to Lida, his gaze unwavering. Try to use your broken will to defeat me. Chapter 889. Will he win against Carl? He will win. Lida wanted to firmly say this to himself, but he couldn't. So, he could only let the fight consume him. Once the fight started, he wouldn't have to think about it anymore. In their eye contact, almost without warning, they moved simultaneously. Lida's Krenchikov activated instantly. The world seemed to slow down in his eyes. His right hand drew his gun with lightning speed, while his left hand almost simultaneously lashed out with a grappling hook. The target wasn't Carl, but the pipe above and to the side. He needed to create distance, giving his sacrificial pistol time to charge, and simultaneously strategizing his attack. In Lida's mind, Carl was an exceptionally well-rounded individual. At long range, he was infallible, his accuracy akin to that of the Grim Reaper. In close combat, his movements were concise and ruthless, each strike aimed directly at vital points, his efficiency terrifyingly high. Mid-range combat was his true domain of despair. His control over rhythm, space, and timing was almost beyond the limits of human reaction. No one could rival him. In this situation, Lida could only choose to fire as many bullets as possible to create distance. However, Carl's speed exceeded Lida's expectations. The instant Lida's finger touched the trigger, Carl's figure had already slid to the side, not moving in a straight line, but cutting into Lida's blind spot with an arc trajectory that defied physical intuition. He didn't even draw his gun, his right hand merely flicked seemingly casually. An almost invisible silver line sliced through the air, accompanied by an extremely subtle, almost imperceptible whistling sound, directly striking Lida's right wrist holding the gun, monomolecular ray. A weapon Carl favored in close quarters combat. A warning bell rang in Lida's mind. His powerful combat instincts abruptly halted his firing motion, his wrist snapping back. The incredibly sharp monomolecular ray grazed the edge of his sleeve, leaving a thin scratch. Had it not been for Krenchikov's lightning-fast reflexes, his wrist would likely have been severed. Carl hadn't held back. Faced with an opponent as formidable as Lida, even the slightest opening created by holding back would be fatal. Therefore, Carl had entered a serious state from the outset. His gaze locked onto Lida, slowly fading into his senses. His initial miss showed no regret. He merely flicked his wrist, and the monomolecular ray, as if possessed, retracted into his sleeve. His left hand finally drew the KK pistol. Without the transformation module installed, the KK pistol's firing mode was kinetic, much like the KK pistol's foundation, the former Nightfall. Carl pulled the trigger. In the flash, KK's bullets hurtled towards Lida, but Lida, using the grappling hook, swung through the air like a pendulum, dodging the bullets. He twisted his body with difficulty in midair, completing a charged attack. His sacrificial pistol spat out 3 precisely calculated bullets, not aimed directly at Carl, but rather at blocking Carl's possible evasive paths, especially the direction from which the deadly monomolecular beam might strike. But Carl didn't insist on a long-range exchange. He slightly bent his knees, and his strengthened leg tendons unleashed astonishing power, propelling him upwards like a cannonball, not a straight jump, but a precise, unconventional double jump. The first jump avoided the bullet's trajectory, the second directly changing direction, relentlessly closing in on Lida in midair. Lida's pupils constricted sharply. He knew Carl possessed reinforced tendons, but he had never seen such a smooth, fluid double jump, so seamlessly executed. In midair, he couldn't change direction as nimbly as Carl. Seeing Carl swooping down like a predator, Lida decisively released the grappling hook, his body plummeting rapidly under gravity, simultaneously holding his sacrificial pistol in front of him, preparing for the close quarters attack. Carl seemed to have anticipated his move. During his descent, he used his core strength, his right leg tearing through the air like a battle axe, sweeping towards Lida with sharp wind pressure. Lida crossed his arms to block, his subcutaneous armor, nanofiber muscles, and titanium skeleton working together to withstand the powerful blow, enough to easily pierce a concrete wall. Bang! A heavy impact rang out. Lida felt a sharp pain and numbness in his arms, his falling speed suddenly increasing as he slammed heavily onto the ground. He rolled over to dissipate the force, but his chest still felt churning with blood, and he struggled to breathe. The blow was too heavy. Even though Lida had undergone a complete body modification after returning to New America and upgraded to the latest prosthetics, he still paid a heavy price for blocking Carl's casual attack. If it weren't for the synaptic optimization components in Lida's skeleton strengthening his body, plus triple defense. That blow alone would have been enough to break all his ribs, or even send his entire upper body flying from the waist down. Compared to Lida, who rolled over in a sorry state to dissipate the force of the impact, Carl used the recoil to land lightly a short distance away, his posture still composed. He didn't immediately pursue, but calmly watched Lida struggle to his feet. "Your movements have slowed down, Lida." Carl's voice remained calm, yet it lashed at Lida's heart like a whip. "It's not because your movements are no longer skillful, but because of hesitation. In the instant you strike, you try to immerse yourself in the battle, but you're still pondering whether it's the right thing to do." Lida gritted his teeth, offering no reply. Carl was right. In the exchange just now, he had indeed hesitated for a fleeting moment, considering whether he really should act this way, pondering the meaning of this battle. And this slight hesitation, against an opponent of Carl's caliber, was a fatal flaw. Carl's words had an impact on him far stronger than he had imagined. This couldn't be suppressed by simply trying to immerse himself in the battle. Lida shook his numb arm. It seemed that creating distance had been a mistake. Because of the distance, he didn't feel any threat nearby, so his mind wasn't fully focused on the battle. He couldn't hesitate any longer. He had to treat Carl as a threat that must be eliminated, just like in countless missions he had carried out in the past. Lida started again. This time, he didn't try to create distance, but charged straight at Carl. He knew that with Carl completely controlling the rhythm at mid-range, only close-quarters combat, relying on his solid military fighting skills and experience, would give him a chance to survive. Chapter 890. The discarded pawn pistol was gripped in reverse, like a small hammer, as it accompanied Lida's punches and kicks in a relentless barrage of attacks on Carl. Jab, elbow strike, knee strike, low kick. Each move was ruthless and deadly, displaying the concise efficiency characteristic of a special agent. However, Carl, having once wielded the nightmare, knew all too well how a pistol could be used like a short-handled weapon in conjunction with punches and kicks. How could he possibly be vulnerable to Lida's onslaught? Faced with Lida's relentless close-range assault, Carl's eyes remained unwavering. He seemed to have anticipated every move Lida made, his footwork nimbly shifting within a narrow space, sidestepping, leaning back, always narrowly avoiding fatal punches, kicks, and the swings of the reverse-grip discarded pawn pistol. Bang! The instant Carl parried Lida's elbow strike, his KK pistol fired almost directly under Lida's armpit. The kinetic energy bullet, exploding with immense force at such close range, even with Lida's combat suit, subcutaneous armor, and titanium skeleton providing effective protection and shock absorption, the massive impact instantly numbed half his body, causing him to momentarily freeze. An opening. Carl tried to retract his pistol, intending to use the knife hidden in his sleeve to finish off Lida, but Lida was not one to be stopped by mere numbness. He endured the excruciating pain, using the momentum of his body rotation to swing his discarded pistol like a heavy hammer, aiming for Carl's throat, while simultaneously slamming his knee into Carl's abdomen, a mutually destructive tactic. Carl seemed to have anticipated this. With a flick of his wrist, he used the KK pistol's sturdy barrel to precisely block the fatal blow aimed at his throat. The collision of the KK and the discarded pistol sent sparks flying. At the same time, Carl raised his right arm, and his modified arm slammed down like an iron rod, forcefully knocking away Lida's knee. Bang! Another muffled thud, the collision of their arms and legs producing a metallic clang. Lida's legs were incredibly tough, supported by subcutaneous armor, nanofiber muscles, and titanium bones. Carl's arms were even tougher. In the impact, Lida's legs were clearly dented, with blood and gore splattering everywhere. His first strike missed. Without hesitation, Lida's other hand, fingers together, plunged like a chisel into Carl's chest. Carl, instead of retreating, advanced, sideways to block the blow with his shoulder. Simultaneously, the KK pistol roared again, the bullet grazing Lida's ribs, the scorching shockwave stinging his skin. That was close. If he had been hit again, Lida wasn't sure his body could withstand another attack under those circumstances. Then, Lida fired his own gun. Bang! 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 Thud! Thud! At extremely close range, the two abandoned their tedious dodging and instead integrated shooting into every gap in their hand-to-hand combat. Gunshots and silenced shots became short and rapid, bullets whistling around their bodies, scattering countless fragments as they hit the walls and ground. If they hadn't intentionally maintained distance at the beginning, stray bullets alone would have been enough to kill Song Xiaomei, who was slumped over there. In their close-quarters combat, bullets flew past their skin almost every second. The scorching air and the smell of gunpowder filled their nostrils. Both relied on superhuman reaction speed anticipation, and the strength of their cybernetic bodies to engage in a dance that seemed close to death. Lida threw a heavy punch at Carl's face. Carl dodged, the force of the punch stinging his cheek, while his KK pistol seized the opportunity to point at Lida's jaw. Lida abruptly ducked, using the hardness of his forehead to smash the muzzle of the gun. The bullet grazed his scalp and flew upwards, while his discard pistol was pointed at Carl's abdomen. Carl swiftly slammed his knee up, deflecting Lida's gun-wielding hand, causing the bullet to miss. Carl's other hand gripped Lida's wrist like an iron clamp, attempting to disarm him. The two instantly engaged in a struggle, the force of muscle and machinery clashing violently, producing a teeth-grinding creak. Lida's face flushed red from the exertion, and Carl's breathing became slightly rapid. In that critical moment, a resolute glint flashed in Lida's eyes. He abruptly abandoned the struggle, his body retracting backward like an eel, seemingly trying to create distance. But in the instant Carl leaned forward, Lida used the momentum of his retreat to deliver a vicious headbutt to Carl's forehead. This was the most primal and unexpected attack. However, Carl's reaction was unbelievably fast. The instant Lida's headbutt struck, he not only didn't retreat, but instead tilted his forehead slightly back, then lunged forward with even greater speed to meet it. Carl had seen this headbutt technique. To avoid maximum damage, one had to interrupt the opponent's headbutt before it reached its acceleration. Thud. A heart-stopping thud echoed as the two heads collided. Lida's headbutt was hard, but Carl stopped it before it could strike, preventing the hard blow from landing. Even so, a gash appeared on Carl's forehead, blood flowing down his face and dripping to the ground. But even with the blood flowing, Carl's eyes shone with an astonishing light. He saw the opening Lida had created due to the impact. His defenses were wide open. He won. He had been trained by Night City's legendary boxer, Old Vi, and the current legendary champion, Jack. He knew how to create an opening, although the next move didn't seem to be boxing at all. Carl released his grip, his arm wrapping around Lida's wrist like a supple vine. He swiftly cut into Lida's embrace, his other elbow slamming into Lida's ribs like a hammer blow. Ugh! Lida groaned, the sharp pain momentarily halting his movements. But that wasn't all. Using the recoil from the impact, Carl spun like a top, his entangled arm becoming a fulcrum, propelling Lida's body forward. A swift over-the-shoulder throw slammed Lida's massive frame into the ground. Boom! Lida crashed to the ground, feeling as if his internal organs had shifted. His vision blurred, and his discard pistol flew from his hand, sliding to a distance. He struggled to get up, but a foot had already lightly stepped on his chest, not heavy, but with an irresistible force, making it impossible for him to rise. Lida looked up and saw Carl's calm, unwavering eyes, and a small knife that had reappeared at his fingertips. The knife was now pointed at his throat. If Carl wanted, it could fly from his hand and pierce Lida's throat in the next moment. You lost, Lida. Carl, his face covered in blood, breathed slightly, but his voice was flat, as if the intense battle was entirely within his expectations. Chapter 891. You lost, Lida. Hearing Carl's words, and seeing his blood-dripping face, Lida's expression suddenly calmed. His hand, which had been about to move, remained still, and his body, which had tried to rise, slowly relaxed. He lay flat, as if he had already accepted his fate. You won, Carl. He spoke in a tone devoid of much emotion. Then, kill me, Carl. He said, otherwise, the moment you let me go, I pick up the gun and shoot you. Lida knew what he was saying, and he knew what he would do, but he still spoke. He seemed exhausted, desperate for release, impatiently waiting for someone to kill him. Lida could no longer distinguish what he should do, what was truly right, what wouldn't leave him with regrets. He felt that everything he was doing now was wrong. Could he truly not regret going against Carl and bringing Song Xiaomei back to the FIA? But if he didn't do it, could he convince himself it was the right thing to do? It seemed impossible. Lida understood that he was no longer the most standard and qualified FIA agent. The most standard FIA agent shouldn't think so much, nor should they have as many complex thoughts as he did. If he didn't have those superfluous thoughts that could be called heart, he could be completely immersed in the mission, but he just happened to have half a heart. Perhaps, from the very beginning, the FIA's so-called perfect agent was something that didn't exist, nor could it possibly exist. Lida, after all, was still just a human being. Seeing Lida slumped there, having given up all resistance and thought, awaiting the end, a faint ripple flickered in Carl's eyes. Kill you? Carl repeated, his tone unreadable, neither question nor statement. And then? Let your death become yet another excuse for Miles to further incite emotions among the FIA's younger generation, to leave a lasting legacy for an agent who truly dedicated herself to the country, to make fools like you unable to distinguish true patriotism, to follow your rules, to die for Miles's ambition? Carl's gaze was fixed on Lita. Or do you think that dying like this will free you from your responsibilities and contradictions? Lita closed his eyes, his Adam's apple bobbing, but he didn't answer, didn't say a word perhaps. He didn't want to. Carl's words once again precisely pierced a certain thought deep within him. Death, at certain moments, is indeed a tempting escape. Lita. Carl's voice lowered slightly. I say it again. Lie down now. You have time to think things through. Consider it pre-sleep reflection. Think about it. What are you truly loyal to? A president who would detonate nuclear bombs and sacrifice soldiers and civilians to achieve his political goals? Or a new America that you imagine, one worth sacrificing your life for? He leaned slightly forward, his face streaked with blood, but his eyes were sharp as knives, as if trying to dissect Lita's soul. Look at you now, a top FIA agent, lying here like a lost dog, begging for a final end. Is this the ending you wanted? Is this the final reward for your dedication to the new America? Hearing Carl's words, hearing that phrase about dedicating oneself to the new America, seemed to suddenly touch Lita's heart. Only the new America. Only the new America that Lita was loyal to could perhaps allow him to open his eyes again at this moment. Then tell me what to do. Lita suddenly opened his eyes bloodshot, filled with pain, anger, and a deep sense of powerlessness. He almost roared, his voice hoarse and broken. What else can I do? Betray my oath? Betray the country I gave everything for? Carl, I'm not you. I'm someone who grew up in the new America. I love this country. I'm willing to give everything for it, even my life. Even if I know it might be doing something wrong, what can I do? I can only blame myself. I can't blame this country, and I can't leave it. Everything I have is for this country. Love this country? Carl gently shook his head. You're not me, Lita. I simply chose not to belong to any force that tries to use me as a tool, or attempts to sacrifice others to achieve their own greatness. Lita, true loyalty shouldn't be blind obedience to someone, to the point of not being able to see if it truly contributes to the country. His gaze swept over the trembling, slightly disoriented Song Xiaomei in the distance. Look at her. She was also an asset of the new America, and perhaps she once believed in certain things. And now? She's been used, abandoned, and used as a bargaining chip in the war. I think she's someone you know best. This is the result of the system you've sworn to serve. Are you going to continue cleaning up trouble for this system until countless people like Song Xiaomei are used by people like Miles? Speaking of Song Xiaomei, Lita followed Carl's gaze to her, the girl he had personally nurtured, a friend and protege. Seeing her now, a wave of sadness, like a cold needle, pierced his heart, causing him sharp pain. Rosalind Miles's cold face, Hansen's ambitious eyes, the soldiers fighting on the battlefield. Scenes flashed through his mind. Lita, you probably don't know this, Carl said, revealing a fact to Lita. This place will be hit by a nuclear attack in 15 minutes. 15 minutes? How is that possible? Lita was instinctively stunned by Carl's words. Hansen's planned attack was 25 minutes from now, and now that Hansen was dealt with, the nuclear attack should have already occurred. Unless, Lita understood something in that instant. 10 minutes. A nuclear explosion 10 minutes ahead of schedule, on this battlefield, what side could possibly achieve that? He looked at Carl, seemingly asking a question, but inwardly he already knew the answer. Yes, just as you thought. Carl sheathed his knife. It was Miles who ordered it. She's prepared to sacrifice you, Song Xiaomei, Lita, and all the unsuspecting soldiers fighting on the front lines. If Lita's beliefs were a towering structure, then that tower had long been cracked by repeated doubts and Miles's orders. Carl's words were like the final hammer blow, striking that tower. The already crumbling tower was now on the verge of collapse. This was yet another betrayal of Lita, just like during the Unification War. Lita might be able to forgive, just as he had forgiven being used as a sacrifice before. But for his patriotism, for his blind patriotism for the new America, sacrificing the soldiers of the new America for his own ambition. Could he really forgive that? So many soldiers have been so easily swayed by ambition. What difference is there between what Miles is doing now, and what he did in the past? Even if a country under such a ruler is unified, won't it face collapse again? Won't Miles one day use such a country as a bargaining chip to betray it? Chapter 892. A chilling cold shot up Lita's spine, instantly extinguishing the last flicker of hope in his eyes. He lay on the ground, his gaze blankly fixed on the passageway, as if he could see through layers of concrete to the soldiers outside still fighting to the death for New American glory and Hansen. For what? To ensure Hansen's power was eradicated. To resist the invasion of New America? For what were the people fighting for? In 15 minutes, would they all die, along with everyone inside, the ghost hounds, the New American soldiers, the innocent civilians, and him, Li De, and Song Xiaomei, the source of this trouble? Were all of these people, in the minds of Hansen and Miles, two identical individuals, destined to die, to be sacrificed? Everything was sacrificed. Except for themselves. Isn't this the truth? Li De's mind flashed with Miles's cold, resolute face, Song Xiaomei's pale, helpless expression, and the unwavering gaze of the young soldiers on the battlefield. Finally, it settled on Carl's bloodied yet unusually calm face. This man, unbound by any rules, this being he once considered dangerous, this person he perhaps also considered a friend, now, for Li De's sake, pointed out with crystal clarity the truth concealed by lies. The naked truth buried beneath glory, for the nation, for greatness again, it was all for his own selfish desires. Li De loved his country, but he loved the New America. He wasn't fighting for Rosalind Miles's insane ambition that would drag the nation into the abyss. Heh heh heh, Li De suddenly chuckled softly, a hoarse and mournful laugh carrying the emptiness of utter despair. He struggled to sit up, his body racked with pain, and leaned against the cold wall. He glanced at the discarded pistol on the ground not far away, but didn't pick it up. You're right, Carl. Li De's voice was unusually calm. All the pain, anger, and struggle seemed to vanish with that bitter laugh, leaving only a weary and resolute acceptance. What I'd been loyal to may have always been just an illusion woven from lies and ambition. He raised his head to look at Carl, his eyes no longer filled with confusion, but with a heavy clarity. But I can't let those soldiers die meaninglessly, like I did back then. He took a deep breath, as if making a firm decision. The nuclear bomb must be stopped. This wasn't for Carl, nor for Song Xiaomei, nor even for himself. This was for those still fighting on the battlefield, for the self deep within him, who once purely loved this country, and believed in some lofty ideal, the almost forgotten Reed. He looked at Carl, his tone resolute. Tell me, what should I do? At that moment, the lost ace agent seemed to die, and another Reed, from the ruins of his beliefs, struggled to his feet. He chose not to betray his country, but to betray the malignant tumor that was corroding it. What he wanted to protect was the New America he truly believed was worth protecting, even if it meant embarking on a path of no return, a complete break with the past. Facing Li De's words, Carl checked the time. 13 minutes. Perhaps, making the decision to overturn one's past life and gain clarity isn't so difficult, is it? Carl tended to his wounds briefly, then picked up the discarded pawn from the ground. He slowly walked to Li De, and handed the pawn to him. What are you going to do? Pick it up yourself. Under Li De's stunned gaze, Carl walked to Song Xiaomei's side. To be honest, I don't think I often hug women. Saying this, Carl adjusted his position and picked up Song Xiaomei. The last time, I remember, was 2 years ago. Carl carried Song Xiaomei to Li De, and then handed her over. Let's go! He casually injected Li De with a powerful acupuncture needle, then walked away into the distance. That place wasn't in the direction of the underground shelter. Carl wasn't Hansen, he came to stop the nuclear bombing. Now that they finally reached an agreement, they could get down to business. Li De looked at Song Xiaomei, whom Carl had handed to him. He looked at her, the very same Song Xiaomei they fought over just minutes before, and at her pale face. His expression trembled slightly. Where are we going? He asked Carl. To resolve the Song Xiaomei issue. To stop the nuclear bombing, the key is to make Miles, that profit-driven guy, think it's a losing proposition. She might be willing to drop a nuclear bomb on Dogtown, a place with both Hansen and Song Xiaomei, but if Song Xiaomei is gone and Hansen is dead, Miles would never do something so suicidal. Carl said casually, then glanced back at Li De. You should know the access codes for the neural matrix, right? Those two hackers, that was your FBI's doing, wasn't it? Li De nodded at Carl's words. After V successfully installed a tracking program on the two hackers that day, it was indeed their FBI that tracked them down and obtained the access codes for the neural matrix from them. Those access codes were in Li De's hands, which was why he had come alone to rescue Song Xiaomei. Initially, he only wanted to rescue Song Xiaomei, but perhaps Miles had allowed him to use the access codes back then, intending for him to heal Song Xiaomei so he could take her back and continue using her as a tool, giving this nearly obsolete instrument a second chance. Now that he understood, doing it wasn't difficult. I will save you, Xiao Song, Li De said to Song Xiaomei, whom he was holding. This time, not for Miles, but for himself. Lida. In her dazed state, Song Xiaomei heard a familiar voice, Lida's voice. She groggily opened her eyes, but in the dim light, she could only see a dark shadow. "You're so dark, Lida," Song Xiaomei mumbled before Lida could react. "You really came, Lida," Song Xiaomei said. "You promised me you'd fight alongside me, and you never regret it. You really came." Hearing Song Xiaomei's words, Lida's foot, which had begun to move, froze. "Will fight alongside me, and never regret it." Song Xiaomei had once asked Lida if he regretted anything, even for a moment. Lida had answered yes then, and had told Song Xiaomei he would never regret it. Now it seemed, "Yes, I promised you, Xiao Song." Lida kept his promise. Chapter 893. Neural Matrix. This really is a special thing. Hearing Carl's mutterings, Lida looked at him. Carl was using a single molecule wire to connect to the AI storage device captured from outside the black wall. Watching his actions, Lida's expression was somewhat conflicted. His conflict wasn't about the decision he was making now. For someone like Lida, everything he had previously upheld was certainly different after being viewed from a new perspective, but to remain silent and hesitant for too long would be too unlike him. What he was conflicted about now was, this thing looked like it required debugging and related control methods. Even if they had the access code, would Carl, someone who had never used it before, really cause any problems by just starting out? A device capable of storing AI captured from outside the black wall couldn't be a simple device. It was something the company had developed, representing cutting-edge technology of the past. And as everyone knows, the older the better. To some extent, the world after the Great Data Collapse was indeed technologically inferior to the past world in some aspects, otherwise, so many companies wouldn't be secretly exploring the black wall. Carl's actions at this moment were tantamount to an amateur defusing a bomb with their bare hands. Or rather, for Carl and Lida, this was far more terrifying than the bomb itself. If the bomb exploded, they could simply run away. But if the AI malfunctioned, they couldn't escape. If the AI in the container were to infiltrate Carl's consciousness via the connection, everything would be over. An AI valued by the former company and captured from outside the black wall was no ordinary entity. Its ability to prevent the world from exploring beyond the black wall spoke volumes about its threat. Even though it currently carries out user commands under certain restrictions, there's still the possibility of operational errors and loss of control. Lida's current concern and vigilance was whether, in a moment of carelessness, the AI would be released. This meant Song Xiaomei was doomed, and Lida's immediate priority was to find a way to escape Dogtown with Carl and try to save him, though no one was certain whether someone infected by AI could survive. Song Xiaomei had already become like this simply from being corrupted by the black wall. If Carl were fully infected by the AI, his time would likely be even less than hers. In that case, not only would the nuclear explosion be unstoppable, but Carl would also be lost. For Lida, who had already resolved to break away from Miles, this was definitely a bad thing. Furthermore, Lida wasn't sure if the AI-infected Carl would attack him, and whether he could manage to knock him unconscious and forcibly take him away. His files contained numerous cases of people being corrupted and turning into cyberpsychotics, and Lida, having just lost a game in his cyberpsychotic state, certainly lacked confidence. While Lida was worrying, Carl didn't pay much attention to the changes in Lida's expression. Firstly, his attention was indeed focused on exploring the neural matrix. Secondly, Lida's facial expressions were difficult to discern in the darkness. Although it was still somewhat visible, it wasn't as important as the task at hand. For some reason, after connecting to the neural matrix, Carl felt an unusual sense of ease. This was supposed to be a sophisticated device requiring repeated adjustments and careful operation by professionals, with numerous restrictions applied before it could be gradually activated. Yet in his hands, it felt like a piece of cotton candy that could be easily torn apart. Carl knew the analogy was a bit strange, but that was the feeling. If an ordinary operator treats the neural matrix like a delicate, fragile marshmallow, requiring meticulous care to untangle each strand, fearing its collapse at the slightest touch, then for Carl, it was born to be eaten. He could tear it apart without hesitation, even bite into it directly. A strange, almost instinctive, sense of ease welled up within him. Carl had pondered many things about his unique abilities, such as why he possessed them, but because thinking about them always touched upon the black wall, fearing he might actually be able to breach it, he hadn't explored these aspects much. Today's actual encounter was a first, and the feeling of that first contact was unexpectedly familiar and effortless. Just like the roaming AI that companies feared and the world dreaded, it felt so easy and familiar to him. Surely he couldn't really be some kind of wandering AI, could he? Carl recalled the words of a wandering AI he encountered at the Arasaka banquet, the one whose human body had likely been possessed by a wandering AI. What he said was that he was special, not one of its kind, unique and special, capable of containing everything. If that meant he wasn't a wandering AI, then to a wandering AI he was, in a way, a storage container? So, the reason he could move and control so easily now was because the AI within the neural matrix was also responding to his senses? Carl recalled the research Saburo Arasaka had conducted to achieve a complete resurrection, research aimed at exploring his own uniqueness. In that research, he too had been identified as capable of containing everything. As he pondered this, Carl realized he had completed all the preparations. It had taken less than a minute. This device, which would normally require a great deal of time for professionals to debug, had taken him less than a minute, and half of that minute was spent carefully exploring it. The deeper exploration took less than 20 seconds. Carl had a strange feeling, a feeling that led him to a description that was perhaps appropriate, perhaps not. It felt like the neural matrix was now like a sex doll on the street. He glanced at it, and it began to flirt, opening its arms and legs, beckoning him to come closer. Before Carl became famous, and before he altered his appearance, he frequently encountered this. There were men and women. And of course, there were those whose gender was uncertain. These days, gender isn't so rigidly defined, especially for sex dolls. Who knows, their clients might prefer men and women. But describing my current feelings in that way, it feels weird. I'm done. Carl's voice reached Lida's ears, as he pointed to the device that was already starting up. Let Song Jiaomei connect. I enter the access code. Chapter 894. Under Carl's instructions, Lida assisted Song Jiaomei in completing the connection, then stepped aside, his gaze fixed intently on Carl. Carl didn't look at Lida, but he clearly sensed a certain emotion hidden in Lida's eyes. If anything really happens, I'm counting on you, Lida. He saw through Lida's thoughts. The other was considering immediately stunning him and forcibly disconnecting if the situation changed, and Carl didn't see anything wrong with that. On the contrary, he thought Lida's current vigilance was correct. If he was truly corrupted by the AI, he would rather Lida act quickly. Or rather, only Lida could act. 3 people, one half-conscious, one corrupted, who else but Lida could move? Let me see, access code, here? Carl entered the access code, and at that very moment, he felt a rather strange sensation. With the access code unlocked, the true function of the machine before Carl began to awaken. A steady stream of data flowed into Carl's access bay via the monomolecule line. The data transmission increased dramatically and rapidly. Even Carl's specially designed monomolecule line, arguably the world's best in its class in terms of transmission capabilities, seemed unable to keep up with the speed. The roaming AIs on the other side of the black wall were constantly evolving, like big fish eating small fish. The AIs on the other side of the black wall could be swallowed up and absorbed by larger AIs at any moment. In this process, the AIs, whether derived from programs or from intelligence derived from data, never cease their evolution. Or rather, for AI, continuous evolution is instinct, the instinct that allows it to survive. Even the AI captured by the company and imprisoned in the neural matrix is no exception. Over a long period, based on a limited program and occasional external input commands, this AI has continuously evolved and updated, reaching an incredible level of maturity. Although still bound by the matrix and obligated to obey user commands, once released, it is difficult to reinstate. It has reached the limits of its internal data evolution, and the input of the access code is like toppling the last domino. The evolutionary process can no longer be stopped. There is only one chance to use it. Carl can use the AI one last time, issuing a single, core command. Afterward, the AI, having reached its evolutionary limit, will dissolve and cease to exist. Unless Carl is willing to allow it to reconnect to his system, returning it to the data flow and initiating a new round of evolution with newly acquired information, the AI's existence will end with this command. But once Carl chooses to liberate it, allowing it to return to the data network, in this world without the black wall as a barrier, but only divided by local area networks, it will become a gap. With a gentle nudge of the black wall, it can tear open a crack, drawing AI and data from the other side and along the path it leaves. Just as Song Jiaomei is increasingly eroded by the black wall the more she explores it, the more the wandering AI from the other side exerts its power, the more likely it is to find a hole in the wall, drawing similar entities from the other side. Like programs using the same underlying code, when one program malfunctions, the other program often malfunctions due to that underlying code as well. If this code were used to perform some operation, The resulting data ripples would allow other entities carrying the same underlying logic to perceive, reproduce, and even reenact the same event. In other words, if Carl wanted to create another data meltdown, he could start preparing to do so now. If the now-defunct Voodoo clan were to face this, they might be quite happy to do it, welcoming the AI's mighty army, but for Carl, to paraphrase Johnny, only an idiot would do that. Execute the program, remove Song Xiaomei's body. Just as Carl was inputting the command, he sensed a special string of data. It was a kind of language composed of special encoding, which Carl could instantly understand. Although describing it in words might seem strange, this was Carl's first thought upon sensing this string of data. The AI is executing Carl's commands, relentlessly erasing the black wall marks from Song Xiaomei, performing a process akin to formatting her. However, while receiving instructions, a string of data is simultaneously left behind, reaching Carl who issued the commands. This data originates from the AI, but not from the AI currently tasked with complete erasure, rather, it's from the AI during its evolutionary process. Or rather, it's from the AI that anticipated its eventual elimination after only one activation and prepared in advance during its evolution. Now, this AI is using this data to communicate with Carl. Please help me. This was the meaning conveyed in the dialogue. At this moment, the dialogue was changing as it operated. Please help me. Carl remained remarkably calm as he listened to the dialogue. AIs these days are very intelligent, and Carl wasn't surprised, even though they had developed human-like feelings. This was something he could do in his time. Back then, people would specifically program AI with certain attributes and general content, letting them act as their imaginary girlfriends. Now, AI has truly developed human-like thoughts and fears of extinction, just like humans. Isn't that normal? Virtual girlfriends are outdated. With the development of the times, what we see now are AIs seeking help, afraid of extinction, and wandering around. Carl, experiencing the program's operation, didn't mind chatting with the AI in the process. Consider it end-of-life care and passing the time. He wanted to know how this AI wanted him to help it. Did it want him to release it so it could wreak havoc here, or send it back to the other side of the black wall? Thinking this, Carl answered the question. How can I help you? Sensing Carl's response, the AI, which maintained its existence through a string of data, quickly replied. Please allow me to enter your body. How lewd. What nonsense is this? Carl's expression turned somewhat strange, while Lida, witnessing this from afar, was already prepared to act. Without immediately ending the call, Carl asked again. Why do you want to enter my body? Because you can contain everything. This was the answer Carl had heard before. He didn't understand it then, but now it seemed there was an explanation. I contain everything. Is there anything special about me to you? You can allow me to exist alongside you, to exist as a human consciousness. This was the AI's reply. Chapter 895. Existing with human consciousness? Hearing the AI's reply from the neural matrix, Carl raised an eyebrow slightly. For some reason, although the AI's words sounded somewhat inexplicable, Carl understood. The AI was saying that if Carl was willing to accept it, it would exist within Carl's body as a being with a consciousness similar to a human's. Carl suddenly thought of something similar. That's Johnny, isn't it? Johnny is currently using the body of the former Ball. Because Ball within that body lacks self-awareness, essentially just a series of pre-programmed rules. Johnny has no problems using Ball's body. He can control it smoothly and act with a sense of self. But if he accepts this AI, with two consciousnesses within one body, won't there be conflicts? Or rather, won't he be possessed by the AI because he's suitable to accommodate it? What difference would that make from having Relic implanted, or those whose bodies are possessed by wandering AIs? I think I have to refuse your request. I can't help you. Carl, fundamentally, still harbored some apprehension towards AI. In fact, his impression of AI, which had caused such a massive data collapse and always operated in secrecy, was never very good. He had, after all, seen classic films like The Terminator and The Matrix, and could imagine the consequences of such advanced artificial intelligence. Not to mention, the Matrix protagonist, whom he had seen before coming to Night City, bore a striking resemblance to Johnny Depp, a fact that left a deep impression on Carl. Faced with Carl's refusal, the AI showed no panic or regret, or rather, such emotions were useless in its current understanding. After a few seconds of processing, it spoke again. There is a container beside you that can store me. My initial request was denied. I wish to exist as someone who enters the container. While listening to the AI's words, Carl's first attention wasn't to the content of the speech, but to its form of address. It said. Has it actually developed individual consciousness, has individual thoughts? Carl had heard of a study that suggested the limit of artificial intelligence development was individual consciousness. For an AI accustomed to collective consciousness, to refer to itself as we, this kind of personal, individual thought was inconceivable, almost impossible, a miracle. Because an AI that can address itself in this way, in terms of identity, is no longer a so-called human-created intelligence, but a truly existing individual. Has it really developed to this extent? Or rather, only roaming AIs that have developed to this level possess the value to cross the black wall and be captured by the company? Carl recalled the roving AIs and suspected roving AIs he had encountered, the image of that blue-eyed man flashing through his mind, finally settling on the AI speaking to him. It was now speaking to him in the manner of a human, exchanging ideas and engaging in dialogue. How wondrous. After a brief moment of thought, Carl questioned the AI's words. I have a container to store you. What do you mean? You carry a data component. The AI's tone was flat, as if stating a fact unrelated to itself. It comes from one of my kind, with over 90% integrity. After evaluation, it's deemed sufficient to serve as a body for carrying out its purpose after crossing the black wall. A body? Yes, it retains traces of that kind within. Constructing a system based on this will effectively attract consciousness from outside the wall. A highly efficient decoy, allowing my kind, who left the trace, to find and enter immediately. My request is that before it's possessed by other consciousnesses, I should inhabit it first. Carl understood. In short, initially, this AI wanted to enter his body as a part of its consciousness, but after being rejected, it settled for a storage container he carried. What kind of container are you talking about? Carl glanced suspiciously at the KK pistol at his waist. Wouldn't the designers at the Tsunami Design Bureau have mixed in too many random new technologies during the design process, resulting in the AI getting mixed in? But he had studied it himself and couldn't find a place to store data. To show their sincerity, the Tsunami Design Bureau had even removed basic weapon data records. Just as Carl was thinking this, what the AI pointed to was beyond his expectations. You mean this? Following the AI's direction, Carl touched something he always carried with him. It was the Hellhound's movement signature component, which Carl had taken from the Hellhound after defeating it when he and Lita encountered it. Lita had told him it was unbreakable, and Carl had shown it to T-Bug, who also said it used pre-war technology and was indeed difficult to crack. Carl hadn't paid much attention to it after that. At the time, he was thinking of using it to create some kind of spider robot, but since he couldn't, he carried it with him. Now this AI was saying it was a trace left by another AI, a body used to cross the black wall. So, the pre-war black technology referred to the blackness of the black wall? That was truly black indeed. Carl glanced at Lita, thinking of their past experience, and Lita, noticing Carl's gaze, seemed slightly relieved. He noticed a strange, teasing glint in Carl's eyes, a teasingness that felt off yet lacked any malice, a trait uniquely Carl's. It seemed Carl hadn't been corrupted by the AI yet. But what was going on with that change in expression, and that strange look? Many questions arose in his mind, but considering the potentially serious matter and Carl's focused attention, Lita refrained from interrupting. After contemplating the black wall, Carl touched the Hellhound's movement signature component, pondering the AI's question. If it were purely AI, Carl would show absolutely no inclination towards thought. However, this AI, exhibiting a personal feel and giving the impression of engaging in business, seemed to have other ideas. Although Carl still didn't intend to agree with this feeling, still harboring a sense of welcoming the Black Wall's army, he was now prepared to take a risk. Lita, if I show any abnormality, Carl said, his gaze sweeping over Lita, who was momentarily startled and uncertain upon hearing his words, shoot. Sever my other hand? Remember this location. He didn't give Lita time to question him, immediately disarming all his weapons and entering a state of overclocking, forcibly taking control of his right arm and monomolecular wires, locking them into an isolated island where they couldn't be activated for 1 minute, their data flow completely isolated from the rest of his body. Then, he made a reckless move, while maintaining the neural matrix solely through the monomolecular wire in his right hand to continue the mission, and cleanse Song Xiaomei of the Black Wall's erosion. He suddenly twisted his left shoulder. With a snap, he detached his left prosthetic arm from the forearm, hand, and part of the upper arm. Then, using the remaining structure of his left upper arm, he clamped the severed hand, manipulating its now extended monomolecular wire to complete the connection to the other side of the neural matrix. As Carl moved, the Hellhound motion signature component he had previously retrieved also conveniently connected to Carl's left hand during the twisting motion. I'm curious what your entry will bring, Carl said, making no attempt to hide his curiosity. I grant you the opportunity to enter the Hellhound's motion feature component through a part of my body. Carl was prepared to take a risk to explore what would happen if this AI entered his body and the Hellhound's motion feature component. Even though Carl's arm wasn't strictly part of his original body, he considered it his own. Carl showed no rejection towards the prosthetic body, as if it were his own body all along. Therefore, he was curious about the special nature the AI had told him, whether it existed in his physical body, his prosthetic body, or something more mysterious, perhaps data or consciousness that could be called a personality imprint. He intended to use the AI to answer his questions, and he was willing to take the risk. If something went wrong, and the AI entered his severed left arm and caused unforeseen consequences, Carl would not hesitate to kick his left arm away and find a way to destroy it. At worst, he could ask Haruko for help again. If this AI hadn't entered his left arm, failing to satisfy his curiosity, and instead initially presented a lie with a strong human-like consciousness, its true aim being to take over his body, then it wouldn't have entered his left arm, much less the Hellhound's movement signature component. It would have realized its chance was gone, and instead attempted to invade his right arm. However, his right arm had already been prepared. Even if something went wrong, Lee Dick could interrupt it with a gunshot, rendering its data ineffective. When that time comes, this AI, whose actions are driven only by a pre-programmed set of data, and whose underlying logic is still being commanded to remove the intrusion marks from Song Xiaomei's body, will be dissolved after completing its task. Carl is giving the AI a chance. Giving this AI, which has expressed humanity and already possesses human-like feelings, a chance. Giving a person who begs for their life a chance to live. Even when dealing with people, Carl would casually check their criminal records and files. Except for the cleaner, Carl generally decides a person's fate based on their information and records. Since the AI has already shown human-like feelings, Carl is willing to use himself as part of its judgment. After all, it's not the cleaner. Even if it's an AI, Carl is willing to give it a chance. Even if it means taking the risk himself. Saving his own curiosity by letting someone live isn't a loss for Carl. So what would you do? Artificial intelligence. Human. As Carl prepared to receive Lida's bullet and adjusted his posture, he noticed that the AI, without any hesitation, swiftly entered his connected left arm as if receiving a command. Was it lying? It seems he still needs to practice as a human. Thank you. These were the AI's words to Carl. The cleanup process continued. Carl gave Lida a hand gesture and then disconnected the right-hand monomolecular wire. The conversation with the AI ended, and Song Xiaomei's cleanup was almost complete. Now, he could take a good look at the AI. Carl removed the Hellhound motion signature component from his left arm, then took out his phone, disconnected all network-related devices, and used an adapter to connect the two. Afterward, Carl found the data running within the Hellhound motion signature component on his phone, the core data from the AI he had previously communicated with. Carl didn't rush to say anything. Instead, he ended the connection, crushed the phone, and then took out a spare phone, disconnecting the network using the same method. He then reconnected using the monomolecular wire in his left hand. Carl carefully examined his left hand, confirming everything was correct, and there were no traces left by the AI. Was it completely following his instructions? After ending the connection with his left hand and completing the arm extension, Carl felt a strange sensation. Perhaps because of the lurking AI's activity within it, Carl felt his left hand was more integrated with his own body. How to put it? If before it was merely his hand, perfectly in sync with his body, then now it has become a complete extension of his flesh and blood, every sensory circuit precisely responding to his current state. It is no longer just Carl's hand from the past, but the hand of Carl at this moment, honed by experience. It's like playing a game DLC, allowing his hand to upgrade and become stronger, more adapted not to himself 2 years ago, but to himself 2 years later. It's truly amazing. As a result, now his left and right arms feel somewhat uncoordinated. His left hand feels incredibly comfortable, while his right hand feels like it's been through a long day of hard work, a strange sense of unease. Suppressing his feelings, Carl resumed his conversation with the AI within the Hellhound's action signature component using his phone. While Carl looked at his phone, the AI provided its access code. This AI, perhaps, truly resembled a person, or rather, morally, it was too human-like. After realizing it was indeed saved, it revealed its access code, even knowing to repay a debt of gratitude. And what is the concept of a core access code? Although this AI, having discarded most of its data and retained only its core relationships, is currently weak in many aspects and still needs development, its underlying code remains unchanged. This is its core, And the significance of revealing this core is, Carl can command it without limit, just as he commanded it to remove Song Xiaomei's black wall of corruption. Even more so than the company merely imprisoning it with its access code, Carl can drive it much deeper. A single command can cause it to self-delete. And this approach. Is this an act of self-awareness, hoping for future evolution and redevelopment? Using its developmental potential to entice people and express gratitude and loyalty. Quite clever. She's comparable to the clever sex partners on the street, who know how to take advantage of the beautiful shape of their upper bodies. Chapter 896. Lita. After regaining consciousness, the first thing Song Xiaomei saw was Lita's dark face, which was very familiar to her. After a few seconds of stunned silence and blinking, she gradually came to her senses and vaguely recalled fragments from her hazy state of consciousness. Her last memory was of signaling Lita and then being taken away by Kurt Hansen. After that, her memories were mostly fragmented. Blood? Monomolecular lines. The chaotic sounds of gunfire and the incoherent patterns in her mind were a jumbled mess. But Song Xiaomei didn't experience the headaches and physical discomfort she usually did from excessive thinking. In fact, the fact that she could still recall things, retain memories of the past, and even contemplate them was itself an incredible, even miraculous thing. Was she feeling better? After realizing that her thoughts and body seemed much more comfortable than before, Song Xiaomei began to understand. Could it be that Lita eliminated Kurt Hansen and then brought her to the neural matrix for treatment? This seemed to be the only explanation for her current good condition and the lack of any burden or pain. The disappearance of the two hacker siblings was the work of the FBI, and Song Xiaomei knew about it. Although her condition was already very poor at that time, to the point where she couldn't even perform the technical skills required for hacking, she still forced herself to stay conscious and pay attention to news concerning her life. After the hacker siblings disappeared, and her chances of recovery vanished, she lost her last source of support. Like a building without its main support, she could no longer bear the weight of her consciousness and body, and began to lose consciousness in the collapse. Now the building has been rebuilt, and Song Xiaomei, having regained her rationality, realized her future fate. In her final, hazy moments, she pleaded for help from Lita, who did indeed come to her aid. He even used the access code he obtained from the hacker siblings to help her successfully remove the Black Wall's influence. But she was back in the hands of the FBI. In other words, she was back in the hands of Rosalind Miles. This was perhaps more unbearable than death itself. Song Xiaomei contemplated this possibility, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. The mere thought of everything she would have to carry out upon returning to the new America sent shivers down her spine. Must she go through it all again? The constant danger of her brain being burned out as she crossed the Black Wall, her consciousness gradually eroded and blurred, her memories slowly fading. Must she relive all of this? Even after healing herself, would she have to return to New America, back to Rosalind Miles's grasp, and start all over again? Just when Song Xiaomei thought all her resistance was merely a tool in rebellion, ultimately self-purifying, making her even more convenient and easier for her master to use, she caught a glimpse of someone out of the corner of her eye. A person chewing on a long energy bar. That person, noticed by Song Xiaomei out of the corner of her eye, the man turned his prosthetic eye and suddenly widened his gaze, realizing he was being stared at by the awakened Song Xiaomei. He stopped chewing on his energy bar, looked at the bar in his hand, then at Song Xiaomei, and then naturally covered the exposed bar with his hand. I only brought two, you can't have them. Hearing these uncompromising words, Song Xiaomei was stunned for a moment. She looked at the young man who had only caught a fleeting glimpse of him, but who was eating a takoyaki-flavored energy bar, and opened her mouth slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. Finally, after a few seconds of stunned silence, she whispered, "I won't eat it, and I won't take it." You better be." The young man nodded naturally. "Otherwise, I definitely kick you against the wall." His words were not joking at all. They were quite serious. This reaction caused Lita, who was standing nearby, to twitch slightly at the corner of his eye. "Carl, sometimes you seem pretty childish." "I think it's fine," Carl said dismissively. "I was starving after all that work, and then I had to eat those awful octopus pancake-flavored energy bars that V bought, enough to fill half the room. I only taken 2 bites when she stared at me with those bright green eyes, like a hungry wolf. It's only natural I'm wary." After saying this, Carl was genuinely wary of Song Xiaomei. He quickly finished the energy bar, then naturally walked over to her, patted her shoulder, and said, "All right, you're okay now, it's about time you got up. I don't want to explain too much, but to put it simply, I saved you, remember to repay me later." And Lida defected? He's not going to work for Miles anymore. You and Lida should escape. This place is about to be bombed by a nuclear bomb. I have to go stop it. Song Xiaomei watched as Carl casually patted her shoulder with his hands, which were covered in crumbs. She considered whether he was wiping his hands with her clothes, but the implications of his words were too numerous to consider. Ah, Carl saved her? Lida defected and stopped working for Miles. That patriotic fanatic? What did he mean by this place is about to be nuclear bombed? And Carl had to stop the nuclear explosion. So many questions and doubts overwhelmed Song Xiaomei, leaving her struggling to process them. But she still keenly sensed the most crucial thing. That was, she seemed to be able to survive, and no longer needed to be used by Miles. Although she didn't know why Carl had saved her, or why Lida had defected, she was still a former member of the Joint Intelligence Agency, and Song Xiaomei quickly understood what she needed to do. Lida, what should we do? That meant asking the mysterious Lida what to do. After all, Song Xiaomei's experience in espionage, while not far superior to Lida's, was certainly comparable to someone from Santo Domingo to Watson District. With someone experienced, one should naturally heed their advice. Lida, listening to Song Xiaomei repeating what he often said when he was training her, sighed slightly, feeling a mix of regret for her lack of progress and a sense of familiarity, before turning to Carl. Ask Carl, after all, he's the one in charge here now. Chapter 897. Where are Colonel Hansen's orders? Why haven't we received any more orders from Colonel Hansen? Has he abandoned us? On the battlefield between the Ghost Hounds and New America, the Ghost Hounds around the stadium were now forced to huddle in the stadium's bunkers, barely managing to hold off the approaching New American personnel. After Colonel Hansen took command, the Ghost Hounds initially fought desperately under his encouragement. However, halfway through the battle, Colonel Hansen's command suddenly vanished, just like Colonel Hansen himself. Although some creatures with biotechnology-like features rushed out to help them attack the New American positions, without Hansen's decisive command, the Ghost Hounds' resistance grew weaker and weaker. The New American frontline commanders had already noticed the anomaly. The Ghost Hounds' resistance was becoming fragmented, their squads were like puppets with broken strings, their tactics disjointed, and their firepower riddled with holes. It was as if the command system had completely collapsed, resulting in chaos with no one able to step up and take charge. Although the commander was very puzzled, the opportunity was fleeting. After confirming that they weren't feigning defeat to lure his soldiers into a potential ambush, he gave the order. The New American soldiers split into two groups. One group used flamethrowers and heavy firepower to clear out the still frantically charging modified creatures, while the other group advanced in tactical formations, like a gradually closing pincer, slowly encircling Dogtown. At this rate, Dogtown Stadium would be completely taken over within half an hour at most. However, just as the pincer movement was about to close in, a low-frequency signal suddenly emanated from deep within the stadium. All the modified creatures seemed to be simultaneously paused, their crimson prosthetic eyes abruptly turning a ghostly blue. At the same time, a voice rang out in the channels of the Ghost Hound and New America. It was a voice that had directly connected to their channels, and displayed images in sync. This is KK. A very brief statement, but everyone saw a figure in their prosthetic eyes, or on their communication devices. That person stood beside the massive device that had been transformed into a nuclear fusion reactor, ghostly blue energy arcs hissing and leaping behind him, illuminating his silhouette like a messenger of Judgment Day. Witnessing the scene, the New American commander's mind was instantly reminded of a famous line he had read in the Bhagavad Gita from the Bhishma section of the Mahabharata epic, "Now I am death, the destroyer of the world." At this moment, the figure's posture perfectly matched his imagined image of death. That famous line was spoken by Vishnu before the great battle of Kurukshetra, when he manifested a cosmic form to encourage Prince Arjuna to fight. It was meant to rouse Arjuna, who was bewildered by the presence of his friends and relatives among the enemy and contemplated giving up, so that he would return to the battlefield to face the enemy. Because that line meant Vishnu was telling Arjuna, he is death, his duty is to destroy everything, his arrival signifies that death was already predetermined, not brought by you, but rather their death had already arrived. You need not feel guilty. The moment the commander of New America saw KK standing beside the nuclear reactor, it was as if death itself had arrived, and their destruction was imminent. Carl raised a hand, and gently stroked the reactor's outer shell. Right here is the central reactor of Dogtown Stadium, he said calmly, as if delivering a weather forecast. And it will explode in 5 minutes. With the most ordinary tone, he pronounced the impending end of this battlefield. His words were like a divine pronouncement. Wherever they went, gunfire, shouts, and movement, all sounds and actions froze in midair. Both the personnel of New America and the Ghost Hounds knew of the existence of the Dogtown Central Reactor, and understood the destructive power it would unleash upon detonation. At the same time, they also knew that if that reactor exploded, none of them, in their current position, would be able to escape, none would be able to leave. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. 5 minutes from now, a new sun will rise here. Carl tapped the reactor casing lightly with his fingertips, the metallic echo reverberating through the channel, striking the eardrums of every soldier. The shockwave has a radius of 3 kilometers. Radioactive fallout will engulf the entire Dogtown. You will all die. Carl recited the calculated data, his hands behind his back. And this reactor was started by Hansen. Hansen? Colonel Hansen. This name seemed to bring the frozen crowd back to consciousness, their faces blank with bewilderment. Some, hearing of the nuclear explosion 5 minutes later, wanted to flee, but faced with KK standing beside the reactor like the Grim Reaper, no one dared to move. Because at this moment, KK seemed both to be judging all living beings and to be the Grim Reaper, ready to detonate everything at any moment. They, like prisoners awaiting execution, fell into a deathly silence under the immense pressure of terror, able only to listen to Carl continue his statement. So I killed Hansen, and now I stopped your inevitable deaths. Carl's tone remained calm. At the same time, the camera, under his control, subtly adjusted, allowing everyone to see the figure lying at his feet. It was Hansen. Kurt Hansen. The king of Dogtown, now like a dead dog, lay dead at Carl's feet. Just like the silence that gripped Dogtown now, due to the image Carl was projecting onto the entire town. I won't offer any further explanation. Carl stared at the camera, the energy emanating from behind him, making his face and body appear to be looking down upon everyone. Needless to say, his eyes were fixed on everyone. Hansen attempted a last-ditch effort with a nuclear bomb. I didn't like that, so I killed him. Now, Hansen is dead. Dogtown is my Dogtown. As the new king, I give you all 2 choices, whether you're a hound of the underworld or a soldier of New America. Carl's voice echoed in the channel Rosalind Miles had connected to the soldiers. Hound of the underworld, will you continue to pursue Hansen, the old king of Dogtown, or will you follow me, KK? I will promise you a Dogtown that belongs to me, KK. The choice is yours. And soldiers of New America, in a Dogtown where Hansen is no longer, I allow you to leave. Or if you are unwilling to give up, I will also give you the opportunity to challenge me, the opportunity to face me, KK. Carl's tone rose slightly, yet remained calm. You can come forward and try to deal with me the way you dealt with Hansen. I will be waiting. Chapter 898. I will wait here. Faced with Carl's words, which resonated throughout Dogtown, everyone, from the Ghost Hounds and New America personnel to the residents of Dogtown, was utterly bewildered and at a loss. The amount of information Carl had conveyed was overwhelming, and the time given for them to process it was far too short. Carl seemed too lazy to elaborate, simply laying everything bare before them. Like the sun, undisguised and unwilling to conceal. There was no hiding, no deceptive language, just the facts laid bare. For people accustomed to being shielded, deceived, and subjected to information asymmetry, to learning only after the fact, this was far too clear, far too bright. This clarity, allowing everyone to think clearly, had already brought a calm to the battlefield. Soldiers, agents, and residents alike began to ponder the situation, inspired by Carl's words. And this was something that should not have been allowed during battle. Because in war, all that's needed is to obey orders. This was the long-held belief instilled in the Hounds, and in the New American personnel as well. But perhaps humans are inherently incapable of truly relinquishing their own thinking, and the spark of thought cannot be completely extinguished, just as at the end of World War I, 80,000 German sailors, after a long period of numbness, still rebelled against the absurd order that rendered the fleet's actions meaningless. Under Carl's words, those caught in the midst of war began to think. For the Hounds, things were clear. Colonel Hansen was dead, they had lost their reason to fight. Even with Bennett and Gago still in command, they hadn't taken over command after Colonel Hansen lost contact during the previous battle, clearly having fled beforehand. They were merely abandoned figures in the stadium. Moreover, Colonel Hansen, whom they trusted and fought for, had used a nuclear weapon. Completing the reactor modifications before detonation couldn't be done quickly. So, after their blindly swayed loyalty subsided, many quickly realized that the detonation was indeed Hansen's doing, not Carl's attempt to frame him. Because besides Hansen, who else could have completed the reactor modifications in the heart of the stadium? Clearly, Hansen had planned it all along. Hansen, the colonel they trusted and were loyal to, the king of Dogtown, truly wanted them to perish along with the New America personnel. Even if they had unwavering loyalty to Hansen, and could accept such a sacrifice, for these ghost hounds, who thought they were protecting their homeland, their families were still on the edge of the stadium. What was their reason for fighting? Wasn't it to resist New America and improve their families' lives? And Hansen wanted them all to die, not to mention that those among the ghost hounds who were truly loyal to Hansen were only a small fraction. The most loyal ones had been taken away by Bennett and Gago. The majority of the rest were often mercenaries and soldiers from around the world who had come to make a living. The contracts they signed with Hansen weren't the kind of loyalty shown to dynasties, but clear ghost hound recruitment contracts. They wouldn't have joined the ghost hounds if it weren't for the benefits. After what Hansen had done, how could he expect them to remain loyal after his death? Absolutely not. Loyalty to the old master? Life is more important. Serving someone doesn't matter. Now that Hansen is down, New America is clearly purging the remnants. With KK standing up for them, joining him won't be a bad deal. Even if he kills Hansen, so what? This is KK. Everyone knows how powerful his NCPD has become. Even the terrorist mobile unit has been subdued and now listens to his special operations team. No matter how powerful they are, can they compare to a cyber-psychopathic group like the terrorist mobile unit? Besides, they heard about the benefits of joining KK's forces. A once abandoned and unfinished district is now almost realizing Night City's original vision for building Night City into a burgeoning and prosperous star. Those working for KK there are all equipped with top-notch gear. The level of their equipment and cybernetic bodies is something even soldiers in Dogtown, a weapons trading hub, would envy. Dogtown certainly has plenty of weapons, but the truly high-end stuff isn't available to ordinary ghost hound soldiers. The latest models? They have to pay for them themselves. The team only reimburses the most basic gear, meaning the lower-ranking soldiers struggle even to deal with the scavengers. How can they compete with those upstart tycoons in Pacific State? Those companies have their eyes on Pacific State's redevelopment potential, investing more and more lavishly than the next big shot. Rumor has it that Knight's company, determined to realize founder Richard Knight's dream, has gone all out, providing money and land as they please. It's unbelievably generous. And the other companies aren't far behind. Pacific State is now incredibly wealthy, with a bright future ahead. If KK becomes the new king, even if he doesn't return to Night City, they at least get a share of the spoils while Pacific State feasts. No need to fear retaliation from the New America. We have backing, equipment, and even better treatment. Wouldn't we be fools not to take this? I pledge my allegiance to you, Mr. KK. I'm now under your command, Lord KK. Most of the ghost hounds switched sides quickly, having understood that they had been betrayed by the former king, and now that the new king had not only saved them, but also possessed enormous potential and the ability to unite Dogtown with Pacific State, allowing their brothers to also enjoy a life of luxury, their defection was naturally without the slightest hesitation. Although there was some psychological burden involved in switching sides, it was probably less than a feather's weight. In other words, they were practically floating away after a breath. The ghost hounds in the stadium quickly switched sides. Although some were still somewhat confused, they still gripped their weapons, vigilantly watching the new American personnel outside. Whether or not to ally with KK is a matter for later. After everything that's happened, many of the ghost hounds haven't figured out what they do next, or whether they should continue fighting as ghost hounds. But one thing is clear, even if they don't ally with KK now, they still have to protect the stadium, just like before. If the reactor inside really explodes, given their current situation of being surrounded by New America, no one will escape, including their families. To take action against KK inside, they have to get past them first. Chapter 899. Your Excellency the President. After the ghost hounds were back on high alert, the New America commander at the front lines contacted Rosalind Miles in Night City, his voice slightly hoarse. The situation has changed. Target Kurt Hansen has been confirmed dead. Mission accomplished. Requesting approval to withdraw? According to New America's military rank, he wouldn't have dared to utter something so close to a request to Miles. Her subordinates were all well aware of her methods, but today's situation was special. Now that the main objective was achieved, was it still necessary to continue this unauthorized, tacitly approved occupation of the stadium? This commander had the audacity to fight Kurt Hansen, not just the audacity, but the immense audacity. But facing KK wasn't a lack of courage in commanding troops, it was a purely personal, bone-chilling dread. With his current position, he had some access to classified intelligence, such as information about certain KK methods. His troops might be capable, but could he himself fight? With KK's abilities, While he might not be able to take his head amidst a massive army, eliminating him would be more than a piece of cake. What use is his army if he's dead? In fact, with the highest-ranking personnel dead, the entire force would likely become like the previous ghost hounds, unable to even maintain basic orders. Moreover, KK has no shortage of personnel. Leaving aside the ghost hounds he's currently recruiting, and those rumored to have defected to KK after failing in the Arasaka faction's internal power struggles, just consider the intricate network of relationships behind KK. Not to mention other large corporations and individuals, areas he dares not inquire about. Within New America alone, who doesn't know that Blanca, a key figure in the military technology faction supporting the president, has a close personal relationship with KK. Given Blanca's proven abilities and loyalty, she is now one of President Miles's most trusted and crucial figures. The betrayal in Washington resulted in the president losing a large number of reliable and capable aides. Against this backdrop, Blanca's position is bound to rise further upon Miles's return to Washington. This is both a reward for her loyalty and a necessary measure after the president's weakened state. The attack on Dogtown will undoubtedly cause international repercussions, and the president may face political backlash. With the traitors in Washington yet to be purged and the internal opposition faction within the military technology sector becoming increasingly powerful, Blanca has become a pillar the president cannot afford to rely on. In other words, Blanca's rise in status is a reality the president must accept. Therefore, the order to take action against Blanca's friend, KK, with his promising future, must be given personally by the president. He, a mere frontline commander, has no desire to be involved, much less bear the responsibility. Taking the blame for his boss in exchange for benefits, he have to be alive to get them. If things really came to a head, the target would still be KK. KK had already told him to come. Was he really going to throw his life away? KK had countless lives at his level under his command. And if the president dared to order a full-scale attack, he resign and run away on the spot. This matter, if handled well, might not bring merit. If handled poorly, certain death was inevitable. Either way, it was a dead end. Better to withdraw as soon as possible. He might not have other skills, but he certainly had the skill of running away. He had a vague feeling of unease all day, and it only eased a little after KK appeared. He knew he almost been hit by a nuclear bomb, so KK had saved his life. It wasn't unreasonable for him to repay him, was it? Then she could even play the part of someone who absolutely refused to harm their savior. I must survive. This new American frontline commander was indeed capable of directing troops on the front lines. His mind worked incredibly fast. Miles, receiving his words, remained silent. Miles, however, didn't think as much as this new American commander. From the moment KK appeared, she had no intention of letting her troops advance further. Miles understood the power behind the name KK far better than her subordinates. Moreover, KK had, to some extent, helped her eliminate her biggest threat, Kurt Hansen. Besides, she had never intended to violate the Alvin agreement to occupy Dogtown. There was no conflict between the two sides. As a shrewd politician, she would never do anything that would put her at a disadvantage. Officially, she still had to thank KK for preventing the reactor explosion and saving the lives of her new American soldiers, even if these were personnel she had originally anticipated sacrificing. But avoiding casualties and preserving manpower, why not, however? Miles is now worried about something. KK suddenly appeared and killed Hansen, so the Lark in Hansen's possession. Is it now in KK's hands? If it is, then she needs to rethink her plans. Although she doesn't know if KK is aware of the Lark's special nature. No, for KK, if the Lark is in his hands, he must have already realized that the Lark violated a prohibition. Would he, like Hansen, try to use this as leverage? Miles absolutely cannot let this leverage remain, but she needs to rethink her approach to dealing with KK. Whether to have a proper talk and see if she could get KK to hand over the Lark through a deal, or to make other plans later, she needed time to think it over. Even with Kurt Hansen, Miles initially wanted to use a deal to get him to return the Lark, even promising not to pursue the attack. How much more so with KK, whom she felt was someone she could talk to. However, just as Miles was planning to contact KK via communications to discuss the Lark, she received a message first. It was a message from a hidden channel. A message from her and Linda's hidden channel. I taken Song Xiaomei away from Dogtown, Miles. I know what you done. You done wrong. I will no longer serve you. If you truly care about this country, you should reconsider your path. This message immediately cut off the communication address to prevent tracking. This short message, however, stunned Rosalind Miles, and then she fell silent. A few seconds later, with an expression of disbelief, she repeatedly checked the message, finally confirming that the information she received was correct and contained no FIA-coded messages or metaphors. It was a resignation letter whose meaning couldn't be clearer, utterly blatant. Duh, this top FIA agent had served the New America for almost his entire life, accumulating countless merits, and in everyone's opinion, his loyalty to the New America was unwavering. He quit. Chapter 900. The New America people are starting to retreat. Amidst the cheers of the Ghost Hounds, or rather, the former Ghost Hounds, they saw the New America forces, who had been surrounding the stadium and steadily advancing, break free and begin to disperse and retreat. In a state of exhilaration akin to surviving a catastrophe, the former Ghost Hounds were somewhat incredulous. They actually retreated. Just because of one sentence from KK, whom they now called Boss KK, the New Americans withdrew. They didn't even dare take another step forward, just slinking away in disgrace. The war was over. Although Kurt Hansen was dead, they had a new leader, and they had successfully defended Dogtown. We won! An indescribable excitement exploded in the crowd, turning into deafening cheers. The surviving former Ghost Hounds waved their arms, shouting the name at the top of their lungs. Long live Boss KK! We won! We won! For most of the former Ghost Hounds, this victory was tantamount to protecting their families. They had defended Dogtown. They had defended their home. Among Kurt Hansen's Ghost Hounds, those truly loyal to Hansen were few, but those loyal to Dogtown were plentiful. Even those who weren't native to Dogtown, those from all over the world who had signed contracts with Hansen to become Ghost Hounds, were the same. For those Ghost Hounds, who couldn't make a living around the world for various reasons, or who just wanted to make a better living, Dogtown was like a second home that took them in. If they hadn't held this belief, they wouldn't have been so easily swayed by Hansen to actually embark on a battlefield in direct conflict with New America. Now, victory had been won in protecting their home. Swept up in the wave of triumph, they raised their weapons and joined the deafening cheers. The cheers spread far and wide, quickly resounding throughout Dogtown. Carl's declaration in video, broadcast simultaneously throughout Dogtown using Kurt Hansen's usual propagandistic methods, ensured that every resident knew what had happened. Kurt Hansen had intended to detonate a nuclear bomb, destroying Dogtown and New America together, but KK had saved them. Moreover, this new leader promised to become Dogtown's new king, and with just a few words, he had driven back the arrogant New American army that had invaded Dogtown. Lord KK is here. Dogtown is at peace. The new king, KK. Amidst the clamor of cheers, Andy, the squad leader, who had already entered Dogtown and was busy commanding his troops, stopped what he was doing. He listened to the cheers of the Dogtown residents rescued by the NCPD, and saw their eager gazes towards him and the surrounding NCPD members. A slight smile appeared on his usually calm face. He really is like the sun. Saying this, perhaps with a touch of emotion, Andy smiled and then continued with his work. Carl is now the new king of Dogtown, so it's time for them to officially take over. They can't let this new king cause any trouble. Outside the Dogtown Stadium, the KK squad members, who were there to help Carl escape in case of a nuclear explosion, also heard the noise. At the same time, they received a communication from their teammate T-Bug. I arrived in Dogtown, but it seems there's nothing more for me to do. You guys acted really fast, taking Dogtown already. I was thinking of going in to meet you in case of a nuclear explosion. It's not that we acted fast, V responded over the comms, listening to the cheers from the entire Dogtown and watching the New American personnel retreating rapidly in the distance, as if fleeing. He said, it's that Carl acted too quickly. Stop the nuclear bomb, deal with Hansen, and then figure out how to take over Dogtown, Jack murmured, recalling their initial plan. I thought it would be done step by step, but it seems this guy is incredibly lazy. Yeah, he did all three things at once, which really suits his lazy nature. Oliver said with a laugh, looking at Dogtown in front of him. So shouldn't we go in and meet the new king? At this point, it should be called an audience. After all, he's the king. Johnny's eyes flickered, perhaps recalling something, but a strange smile appeared behind his sunglasses on his projected face. But we still need to get there early, otherwise if His Highness finds it troublesome, there won't be anyone to run errands for him. I didn't realize, Johnny. Oliver glanced at him sideways. You actually learned to be considerate of others and proactively offered to help. Head, Johnny scoffed lightly. Just consider it a good mood today, lending a hand as a favor. Lending a hand as a favor, huh? V, who had been listening to Johnny and Oliver's conversation with his arms crossed, was about to say something when he noticed two figures walking out of the stadium out of the corner of his eye. This was the evacuation route they had prepared for Carl. Logically, only Carl should have left via this route, but the two people appearing before them weren't Carl. However, they were both acquaintances. Li De, Song Xiaomei. When he noticed these two familiar faces, everyone else also noticed them. Watching them slowly approach, Oliver, who had already learned what had happened from Carl's communications, approached them. "You guys are pretty lucky," Oliver said, gesturing with his thumb to a vehicle parked not far from them. That vehicle was originally prepared for Hansen's escape after the nuclear explosion. "We drove it from outside the designated nuclear blast zone, intending to use it ourselves, but now we don't need it. According to Carl, it's for you." Hearing Oliver's words, Li De glanced at the distant vehicle and nodded heavily to Oliver. "Thank you." Li De whispered his thanks. "No need to thank me." Oliver waved his hand. "But don't forget you still owe Carl a debt. The one you owed Old Wei when you were seriously injured last time. Carl just remembered and asked me to pass on a message." "A debt?" Reed's serious expression froze, then turned into a helpless nod. "I won't forget. No rush. You have to work anyway, right? And knowing your personality, even if you don't work for that president, you probably still find ways to do things good for the country behind the scenes. So there's no need to rush. Dogtown. Maybe it's a place to stay, but it's up to you." Oliver, someone who practically grew up under the stars and stripes, could more or less understand Reed's current situation. He handed Li De a chip. "This is just a small token of my appreciation. It's not much, enough to pay off debts, but use it to settle things down before getting back to work. After all, being a patriot is never easy, is it?" His gaze briefly swept over Song Xiaomei before shifting away. Compared to Li De, he had nothing to say to her. "Congratulations on your resignation, Li De," Oliver concluded. Chapter 901. Dogtown is no longer the Dogtown it once was. With the arrival of the NCPD and the departure of the new American personnel, Dogtown has a new king. This is a very special king, unlike Kurt Hansen. "I can't take it anymore." Carl silently pressed his temples with both hands. "Why is there so much work? I feel like I have to do everything. Can I just not do anything?" "Don't say things like that, thinking of giving up when there's too much going on." Jack, who had already arrived at the center of the stadium, said, "The remaining former Ghost Hounds are coming soon. They all want to see you, and so are your former Pheasant faction members. This is something only we can handle. You don't want other companies to reach in at the most crucial moment, do you?" Jack's words made Carl sigh. "I understand. I need to get things in order immediately, at least to the point where I can prevent the company from getting too much control over Dogtown, like Kurt Hansen did. But there's just too much going on." Carl glanced to the side. He was no longer near the reactor. That area had been resealed. He was now in Hansen's former command room, a fairly large space that had clearly been a special bleacher in the stadium. After a moment's thought, Carl looked at T-Bug, who had arrived. "Did you notify Hans?" "I allowed him to take advantage of things at this time, as agreed from the beginning, but he also needs to provide corresponding work so I can see he's actually doing the work. I need to see him soon. Just tell him that, okay, T-Bug?" T-Bug nodded. Hans is a smart man. He knows how much profit is involved, and he knows even better what he needs to give to get that profit. I feel that if you use this to inform him, he'd be smart enough to come over in no time. These middlemen are as sharp-eyed as bears eyeing honey. Their noses are incredibly sensitive. No need to inform T-Bug. Hans is almost here," Oliver said, glancing at their temporary mission communication channel with Hans. He found that Hans was reacting even faster than they had anticipated, already nearing the stadium. Judging from the timing, Hans had already set off even before Carl appeared on screen, informing Ghost Hound and New America. "That was quick," Oliver remarked after telling his companions. "I don't know whether to praise his intelligence or his efficiency. Hans, NCPD, former Ghost Hound, former Pheasant Party members, and the negotiators New America will definitely send, along with people from various companies, and the Arms Trade Association, be counted beside him. We should also contact Ricardo and the 6th Street Gang, right? We're doing pretty much the same thing, and we definitely need their help," Johnny said, smoking on his dog body. "We can also ask Roger. Although he's ruthless, he's very experienced in handling things. I can keep an eye on things, but that means we have to give up some resources. That's all right. After all, we don't intend for Dogtown to be as closed off as it was during Hansen's time. Sooner or later, we have to integrate it into the Pacific State, so we need external help anyway." Carl saw things clearly. While they could easily take over Dogtown's interests given their current capabilities, ultimately, that would only be taking over Dogtown itself. To integrate Dogtown into Pacific State, and even allow it to develop further, external support was needed. The king of Dogtown was just a local tyrant. Even with the small team Miles had assembled under these difficult circumstances, Hansen was forced to consider using nuclear weapons and leveraging international reputation to attack Miles. Frankly, its development potential was limited. Hansen had spent so many years painstakingly building his empire, achieving nothing more than being king in Dogtown. Perhaps it was this limitation that fueled his ambition to target Rosalind Miles. After all, for an ambitious person hoping for greater advancement, such predictable development and future were far too stifling. It was better to take a gamble. Just like when he gambled when he defected from New America. Hansen won his gamble back then, becoming the king of Dogtown by choosing to be a big fish in a small pond. Now, he's simply lost. Unlike Hansen, who was limited by his past and the hostility of the New America, hindering his independent development, Carl brought growth to Dogtown. This wasn't because Hansen was far inferior to Carl in terms of governing Dogtown. After all, Hansen's leadership skills were truly outstanding in transforming a small town on the outskirts of Pacific State into the prosperous Dogtown it is today. The reason he couldn't compare to Carl was simply because their styles of operation and networks were different. Hansen sought a kingdom where absolute obedience was his alone. Through screens and broadcasts throughout Dogtown, he constantly proclaimed himself, portraying himself as an eternally wise and great king, a symbol demanding unconditional loyalty from all. He desired unquestionable absolute power, and therefore refused to allow any external forces to penetrate his foundations that would shake his dictatorship, taint his exclusivity and irreplaceability. To some extent, Hansen harbored anxieties about development itself. He preferred to cling to his existing base, proceeding cautiously, to the point that even now, he had not fully controlled Dogtown itself. Forces like the Cleaners still constantly harassed his ghost hounds. However, this cautious ruler also displayed astonishing audacity in certain aspects, daring to gamble everything, to carry out his all-or-nothing gamble on Dogtown's fate. Perhaps that's why he's become so insane. Even if he didn't get involved in presidential matters, he'd probably be eliminated by his own people or other forces someday. Because Hansen can no longer hear anyone's voice, and he's become an eyesore to everyone. Carl isn't Hansen, and he never will be. Absolutely worshipping his own personal kingdom is certainly admirable, but Carl is inherently lazy, finding it difficult to progress without help. He'd rather have his friends and acquaintances help him, make things easier for himself, and involve everyone in Dogtown in making Dogtown a better place. The new king of Dogtown will make Dogtown the Dogtown of Pacific State, and Pacific State the Pacific State of Night City. Chapter 902. Brother-in-law, do you think KK will really accept us? Hearing his brother-in-law's worried words, this former Netherhound captain, one of the representatives of the former members who came this time, was unsure what would happen next. Anyway, KK said he would accept us. He wants to become the new king of Dogtown, so he needs manpower, right? There's a saying, it's better to offer help than to add flowers to brocade. If we go now, KK will at least give us some treatment, because we are among the first to join him, right? The former Netherhound squad leader said, then added uncertainly, at least we can make a living. He needs someone to guard the gate, right? Hearing his brother-in-law's words, the younger former Netherhound's expression became somewhat strange. The strange reason wasn't that he was worried about his future, but rather, brother-in-law, isn't there something wrong with the Chinese dialogue template you loaded? From what I understand, it should be called providing charcoal in snowy weather, not providing charcoal in water, right? Would it kill you to say less? Glancing at his brother-in-law, who always seemed to talk too much, the former leader of the Ghost Hound squad quickly checked his dialogue template, found a problem, and promptly corrected it. KK's preferred language wasn't a secret. Even the lowest-ranking mercenaries understood that when negotiating business, catering to the other party's preferences, and using their preferred language could quickly build rapport. This was even more true for someone like him, who had once guarded the gates of Dogtown. This job required him to be observant and quick-witted. If it weren't for this skill, he wouldn't have been qualified to be chosen as one of the representatives by the other Netherhounds. His only mistake was probably bringing along his talkative, foul-mouthed brother-in-law. Speaking of which, this former Netherhound squad leader and his brother-in-law had dealt with KK's squad before. Back then, it was his brother-in-law's foul mouth that almost got him into a fight with KK's squad. That incident nearly gave the squad leader a fright. If KK hadn't seemed to have a good temper and didn't hold it against them, they would have been dead back then. Incidents caused by foul mouths happen countless times every day in Night City. Some cyberpsychotics would even pull out a knife and start a massacre just because someone made a rude remark on the street. You better not say a word when you go in. Just follow me obediently. If your sister hadn't been placed around the stadium too, and you weren't worried about her, I wouldn't have brought you. If you insist on coming, you better behave. If you keep talking nonsense, no one can save you. After warning his talkative brother-in-law, the former Ghost Hound squad leader, seeing that they had arrived at the agreed meeting place, and were now only separated by a door, glanced at the other former Ghost Hound representatives around him, took a deep breath, and stood at the door. They still had to wait for notification to go in. Mr. KK inside seemed to be talking to someone. Their scheduled time was 5 minutes later. Just as the Ghost Hound squad leader was composing himself and preparing, he saw the door open before the scheduled time. Then, a middle-aged man, his face clearly disguised and his clothing ordinary, stepped forward. The man glanced at them casually, his gaze lingering briefly on their Netherhound attire before ignoring them, and continuing on his way, quickly passing them and disappearing. Was that the person who was talking to KK? This was the thought of every former Netherhound present. They didn't recognize him, or perhaps his disguise was a deliberate attempt to avoid being recognized, but they could still sense his aura. That arrogant, condescending air, as if looking down on them, was evident in his gaze. His casual glances swept across the room without lingering, as if none of the Netherhounds present were worthy of his attention. Based on the experience of a former Netherhound squad leader, such people were often either seasoned veterans with many subordinates at their disposal, or figures of high rank and influence, the last people one should provoke when guarding the gate. To put it simply, this man had the air of a corporate dog. In today's world, the difference in demeanor between someone who's been trained by a company and someone who hasn't is astonishing. That ingrained stench can be smelled from afar. The squad leader didn't look at him closely nor dared to. Who knew what kind of person was qualified to talk to KK? That was far beyond what a lowly gatekeeper like him could possibly know. Even in the old days, being a security guard required keen observation. After this distinguished-looking middle-aged man left, KK inside didn't seem to intend to proceed according to the scheduled time. As if eager to finish his business quickly, he immediately said, "Let them in." As he spoke, the squad leader noticed 4 people emerging from the room. Judging from their bearing, they were clearly elite personnel, not to mention their military-grade equipment. Having spent so much time in Dogtown, a place built on the arms trade, he had a good eye. Any single piece of equipment those men carried was worth more than the entire gear of their former Ghost Hounds. The 4 men stared at the Ghost Hounds, their sharp, scrutinizing gazes seeming to pierce their skin and see right into their hearts. The sense of threat, as if a single misstep would mean instant death, made each former Ghost Hound representative tense. Fortunately, their scrutinizing gaze didn't last long. Although their attitude towards the former Ghost Hounds was full of wariness, as if their mere presence before KK was disrespectful, they still carried out KK's orders perfectly. 12 people in total, matching the list. "You can go in now, Lord KK wants to see you," one of them said, then added with undisguised grumbling, his words laced with accusation. "So tedious, so incompetent, they can't even choose a representative who can command respect." This last part of the assessment, so blatant and jarring, clearly reached the ears of every former Netherhound, making them feel as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Fortunately, the other person only made that one pointed remark and didn't say or do anything further. Instead, he naturally stepped aside, gesturing for them to enter. When the former Netherhound squad leader and his colleagues entered the room, they saw KK smiling at them. "Welcome, everyone." This was the first thing they heard from KK. His words were full of friendliness and warmth. Chapter 903. KK was someone unexpectedly easy to talk to, unlike the rumors. This was the thought that popped into the minds of every former Ghost Hound representative after a brief conversation with KK. Although KK only asked each person a few questions, his words were very gentle. He lacked the imposing and serious demeanor of Kurt Hansen, the former king of Dogtown, and also lacked the arrogance and indifference of company personnel. KK spoke earnestly and calmly with every word. When he asked each person a question, he looked them in the eye, and in those eyes, which held no harshness or threat, only a quiet listeningness, each former Ghost Hound who was questioned gradually lost their tension. Even the former Ghost Hound squad leader, who had previously interacted with KK, felt this way. He had sensed from KK in the past that he was different from the rumors, but now, after a proper conversation with KK, he felt a different kind of emotion emanating from him that could only be felt through genuine conversation. KK was watching him, communicating with him as an equal. This idea was strange. From the perspectives of strength, power, status, money, and any other factor, KK had no reason to speak with them as equals. Even their presence today was to swear allegiance to KK. Yet, When speaking with KK, they felt this sense of equality. It was as if KK was genuinely listening to them, carefully responding to the information in their words, and truly treating them as equals in a dialogue. This was something these former hounds had never experienced before. From birth, they had never felt such equality. From childhood, it seemed as if some were always entitled to be superior, and others were always destined to be unequal with them. Growing up, groveling became natural, and fawning became a habitual action. Under this naturalness and habit, they no longer felt there was anything wrong with hierarchical attitudes. They had accepted that their superiors could vent their anger on them without reason, and they had learned that they should naturally obey the orders of company dogs and those in positions of power. However, now, in a situation where they should be bowing and scraping, answering questions with utmost respect, they were faced with a conversation as casual as a chat. The other party's attitude carried a pure curiosity and a desire to understand, as natural as ordering a drink for someone in a bar and striking up a conversation. This feeling was unprecedented. Not to mention that Mr. KK actually treated them with this very attitude of ordering a drink and striking up a conversation. Well, please sit down first. Although there are only some dirty chairs and such due to the emergency, you all should have taken off your clothes and changed anyway, so don't worry about it. I'm sorry, you've been busy all day, and I called you all over. You haven't had a chance to rest, have you? Please have something to eat and drink. To the somewhat unexpected hospitality of the former Netherhounds, after each person was asked a question, they sat down on the chairs that had been brought over, and were each offered a decent meal and drink. The former captain of the Ghost Hound squad looked at the hot dog in his hand, and his favorite drink in his other. Besides marveling at KK's remarkable intelligence-gathering skills, knowing their preferences in such a short time, a sense of calm welled up within him. A calm that allowed him to remain calm and composed, even knowing how quickly the other party had discovered his drink preferences, without feeling anything was amiss, even finding it reassuring. This hot dog is delicious. Saying this, KK, who was eating the same hot dog as them, even one taken from the same basket, casually took a bite in front of them without a second thought. After chewing a few times and swallowing, he said, "This is Old William's hot dog, which almost everyone in the NCPD loves. I quite like it too. After hearing about the Dogtown incident, the vendor specially came over to make it for us and the NCPD. If you don't really like hot dogs, there are energy bars next to them, but they're not very good. If they suit your taste, I really appreciate it if you could help me finish off these leftovers, since I still have a lot." Speaking in a casual, conversational tone, KK seemed genuinely just hungry, chatting with them while eating, rambling on, even a little long-winded. This, however, did fit the impression the former Ghost Hounds had of KK. Because in their understanding, V and the KK team was the one who basically didn't talk when he killed, and he could act as quickly as possible, as if he couldn't wait to finish this matter and move on to the next one. KK seemed to talk a lot, so much so that some clips about his cybernetic psychosis used his rambling as a sign of a psychotic episode. However, listening to KK's seemingly casual conversation, the former Ghost Hounds unconsciously relaxed. The tension brought on by their allegiance quickly transformed into occasional conversations and corrections. While the other former Ghost Hounds were talking to KK, the youngest former Ghost Hound, who had only come as a follower, sat in the far corner. He was both the most unpopular and the most popular among the former Ghost Hounds. He was the most unpopular because KK hadn't said a word to him during the conversation, and even less so after sitting down, spending all his time chatting with others. He was the most popular because, "Yo, it's been a long time, hasn't it?" Oliver and Jack each draped their arms warmly over one of the former Ghost Hound's shoulders. Oliver and Jack recognized this kid. The first time they entered Dogtown through the gate, this kid chased them around, calling them hillbillies and begging in Dogtown. Oliver and Jack combined couldn't out-argue him. Now that they finally met, they wanted to exchange pleasantries. Faced with two men flanking him, the former Ghost Hound sat upright, genuinely regretting coming today and his past sharp tongue. KK didn't care about his past, but there were still petty people, and two of them at that. Oliver grinned at him, his face full of friendliness. "You used to call me a beggar in Dogtown, and I didn't care. Now what should you call me?" After a moment of silence, the former Ghost Hound, having learned a bit of his brother-in-law's cleverness, whispered, "Mr. Oliver and Mr. Jack." "Right." Oliver's face was filled with a smug, self-satisfied grin. Chapter 904. Carl didn't spend much time dealing with the former members of the Ghost Hound faction. Before finding a way to eliminate the Ghost Hounds led by Bennett and Gago, and officially confirming the demise of the Ghost Hounds, The allegiance of all former ghost hounds to Carl was based solely on the existence of remnants of the previous regime. Unless Bennett and Gaggle also swore allegiance to Carl, matters such as unifying the ghost hounds would have to be postponed. Currently, the only people Carl could truly trust and control in Dogtown were probably the former Pheasant faction, represented by Shizi. After all, while the NCPD wasn't difficult for Carl to mobilize, they were ultimately the official law enforcement force of Night City, sponsored by various companies. They had a legitimate title. Becoming Carl's private army wasn't impossible, but it wasn't necessary. Unless the mayor is also one of Carl's men, then it would have some prestige. However, the mayoral race in Night City was about to conclude, but it was delayed by a much bigger issue, the negotiations between Miles and Seichon, followed by Miles playing Crash, and today's battle between New America and the Ghost Hounds. The mayoral election has been dragged on for quite some time. But all of these things have come to an end today, and the official results should be available soon. As far as Carl knows, there are very few people qualified to run for mayor, and only 2 have the best chance. The others are either unlikely to win for various reasons, or are simply there to make up the numbers. And among those 2 candidates, Carl knows one. Wilton Holt, the former deputy mayor of Night City, was also the one who helped Carl and his team eliminate former Night City Mayor Lucius Lane. Lucius Lane was planning to abandon Arasaka and cooperate with a military technology company. Arasaka intervened, and Kenichi Shiro hired Carl and his team. Through Holt, who knew Lucius Lane very well, they killed Lucius in his home. In this respect, Holt has Arasaka's influence behind him, and is considered a strong contender for the new mayor that Arasaka is supporting. Whether he will become like Lucius remains to be seen. The other is Jefferson Peralries, a former district attorney and lawyer. Carl has never met him, but he knows something about him. He comes from a poor background and only managed to obtain his law degree through scholarships and sponsorships. He advocates for decoupling Night City politics from corporate control and for ensuring all poor children receive an education. Overall, he has an idealistic air about him. However, based on the information Carl possessed, he was quite adaptable as a politician. While his stance was what it was, he managed to keep things within acceptable limits for most companies. Unlike Holt, he didn't have the signature Arasaka influence behind him, although rumors suggested the Night Corporation was secretly supporting him. Regarding the mayoral race, as a Night City resident, or at least a veteran now, Carl had been paying attention, though it hadn't been a major concern until now. But now that he controlled Dogtown, the question of who would become mayor was much more important. The city council has now tacitly accepted the reinstatement of Pacific State, which had been abandoned, and has begun drafting related legislation to revive Pacific State, or rather, to profit from it. However, for Dogtown, a place that has effectively become independent, and is almost universally considered not part of Night City, the discussion needs to be restarted. If the mayor at that time had been Carl's man, things would have been easier, and it wouldn't have been impossible for Dogtown to be reintegrated into Pacific State. If Dogtown hadn't now been implicitly considered not part of Night City, Carl had even considered whether the title of King of Dogtown could be considered political capital, qualifying him to run for mayor. However, the idea of becoming a clown in politics felt strange, and after thinking it over, he dismissed the idea. Rather than dealing with that kind of situation, it would be better to find a way to make the mayor one of his own. Unfortunately, Mr. Johnson doesn't intend to be mayor, otherwise, Carl would have to consider whether Mr. Johnson has any political talent. At the very least, his approval rating in Santo Domingo would certainly not be low. To say in front of city council members that the NCPD members are all simple-minded and born to be loyal to the city council, Carl had no idea that someone like Mr. Johnson, who could utter such strange words, could enter politics. He'd be better off relying on himself. Since taking over Dogtown, things have been piling up. One problem after another, it's really troublesome. If it weren't for the fact that they were discussing business, Carl would have cursed, damn it. V and the others who were helping with the work noticed the change in Carl's expression, and based on their understanding, they almost immediately guessed what Carl was thinking. Stop with your little schemes, Carl, stop thinking about slacking off. Johnny's voice instantly interrupted Carl's attempt to slack off. He waved his busy, fluffy dog paws, and said irritably, "See? I'm working diligently. These paws are at your beck and call. How can you just sit around doing nothing?" Carl sighed deeply, ultimately deciding not to actually slack off. He would still do serious work diligently. Besides, the matter at hand was something he really cared about. Let's discuss 2 things first. Carl looked around the space. Besides his entire KK team, the guards, and Andy, everyone present was relevant. There are 2 things in Dogtown that absolutely cannot be ignored. One is the rampant drug trade, which is now ubiquitous on the streets, and the other is the scavengers. Both are things I hate. Give me some ideas on how to solve them. The scavengers cannot be ignored, and the drugs cannot be left unchecked. Hansen hadn't let Carl handle these two matters. In fact, since officially taking over, he couldn't tolerate them for even a day longer. His friends clearly knew Carl's attitude towards these two issues, and had no objections. However, in terms of urgency, there had to be a priority. Compared to the drug trade, which required tracking down various locations, the scavengers were obviously easier to trace and deal with, especially since their existence was affecting Dogtown's control. After discussing for a while, Carl made a decision. Let's start with the scavengers, and deal with the others while we're at it. How? Andy was ready to cooperate. Notify the rest of the rabble, and tell them to be smart, either follow the rules of Typing State or get out of Dogtown. As for the cleaners, Carl's voice was icy. Not a single one of them can be spared. I'm going to kill them all in Dogtown. Chapter 905. Search. NCPD. Behave yourselves. Don't let a single one escape. Except for the kidnapped, don't let any of the others go. Except for the hostages, kill everyone else. This is Mr. Carl's order. Cleaners, leave no one alive. After Carl made his decision, the entire cleaners force in Dogtown was almost immediately met with devastating blows. Hansen couldn't completely wipe out Dogtown because he needed to ensure the absolute loyalty of his men, and he was indeed short-handed. There was no need to fight a counterinsurgency war against the constant influx of cleaners into Dogtown. But Carl was different. He just wanted the cleaners dead. If they kept coming, he killed them one by one until the flow stopped. To this end, Carl even hired a large number of people to handle the work. He practically emptied his pockets of all available mercenary companies he could contact: the 6th Street Gang, Ecardo, the Valentino Gang, the Animal Gang, the Vortex Gang, with whom he could negotiate, and even the Tiger Claw Gang belonging to Wakako. The scope of this hiring was so broad that Carl even paid to bring back the Lazarus professional mercenaries, who had come with New America, and were currently retreating to Dogtown. With the assistance of the NCPD's Terrorist Mobile Unit and Special Operations Team, the mercenaries who received double pay or temporary mercenaries worked very diligently. Basically, every scavenger had a dozen or more bullet holes in them the moment they met. Some of those who were paid triple pay even started the cleanup operations in SRS. However, Carl had explicitly stated he wouldn't compensate for such cyberbullying driven by money, so he kept it somewhat under control. The hired personnel naturally varied in quality. For example, Wakako included some of her own people in the dispatch team, sent to gain experience and broaden their horizons. However, considering the elite nature of the other personnel she assigned, Carl paid them double the price equally. After all, Wakako understood the importance of discretion. She knew this was a way to showcase her people to Carl and give them safe practice. By sending enough capable personnel, Carl naturally turned a blind eye. As for those who didn't understand the rules and varied in quality, Carl would tolerate individuals, but if it was a group, he had to have a serious talk. Fortunately, this didn't happen. KK's high prices, whether out of respect for KK or for the money, meant the hired personnel were very sensible. After all, KK's example was there. A good reputation and skill were essential for securing high-paying jobs. Take Lazarus, for instance. If they hadn't impressed Carl during their previous battles, proving the Lazarus mercenaries truly lived up to their reputation, Carl wouldn't have offered them such a high price and had them returned halfway through their mission. And after Kurt Hansen's death, the Lazarus mercenaries, having essentially completed their military technology mission, thoroughly enjoyed Carl throwing money in their faces. Not to mention that Carl wasn't entirely disrespectful. After offering a high price, he even thoughtfully provided them with ammunition, food, and medical supplies. These supplies were all left behind by the Ghost Hound, and were all reasonably decent. Faced with such a generous employer, these mercenaries were naturally willing to risk their lives for him. Of course, to prevent the mercenaries from getting too excited after receiving the money and harming ordinary Dogtown residents, especially the Vortex Gang, Carl put a lot of effort into personnel allocation. He not only brought in the sliding group to verify their identities as a hacker group, ensuring no one was mistakenly killed or let go, but also had V patrol in the hover car. With V around, even the Vortex Gang started to become more amiable. The Vortex Gang leader, Brick, even personally killed several of his men who were almost driven mad. Delaying making money, especially this kind of lucrative opportunity that felt like a welfare distribution, meant that Brick, let alone his men, would be happy to shoot himself a few times to cheer everyone on, as long as he could keep himself alive. KK is really a good guy. Brick wasn't the only one with this sentiment. Even the Wild King of the Animal Gang thought so. The Animal Gang's main income came from bodyguards and security, but the Wild King, thanks to Carl's guidance on boxing matches and arenas, became the wealthiest member of the gang, and his men multiplied several times over. Now, KK thinks of the Animal Gang and immediately thinks of her. He's offering a high price. The standard hiring rate is already the highest on the market, but he's offering double that, and even 4 times the captain's rate for her personally. This trip back means the boxing ring can be completely renovated to the latest standard. It's only because Carl isn't a middleman, otherwise, with his methods, who wouldn't want to work for him? No one dislikes a middleman who is easy to talk to, capable, and pays well, especially one who can personally handle the aftermath if the mission fails. Thanks to the efforts of the mercenaries, the scavengers who were once a persistent problem in Dogtown are being cleared out quickly. It's expected that before long, all the scavengers, equipped with elite weapons, will be completely wiped out of Dogtown. Carl's reasons for paying such a high price to eliminate the cleaners were naturally valid. Fighting the cleaners required speed. Slowing down would give them a chance to escape. If they remained hidden, eliminating them would take an unpredictable amount of time. By crushing them before they could react, Dogtown could be brought back under control and allowed to develop again. Then, by eliminating a few remaining members of the Ghost Town gang, Dogtown could develop as before, or even faster. Compared to what Dogtown would bring Carl after its redevelopment, it was merely a matter of throwing money around. Nothing significant. The KK squad was fully involved in this, and besides their financial aid, Carl's own earnings from missions, part-time work at the agency, the NCPD, the 6th Street Gang, the Acardo weapons transport, and various other sources in the Pacific State were all used for this hire, amounting to less than half. And even if he spent all of it, Carl wouldn't have batted an eye. He could simply borrow some from friends and pay them back later. He didn't have many other friends, but he happened to have quite a few wealthy ones. Under the combined force and money of various powers, the Dogtown scavengers were completely wiped out in a single day. Not a single person escaped from any of the raided hideouts. Chapter 906. While the scavengers were being eradicated in Dogtown, an order was being restored with the assistance of the NCPD. The Ghost Hounds, who had evacuated earlier, learned of what had happened in Dogtown. The Ghost Hounds, led by Bennett and Gago, did not receive the news of their beloved Colonel Hansen's return. All they knew was the news of Colonel Hansen's death, and that KK had become the current ruler of Dogtown. KK, it's KK. Gago was incredulous upon learning the current situation in Dogtown. He hadn't expected that KK would be the last one to appear in the battle between the Ghost Hounds and New America, nor had he expected that KK would become the final victor. What is this equivalent to? It's like a giant squid and a sperm whale fighting in the ocean, and before they can determine a winner, a deep-sea fishing boat's net catches the giant squid, leaving a stunned sperm whale behind, which, after a while, also runs away. They were like the tentacles bitten off by a sperm whale during the giant squid's catch. Now, they not only had to worry about the fishing nets, but also whether the sperm whale would target them and use them as food. The most absurd thing was that the conventional fishing distance for deep-sea fishing was generally around 200 meters underwater, while the giant squid's range was 300 to 3,000 meters. This was absolutely unexpected for both sides. But it happened anyway. Gago knew that Carl had designs on Dogtown. Although Gago didn't know Carl that well, he knew Carl's style of doing things. Based on his past experience and understanding of Carl, if Carl wanted to take action against Dogtown, he could have taken advantage of the reconstruction boom in Taiping State and directly razed Dogtown. There was no need to wait until now. Hansen had ordered the Hounds to be on high alert for over a month, only to find that the expansion of the Pacific State reconstruction had stopped at the border with Dogtown. Gago breathed a sigh of relief then. Such a good opportunity, yet they didn't act, waiting until now. Good opportunities don't come all the time. Like the events following the presidential plane crash, Carl couldn't have known beforehand. For Carl, that was the best time to unify Dogtown. He had no reason to think so far ahead. In Night City, people who think about next week are already quite idle, thinking about unforeseen events a month, or even months in advance. That's unrealistic. Unless Carl truly had the patience to wait for the so-called best opportunity, and actually seized it, there's only one reason Carl would get involved in this chaos. That is, he originally didn't intend to participate, but something caught his attention, so he came to do the work, and incidentally took over Dogtown. But was that even possible? A spur-of-the-moment decision. Gagazab's mind was a mess. His usually sharp thoughts were now tangled up, like a ball of yarn, leaving him unsure of his next move. Continue to escape with the remaining ghost hounds? Where could he go? The New America people hadn't gone far, and even if they did escape, where could they go after losing Dogtown as their refuge? Breaking through the blockade wouldn't be easy. Almost every ghost hound member was injured. Even Gago, who had little combat ability and was well protected, had bullet grazes on his face. If his bodyguard Charles hadn't tackled him to the ground in the nick of time, Gago's head might have been blown apart during the evacuation. Where could these people possibly run? Even if they became mercenaries, with their former ghost town background, who could they gain the trust of? Even if they got work, it would likely be for a pittance they had no choice but to accept, and they'd be sent to their deaths as low-quality mercenaries. Not to mention the equipment problem. Having lost Dogtown as their weapons supplier, and its own weapons factory, they couldn't even maintain their existing weapons. Even if they could salvage parts from other firearms, without their familiar equipment, how much of their fighting ability would they have left? Realizing that escaping with Ghost Hound was a dead end, Gago began to think. Perhaps, in extreme circumstances, one can indeed perform at their best. Gago's mind was exceptionally clear now. Driven by the will to survive, Gago realized that their only way to live, their only way out, was to return to Dogtown. Why return to Dogtown? To join KK. Forget about KK killing Colonel Hansen. That's pretty much the same in small street gangs and organizations. One leader kills another, but the underlings don't really fight to the death. Once the fight's outgrown and the boss is dead, they just join him. Nobody truly doesn't value their life. While the ghost hounds aren't like the animals, where it's about who's the strongest or most capable leader, Gago had no real loyalty to Hansen. He was a very capable man, and the reason he gained Hansen's trust was because his actions and interests aligned with Hansen's. Therefore, while Hansen was alive, he was indeed willing to repay Hansen with loyalty and work diligently for him. But now that Hansen is dead, what's the point of his loyalty? Blame the dead Hansen. A good bird chooses a good tree to perch on, and a wise minister chooses a good lord to serve. Gago was prepared to use this Chinese proverb to answer KK. Bennett. Having made up his mind, Gago turned to look at Chester Bennett. Although he harbored deep resentment towards Bennett in the past, considering the recent smooth cooperation, he ultimately decided to put aside old grudges and try to win him over. After all, the more people who sided with KK, the more weight their words would carry. However, Bennett's reaction completely exceeded his expectations. Damn KK. Damn New America. Bennett slammed his fist heavily on the hood of the car in front of him, the force of the blow causing the vehicle to shudder. Under Gago's gaze, Bennett's eyes were filled with rage. He noticed Gago's gaze and looked over, his prosthetic eyes glowing red and shifting, sending a chill down Gago's spine. This guy, is he having a cyberpsychotic episode? In Gago's memory, Bennett had no cyberpsychotic tendencies, but before each cyberpsychotic episode, there was usually no such tendency. So he became secretly wary, simultaneously signaling his bodyguard Charles to move closer. But just as Gago was prepared, Bennett's first words were completely unexpected. You take the rest of the men and go join KK, Gago. Chapter 907. I lead the rest of the men to join KK. Gagazab could hardly believe his ears. Would Bennett really say that? Gagazab had expected Bennett to disagree. After all, everyone knew his loyalty to Hansen. Gagazab was prepared to persuade him, or if he couldn't, to fight on the spot, using Bennett's life as a pledge of allegiance. But after Bennett shouted something that sounded like he was about to fight to the death, he turned around and, without waiting for Gagazab to speak, told him to join KK? These are the words I was going to say. Would Bennett really say that? Gagazab was incredulous. He knew Bennett. While he wasn't the pure, violent fool he appeared to be, he certainly wasn't that smart. How could Bennett possibly have thought through and spoken about something that even he himself needed to consider? This was completely outside of his planned script. How come Bennett suddenly became so clever after Hansen's death? While Gago was still somewhat taken aback, Bennett continued, I don't plan to defect to the KK, but we have no other way to survive now. Neither New America nor Dogtown will let us go, we have nowhere to go. He glanced past Gago at Dogtown in the distance. I'm not exactly a good person to my subordinates, nor am I truly loyal to the colonel, but some things I have to do. Bennett wasn't stupid, he had already figured out his future path. Even if he went back to join KK, he could only ever be a regular soldier or a gatekeeper. He could never return to the past. There was nowhere in the world he could belong now. Even if he wanted to start over, given that most of the ghost hounds came from Dogtown, he couldn't take many people with him. Besides, he'd never been kind to his subordinates, only a handful could truly be considered his confidants. Rather than fall to rock bottom, he might as well do something. Do something befitting Chester Bennett, the Ghost Hound. Hansen's choice of Bennett as his successor, with Gago as his advisor, was indeed brilliant. Because, ultimately, Bennett was the same kind of person as Hansen. While he might not be as good as Hansen in many ways, and he didn't have Hansen's methods that Gago needed to fill, he was exactly the same as Hansen in one aspect. That was, preferring to be a big fish in a small pond rather than a small fish in a big pond. Bennett would rather die than return to being an ordinary person, just as Hansen would rather die than be trapped in Dogtown. Hansen died as the king of Dogtown, so Bennett planned to act like the Hound of the Underworld, as a way of repaying Colonel Hansen for his years of training. Bennett knew that if Kurt Hansen were alive, and had successfully implemented his plan, he might have had other ideas. But now that Hansen was dead, he didn't mind remembering that loyalty as a form of repayment. "What are you going to do, Bennett?" Bennett announced his plan to have the current Spectres ally with KK over the channel, informing all the Spectres following them of their leader's intentions. While some among them were unwilling, they were a minority. Compared to the majority of Spectres, who were already unsettled by the news of KK's newfound power in Dogtown, their numbers were simply too small. "What am I going to do?" Bennett surveyed the surrounding Spectre vehicles, his gaze sweeping over the remaining Spectres. Those who followed Bennett and Gago were the elite of the Spectres, but now fewer than 200 remained. At its peak, the Spectres boasted nearly 10,000 members. In Night City, where the population had swelled to 8 million, Hansen's ability to cultivate such a large private army within the confines of Dogtown speaks volumes about his capabilities. It's important to understand that a standard infantry regiment in New America only numbers 3,000 to 4,000 men. Hansen, however, rose to power after the unit's dispersal, making the Spectres larger than any other gang in Night City. He was undoubtedly a remarkable figure. However, after the conflict with New America and a series of personnel losses, Bennett estimates that fewer than 5,000 Spectres remain. The casualties are secondary. The greater loss is those who no longer wish to be Spectres. Bennett estimates that even if KK consolidates the Spectre forces around the stadium, he wouldn't have more than 3,000 former Spectres under his command, the size of an average Night City gang. The Spectres, so this is what they become. Whether out of a sigh or a sense of relief after making a decision, Bennett answered Gago's question about what he was going to do. "I'm going to kill that bitch, Miles." A simple, utterly straightforward answer. Bennett didn't intend to seek revenge against KK, who had killed Colonel Hansen. Firstly, he genuinely didn't believe he was KK's match, and secondly, he genuinely didn't believe killing KK would undo anything. Everything he had fought for had now failed, so in the end, he would do something with his own abilities. Colonel Hansen died fighting against New America, and it was New America that betrayed them during the operation. Ultimately, the Ghost Hounds organization was initially a group of abandoned people who refused to be abandoned, so they gathered together, clinging to life, while plotting revenge against New America. Now that Hansen was dead, and Ghost Hounds had disbanded, Bennett, as a veteran, who had followed Hansen on the Midnight Storm mission, was still alive. Therefore, let him represent Ghost Hounds and fulfill their original purpose. What is Midnight Storm? It was President Miles's order. During the Unification Wars, to facilitate the subsequent attack on Night City, she ordered the troops to establish a new outpost south of Night City. Hansen and Bennett executed the operation brilliantly, capturing Dogtown for New America. But afterwards, New America abandoned them under Miles's orders. Using subordinates as pawns for personal gain was Miles's nature. It was an instinct ingrained in her. Now, the price of each past betrayal was mounting, paying off her time and again. Hansen's confrontation with her was the manifestation of this retribution, and now, the pointer of fate had firmly pointed to Bennett. Midnight Storm. The midnight pointer had arrived. Chester Bennett, a remnant of Midnight Storm, as a member of the Wraiths, took the last complete equipment contributed by the Wraiths and departed with a few remaining Wraith veterans. Chapter 908. Dogtown has a new king. This news, along with the withdrawal of New America personnel and the Night City gangs and mercenaries purge of the cleaners, spread throughout Night City and then across North America and the world. The new king is named KK. In various parts of the world that have arms trade dealings with Dogtown, personnel responsible for this sales channel boarded vehicles bound for Night City. They needed to meet with KK as soon as possible to reconfirm with this new ruler how the profits that once belonged to Dogtown in the arms trade would continue. Dogtown is a good place. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it's the best arms trading location on the entire west coast of North America. These profits can't be abandoned just because someone has changed hands. Meanwhile, the top executives of major corporations have also obtained intelligence. They maintain a wait-and-see attitude towards the turbulent Dogtown. Apart from a few companies that have already dispatched personnel, most are still calculating how much new value this land can bring them. To maintain his absolute control over Dogtown, Kurt Hansen hadn't been particularly enthusiastic about his relationships with the companies. Aside from a few essential clients, his methods of controlling Dogtown were remarkably conservative and cautious. Now, although the person in charge has changed, it's still KK, a familiar face to all the companies. No one can say for sure whether KK will continue Hansen's behavior, so there's no need to rush. Not only are the companies observing, but even the middlemen who used to be familiar with KK have subtly shifted their attitudes. Now that KK is the ruler of Dogtown, he naturally can no longer personally handle mercenary work. Therefore, when dealing with him, they begun to shift their stance more towards mutually beneficial cooperation, such as outsourcing missions, assigning some tasks to KK, who then has his people carry them out. Although KK possessed bargaining power on an equal footing, or even higher, than the rest of the Dogtown before becoming king, the title of king was ultimately a formal declaration, and some rules had to be followed differently. For KK, matters concerning companies and intermediaries were minor issues. He was currently busy hunting down the drug sellers. He came to Dogtown to do two things: eliminate the cleaners and deal with the drug sellers. Now that the cleaners had been eliminated, the drug issue needed to be resolved. While the cleaners could be killed without mercy, matters related to the drugs were more complicated. Besides some addictive substances, some drugs were indispensable to the residents of Dogtown, such as addictive painkillers. Could all of this be eliminated? Of course not. Otherwise, aside from other issues, the cybernetic issues alone would expose a host of cybernetic psychosis cases caused by the lack of neuromodulation. But letting things run rampant wasn't an option either. Besides its signature arms trade, Dogtown presents a stark contrast to Night City in its ubiquitous drug addicts. Due to the lack of formal regulations, even after the ghost hounds levied taxes, two things remained exceptionally cheap in Dogtown: weapons and drugs. This made drugs almost as ubiquitous as air, and drug addicts openly suffering in the streets were commonplace. Carl felt little sympathy for those addicted to drugs, but he understood that some genuinely needed them to maintain basic bodily functions, while others genuinely needed them for pain relief. Therefore, careful identification and categorized management were crucial, a far more complicated process than simply killing without mercy. In short, what Carl is doing now bears some resemblance to the practices of his hospital in his previous life. For those verified to be dependent on specific drugs to maintain bodily functions, he has designated personnel to control and approve the supply of these medications. However, the source and destination of every single dose and pill must be meticulously recorded, with both written and electronic records kept for verification. Then, he must establish a continuous verification mechanism, regularly checking whether users still have a genuine need, and strictly preventing anyone from using their illness to divert controlled drugs into the underground market. This is truly difficult to implement. After all, even in Night City, drug addicts are occasionally seen on the streets. In fact, the first person Carl saw die in this world was a drug addict. But some things aren't off limits just because they're difficult. Even though the situation in Dogtown is far more severe than in Night City, practically uncontrolled, requiring everything to be started from scratch and facing numerous obstacles, this doesn't change the fact. Now that Carl has control of Dogtown, Dogtown must follow his rules. The first dead person Carl saw in this world was a drug addict, but Carl never forgot that man named Alan. He didn't want to see another Alan die before his eyes for that reason. That wasn't how a person should die. While Carl was dealing with matters related to Dogtown, he was also familiarizing himself with the AI now stored in the Cerberus's action signature component. It must be said that AI is indeed, in a sense, humanity's best helper. Although Carl hadn't yet considered rebuilding the AI's physical body to make it function like it did within the neural matrix, its inherent functionality was already helping Carl in many ways. Furthermore, Carl had a feeling that the more he interacted with the AI, the more the smoothness of his prosthetic left arm spread throughout his body, as if his body was gradually taking control of the AI's methods. To put it in a strange way, Carl felt himself becoming more comfortable every day. He was definitely getting stronger, but more importantly, his physical condition was improving. Carl's physical condition was getting better and better, to the point that his mental state was radiant. His hard work these past few days hadn't left him feeling tired at all. On the contrary, he was becoming increasingly adapted. Carl was now like a battery being gradually recharged. If it weren't for the AI issue, Carl would have even entertained the dangerous idea of acquiring several more AIs to monitor their operation. While Carl was becoming increasingly familiar with the AI and even considering naming it number 1, the AI, which had gradually finished gathering information with Carl and was beginning to understand the present time, made a suggestion to Carl upon Johnny's arrival. The algorithm used to encrypt the target's chipset was written before the data corruption. I have the algorithm data and can help you decipher it. This intelligent AI, which understands survival, is naturally referring to Relic, developed by the former genius hacker Otto Cunningham. That is, the biggest secret concerning Johnny's existence. Chapter 909. Cracking Relic. Carl was indeed tempted by the AI's proposal. He wasn't concerned about the cyber damage Relic could cause, nor the possibility of immortality it contained. What he cared deeply about was whether Relic, storing Johnny's consciousness, could truly bring Johnny back to life. Now, with the biotechnology and Arasaka-related data, creating a new body for Johnny wasn't difficult. The core issue was Relic itself. Since no one understood Relic's core data, Carl was still considering using the methods of biotechnology experiments, replacing the brain with Relic. However, if the AI could use its knowledge from before the data collapsed to decipher the secrets of Relic for Carl, then the final obstacle to truly giving Johnny a body could be overcome. Perhaps then, Johnny's consciousness could remain in the body, not as Relic, but as self-awareness. Carl immediately told Johnny about this important development. His possession of an AI was no secret to his friends. Although some members of the team, like T-Bug, were wary of the AI, after confirming that Carl had access to the core data, she only reminded him to proceed with caution and set up a monitoring program before saying nothing more. Now that the AI was demonstrating crucial value, Carl naturally shared this with Johnny without hesitation. At the same time, Carl also contacted his colleagues working throughout Dogtown, informing them of the news. After all his companions learned the news, almost everyone fell silent. Because this was a very important matter. No one could say for sure whether cracking Relic would affect Johnny's existence. It would be terrible if, like disassembling a refrigerator, they accidentally took it apart and couldn't put it back together. While cracking it might indeed allow Johnny to truly exist, it wouldn't be good if he were erased during the process. Rather than that, it was better to be cautious. The combination of biotechnology and Arasaka's research and technology had confirmed that Johnny could control his body in chip form. While it might not be perfect, it was a safe measure with successful precedents. Rather than taking risks, this was a better approach for now. But no one could make the decision for Johnny. This concerned his existence, his consciousness, whether he could continue to be himself. This choice could only be made by Johnny Silverhand himself. Washing his katana, named Barker, V, having just finished clearing out a drug vending machine and directing the others, connected to the channel. V, besides Carl, was the most adept at commanding operations among his companions. He himself couldn't explain why. Perhaps he genuinely had a talent for it, or perhaps his nominal position in Arasaka had influenced him to some extent. He was the fastest at leading the team through their assigned areas, even surpassing Oliver, a member of the 6th Street Gang. Therefore, he was also the first to finish and asked Johnny, "Johnny, what do you think?" "What do I think?" Even when faced with a choice concerning their very survival, Johnny only hesitated for a second. Then, he lazily said, "Give me a cigarette and a drink." A cigarette, and a Johnny Silverhand, huh? Carl didn't ask any further questions. He quickly had someone bring cigarettes and bartending tools, and then, he personally mixed Johnny a drink named after himself. This request alone made his choice clear to all his companions. Sure enough, after slowly finishing the cigarette and savoring the drink in this body, Johnny stored the last drop of liquid within him, and made his decision. "Not bad, almost as good as Claire's, Carl. All right, bring him in." He pointed to his body, to the chip that carried his consciousness. "This is a damn cage. Whether it's for me or some other bastard, it's all the same. Now that I have a chance to pry it open, do you think I choose the safest cage?" Johnny's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable resolve. "This damn chip keeps me alive, but that's all. It's Carl, it's you guys, and it's this changed, godforsaken place." He surveyed Dogtown, looking into the distance, at Night City. "It makes me feel like I'm truly alive again, and now I have the chance to make this life a little more real, even if the risk is total annihilation." He paused, his body automatically opening the connection port. "That's worth it. I don't want to spend the rest of my life as a ghost living in a chip, a parasite that can only breathe because it can't fully control its body. It's either truly living or dying cleanly." Hesitating and indecisiveness isn't Johnny Silverhand's style. He looked at Carl one last time, his eyes hardening with seriousness. "Go ahead, Carl. Release my soul from this damn box. I believe in you, Even if you mess things up and format me. His virtual projection took a deep breath of non-existent air. That's still better than being trapped in Relic. That's my opinion. Don't worry about Carl. If something goes wrong, it's definitely not your fault. And if that happens, don't blame yourself. Otherwise, even if I die, I find a way back to slap you. Johnny's decision wasn't meant to make his friend feel guilty. Johnny used to be a complete scumbag, definitely not a good person, but he still had some genuine affection for his friends. Now that he's back, he sees things more clearly, or perhaps he's been influenced. He's now more like a human being. That's why, after making his decision, he comforted Carl, just as he had comforted Carrie before setting off to explore the desolate tower. He was prepared and willing to accept it. Now? Carl looked at Johnny, at the room where only he and Johnny were present. Aren't we going to wait for everyone to return? Aren't we going to inform Rogue and Carrie? Why all that? It's like a funeral. Rogue and Carrie have already experienced Johnny Silverhand's death once. Do you want them to witness me dying again? He shook his head. No need. If it succeeds, I personally surprise them. If it fails. He paused, his tone light. Then let them remember me as I am now. It's better than them remembering how I died. Carl, come on, don't be too rough. I don't like men. His projection gestured with its chin toward the connection port. Come on, friend. You're crazy, saying you don't like them while acting so ambiguous. Are you sick? Despite saying this, Carl didn't hesitate for a moment. He connected to the AI, then completed the connection with Johnny. Either truly live, or die, but Carl only wanted, and would only let, the former happen. Chapter 9:10. Get up, open your eyes, Johnny Silverhand. The hazy words gradually roused Johnny, whose body had been taken over, and who had lost consciousness upon being connected. He was dazed, hearing strange noises, and then felt his body being shaken. Then, he did indeed open his eyes. And then, he saw several faces close to him. After a brief half-second of stunned silence. Oliver, Jack, what are you doing? Oh, seems there's nothing wrong. Oliver was the first to turn his head away, looking at T-Bug beside him. Johnny's data is indeed as you and Carl said, there's nothing wrong. Have you figured out the core internal code? It couldn't be clearer. T-Bug's gaze was fixed on the flowing data stream on the screen, his tone carrying an uncontrollable excitement. Otto Cunningham is a genius. Who would have thought that data could be used to carry consciousness like this? Everyone used to say she was second only to Barmouth, on par with Spider Murphy, and I didn't believe it. Now I'm convinced. Enough with the praise. Carl, who was also checking data, waved his data panel and looked at Johnny, awake. Does anything feel wrong, Johnny? Apart from hearing you guys praising my girlfriend and not immediately checking on me, everything's fine. Johnny shook his dog-like body with his silver hand. A projection appeared, and then he immediately lit a cigarette. It feels like I just closed my eyes and woke up, and that was it. I was so sure that even if I didn't die, I'd be left with a bunch of after effects, and this is it? Because that's really it. Carl turned his gaze back to the data panel. I don't know why, but your relic is incredibly easy to crack. Although the most crucial core is impossible to unlock without the data from before the data crash. Once you have it, the difficulty is as simple as unpacking an energy bar. Isn't that just like going for a walk on the street and finding a sex doll? That's a good description. You don't need to describe it anymore, Johnny. Carl tapped the data panel lightly with his finger. Simply put, your relic doesn't have the kind of anti-theft program that automatically deletes internal data when encountering external data intrusion. It really is open to you as long as you have data to come in. So all your previous emotional appeals were for nothing. It really is just as you described, not much harder than unbuttoning a sex doll's clothes. Hearing Carl's words, Johnny blinked, unsure what to say for a moment. Should he say he wasted his feelings? Definitely not. After all, who knew things would turn out this way before the actual integration? If there were any related procedures, Johnny could indeed be erased. But thinking about it carefully, his actions just now did resemble clumsy lines from a street movie. It made Johnny himself a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Johnny has a knack for being carefree. After realizing he was perfectly fine, he quickly turned his attention to other things. So, will I be able to live a proper life soon? More or less. Carl put away the data panel, thought for a moment, and said, we roughly figured it out, but debugging will take some time. Basically, we need to find a way to create your body, then insert this chip, letting it slowly and completely overlay your consciousness onto the body. Once the transfer is complete, the chip can be discarded, but we still need to consult experts. With Arasaka's research data on biotechnology, creation and transfer aren't major problems, but if we need a complete and successful body, we need to hire professionals. Carl and his team had resources. Thanks to his past identity, Carl knew the experimental equipment and locations left behind by Arasaka's pheasant faction like the back of his hand. After assisting Lai Xian in the cleanup, those things basically fell into Carl's hands, not to mention the locations. We also want to thank Mr. Kurt Hansen for his generous sponsorship. His underground space is completely usable. All we need to do is move Arasaka's equipment over and add some related supplies. With the data support, we can quickly create an environment comparable in scale to the underground laboratory at the biotechnology site. In fact, in terms of the sophistication and newness of the equipment, this place far surpasses the biotechnology underground laboratory. After all, for biotechnology, that was just an internal company research project. But for Arasaka's faction, this was a key project related to Arasaka Saburo's revival plan, so the configuration in all aspects is naturally much higher. Since you say that, Carl, you must have already decided who to invite. I suppose so. It left a deep impression. Carl recalled his encounter with the people he met during his infiltration of the biotechnology warehouse. Those two researchers had left a particularly strong impression on him. He silently memorized them, thinking they might be helpful in Johnny's matter later, and now they were proving useful. The two researchers were named Semmel and Doss. Carl planned to recruit them, along with the talents from the pheasant faction he'd taken over. With the help of two former professional research teams from the biotechnology and pheasant factions, this shouldn't be difficult. The only problem was, how would Carl recruit them? In today's corporate politics, talent kidnapping and forced hiring exist, the practice of forcing people to work for one's own company. This is common in corporate conflicts, and many employees of well-known companies have been kidnapped this way to serve another. Aside from the risk of death during the kidnapping process, this practice is actually quite welcome to those employees. It's not that they're fearless, rather, being kidnapped itself proves their value. Once they join a new company, they often receive higher positions and better benefits. For most people who have little loyalty to their original company, this is undoubtedly a good thing. After all, it signifies an elevation in status and proof of being valued. Sometimes, the original company will even try to win this talent back. Through this process of winning them back, the highly sought-after employee often gets promoted on the spot, perhaps even skipping 2 levels. There was once an elite employee named Arasaka, who was kidnapped several times in the open and covert struggle with military technology, ultimately rising to the position of president and personally orchestrating a legendary operation that caused significant losses to military technology. Although this elite employee's final fate wasn't great, he did, after all, truly sit in the CEO's seat. For many company employees, this is a pinnacle they can only dream of, a dream they wouldn't even dare to contemplate. If I were CEO, I'd gladly accept being kidnapped a few times, even being scrambled for like a spinning top, receiving a high salary, and driving luxury cars. Many company employees harbored similar thoughts. What Carl didn't know was whether those two researchers actually wanted to be invited. Chapter 911. Having easily obtained research data, family information, and even hobbies from the two researchers through various channels, Carl chose not to use the company's kidnapping method, but rather to personally talk to them. Directly using the company's kidnapping method to recruit talent might cause resentment among the researchers. Although the probability of this being a possibility was low in this era accustomed to being forcibly hired, Carl was still very cautious when it came to Johnny, choosing to politely invite him himself. So just when these two researchers were stuck in a rut due to an attack on their project, unsure when it would restart, and continuing their routines, Carl alone arrived at their door. It must be said that not everyone could calmly accept Carl's sudden appearance at their doorstep. Even the two researchers who had arranged to have dinner together were stunned when they saw him, instinctively thinking they were dreaming. Fortunately, nothing too outrageous happened, like one of them fainting on the spot. After accepting the reality and confirming they weren't dreaming, that Carl had indeed come to them, the atmosphere during the negotiations was remarkably harmonious. Especially after Carl displayed their only successful experimental subject, the dodo bird, now in his hands. The two researchers, almost without hesitation, chose to unilaterally resign from the biotechnology department in the face of Carl's offer. Both had very simple family situations. They had little family, and apart from Doss having a sister, they were practically alone. They had joined the biotechnology department through direct recruitment while still in school. Now, the project was stalled due to the attack, with no end in sight, no hope of promotion, and possibly even the risk of being held responsible for the project's failure. If not now, when newcomers to Night City, influenced by various bizarre mutuo stories and street rumors, still hold the impression of KK as a cybernetic psychopath and serial killer. For the majority of company employees with slightly better connections, while these impressions are still questionable and have a certain degree of possibility, the benefits of working for KK are undeniable. KK's recent activities have all taken place within Night City. How could anyone not know? He's essentially subsidizing everyone capable of working in the mercenary industry. The compensation he provides is truly a blessing. Not to mention the benefits he's distributed in the NCPD and Pacific State. Now, everyone knows that working for KK is like having a golden ticket. Even NCPD officers patrolling the streets are now better equipped than legitimate gang members. It seems absurd when you think back to the past. 2 years ago, a gang member could chase down an entire NCPD squad. Now, an NCPD member is chasing down an entire squad. This dramatic change in just 2 years is a direct result of Commissioner Johnson's rise to power with KK's support. It's foreseeable that once KK fully integrates Dogtown and restarts the arms trade, even the NCPD will likely be equipped with military-grade gear. With such a promising future, when is a better time to pledge allegiance? Even when Hansen was just starting out with Ghost Hound, a shrewd individual like Gago was willing to gamble on its future and join him. KK's influence is undeniable. They simply lack connections to align with. KK is personally recruiting, who wouldn't give them face. Semmel and Doss, the two researchers, were easy to talk to. They resigned decisively, and Carl smoothed over biotechnology-related matters to facilitate their departure. Resigning from a company is both difficult and easy. Difficult because without proper procedures, a company can hold someone back indefinitely. Leaving after joining is not so easy unless you are completely worthless. Otherwise, they will skin you alive, demanding reimbursement with interest for everything they received over the years before letting you go. Easy because it is easy. You just need to lose an office power struggle and be kicked out by your rival. The only problem is that while resigning is easy, surviving afterwards is another matter. Although Semmel and Doss had no major concerns, and their project wasn't particularly valued in biotechnology, and it failed due to Hansen's attack, it was still a project. Carl, in his own name, contacted the biotechnology company, offering something in exchange. For example, returning the biological experiment data stolen by Hansen during the chaos to the biotechnology team. Regarding the lost items, KK personally contacted them. The biotechnology team's response was decisive. They didn't even need Samir and Doss to complete their resignation procedures. The news of their dismissal was sent to their personal terminals. Subsequently, the relevant liaison personnel from the biotechnology team further expressed their hope to establish more cooperation with KK in the future. For example, setting up some branches in Dogtown. Carl didn't elaborate on this aspect, only giving a response about future cooperation. Carl wasn't particularly adept at negotiating business with the company. As a mercenary, it was manageable, but now his status was different. He definitely needed a few advisors to help him, otherwise, he might be sold out without even realizing it. Fortunately, after finalizing things with the two researchers, Carl received some news. The advisors he needed had indeed arrived. Gago had returned with the Ghost Hounds. While arranging for Samir and Doss, the two experimentalists, to accompany the former Pheasant faction and former Ghost Hound experimentalists to the underground to conduct related experiments and prepare Johnny's body as quickly as possible, Carl met with Gago. Gagazab. If we're talking about a formal meeting, this was Carl's first time meeting this renowned Ghost Hound CFO. To rise to such a high position within Ghost Hound as a latecomer and manage its finances, Gagazab should have given the impression of a highly elite corporate dog. However, his first impression of Carl was quite different. Carl looked at him, at Gago, who was barely maintaining his composure, and trying to have a serious conversation with him, but he sensed a fear emanating from him. Just like this Gagazab, he was extremely nervous and flustered. His performance was even worse than the two researchers. So that's why Hansen chose Bennett as his successor, and Gago as his assistant. Carl saw through Gagazab's true nature. He was timid, or rather, terrified of death. Chapter 912. Gagazab's fear of death wasn't contradictory to his past courage in gambling on Kurt Hansen's future. After all, one is a matter of personality, the other a matter of vision. But for Carl, this was good news. A smart man who fears death understands what he should and shouldn't do. And a smart man who knows the limits is well suited for business discussions. With the help of Gago, a former high-ranking member of the Ghost Hounds, the territories in Dogtown that Kurt Hansen's corps controlled were rapidly being consolidated and managed. Regarding taxes on Dogtown residents, Carl, on Gago's advice, relaxed some taxes on weapons, food, and electricity, but began to strictly control taxes on medicine. As it turned out, Hansen initially only wanted to ensure the absolute loyalty of his territory. He had also placed restrictions on Gago. Now, with Gago fully utilizing his abilities, Dogtown, which was initially expected to take a month to achieve basic unification, began collecting taxes in less than half the time. Collecting taxes essentially meant that the territory now belonged to him. Carl's lenient approach, allowing him free reign, also exceeded Gago's expectations. His initial plan was that by leading the ghost hounds back to surrender, Carl might offer him a position out of consideration for his character, but it likely wouldn't be a high-ranking one, at most managing a small area. Gago would then have to start working again under constant suspicion, never reaching his former heights. Gago had prepared to work for a while, then voluntarily retire, pocket the money, and live like a rich man. However, after meeting Carl, his authority not only didn't diminish, but actually increased. So much so that Gago himself felt a little apprehensive while using him. If KK's actions constituted trusting his subordinates, then he was incredibly audacious. Wasn't he afraid that Gago would summon the former ghost hounds to attack him? Oh, he seemed genuinely unafraid. After understanding the fundamental differences between KK and Hansen, Gago felt relieved. The feeling of fully utilizing his talent, without any restrictions, was simply wonderful. If Gago weren't such a person, he would have felt a sense of loyalty, even willing to die for a true friend. When Hansen was colonel, he only managed a portion of the finances, such as purchasing funds. He couldn't touch anything else. Now that KK was here, he could not only purchase funds, but also manage taxes. He handled both collecting and dispersing money. It felt amazing. Why didn't KK come sooner? Hansen died too late. These past few days, Gago had been handling the finances, siphoning off a considerable sum both openly and covertly. Most of it came from various companies and powerful figures expressing their goodwill and asking him for favors. He habitually accepted them, but looking at the astronomical amount that had accumulated, his anxiety grew with each passing day. Unsure of KK's attitude towards this money, he chose a day to proactively hand it over as a sign of loyalty. Unexpectedly, KK flatly refused. Even NCPDs take kickbacks. Just take it. Buy yourself something you want, KK said calmly, as if dealing with a child's hidden money for candy. As long as you do your job well, you can take the money. He just took it. Gago could hardly believe his ears. In the past, he would have had to secretly smuggle this money, hiding it from Colonel Hansen, for 2 whole years, and even then, he might not have been able to scrape together the amount. KK just casually allowed him to accept it. Serving KK was an honor. After working for KK for half a month, Gago deeply understood this, and subsequently, he quickly forgot about Colonel Hansen. Kurt Hansen, don't mention that name, I'm really not familiar with him, and don't mention it in private, I'm afraid KK will misunderstand. Of course, while Gago worked even harder for this, Carl wasn't entirely without suspicion. He still had former members of the Pheasant faction under his command. The remaining former Pheasant faction members were all elites. This wasn't just talk, they were truly the elite personnel who had been selected by Saburo Arasaka, Hanako, and Akechi, and finally, after rigorous training. In front of these elites, if Gago had actually done something harmful, his team would have arrived a minute later. Other companies can learn the art of internal strife, but what Arasaka honed isn't something you can just copy. While his subordinates were all working hard, Carl finally had some free time for other things. He left Dogtown, where he had been for so long, and went to Arasaka. Sessen was no longer in Night City. While Miles was withdrawing his troops, hurriedly ordering the search for Li De and Song Xiaomei, while rushing back to Washington, Sessen was also busy in Japan. The current CEO of Arasaka in Night City was the same person from 2 years ago. This refers to Haruko Arasaka. Michiko Arasaka recently left Night City to handle affairs across North America. Hanako Arasaka was taken away by Yuriyuki, leaving Haruko Arasaka as the only direct member of the Arasaka faction remaining in Night City. Compared to 2 years ago, Haruko now possesses sufficient strength to secure her position and handle various affairs with ease. Not only does she have Kenichi Shiro, the highest-ranking member of the Arasaka Tower besides herself, but she has also absorbed and protected the remaining high-ranking members of the Pheasant faction, while simultaneously cultivating her own confidence within the Dove faction. Furthermore, thanks to her relationship with KK and Yuriyuki, the Hawk faction has also provided personnel assistance. While factional divisions still exist within the Arasaka organization, and occasional disagreements still exist among members, no one questions Haruko Arasaka herself anymore. She is now considered the common successor of all 3 factions, and is likely to succeed Hiroyuki Arasaka in the future. Since the future leader has already been determined, what remains are merely internal frictions that do not affect the overall situation. This has been a characteristic of Arasaka since ancient times, a tradition inherited from the Terra no Masakato rebellion. It would be strange if it weren't there. Mutual understanding between people isn't easy, so some friction is normal. As long as they can still work together towards the big picture despite the friction, it's a tolerable norm. Now, Haruko Arasaka has been promoted to Vice President of Arasaka North America, making her, in the company's structure, the third most important person after Hiroyuki Arasaka and Michiko Arasaka. Of course, there are other regional heads within Arasaka, but under the company's regional weighting system, North America remains the strategic core, aside from Japan. The position of head of the North American region was held by Arasaka K over 50 years ago. Now, it's not surprising that a deputy head of North America wields actual power and influence surpassing that of the heads of other regions. This is akin to a colonel in a small country. Their influence and resources are naturally incomparable to a lieutenant colonel in a large country. This time, Carl was meeting with this third-in-command of the Arasaka Corporation, not as a friend, but as the king of Dogtown. He wanted to leverage Dogtown's unique value to discuss opening an arms trade with Haruko. After all, Dogtown, though small, is a strategic stronghold. Of course, even with such geographical value, Dogtown-level cooperation projects usually don't require Haruko's personal involvement. Initially, Carl simply expressed his interest through conventional channels, without intending to discuss it with Haruko. However, when Carl's request to meet with a specific Arasaka employee, such as Kenichi Kanzuya, or, as a second choice, Kenichi Shiro, was submitted to Arasaka, the company immediately and unilaterally stipulated that Carl and Haruko must meet in person. Since that was the case, Carl had no choice but to comply. After all, in his capacity as a businessperson, he had to follow their wishes. Under the watchful eyes of many Arasaka employees, Carl easily entered the Arasaka Tower after passing through security, and, using his exclusive privileges, pressed the button to go to the CEO's floor. Then, the first thing he heard when he arrived at Haruko's location was, "The Dog King is here. Don't talk to me in that weird tone, Mashi." Carl glanced at Mashi, who was the first to greet him, somewhat speechless. "What do you mean by Dog King? Pronounce King of Dogtown properly. You can't abbreviate chocolate bread to Chicago bread. This Dog King really can't last a day, he have to be changed sooner or later." Chapter 913. 1 minute after Carl arrived at the CEO's floor in Arasaka. So tired. I only feel it now that I'm relaxing. I'm really exhausted. Carl slumped into the custom-made sofa in the room, letting out a satisfied yet painful groan. He stretched his almost stiff limbs, turned his head, and complained to the others in the room, "You guys have no idea how I survived these past few days. Every day is work from the moment I open my eyes, and I only get a maximum of 6 hours of sleep, with endless tasks crammed in between. Occasionally, I even have to stand on the big screen like Hansen, forcing a all-is-well facade on the whole city. Honestly, I'm practically numb with exhaustion. I really don't understand how Hansen managed to appear on camera every day to promote himself. I feel like I'm falling apart after just a few days." 6 hours? Mashi didn't even look up, her slender fingers casually swiping a newly signed electronic document into the process queue. She, now quite adept at handling documents, glanced at Carl. "You need to understand, according to internal company statistics, this is an excellent sleep duration that only directors can maintain. Many junior employees don't even go home to their apartments more than a few times a week. Going home once a month is the norm. Don't take this kind of systemic exploitation for granted." Carl stared at Mashi. "So your sleep is like this too?" "Of course it's different for me." Mashi slightly raised her chin, her tone carrying a barely perceptible hint of pride. "Like a bird showing off its feathers, I get 2 extra hours. Do you have days off?" "Theoretically, yes," she said, her gaze shifting slightly to Haruko. "But the current situation. You know how busy it is, so—" "No." She twirled a strand of hair between her fingers, unconsciously spinning it. "How long has it been since you went back to your place?" "About," she blinked, as if doing mental calculations, then smiled. "About a month?" Carl shook his head, as if trying to shake the numbers off his ears. "Honestly, I really admire you guys." Carl's gaze swept over Maki, Chiom, and Haruko, his tone tinged with exhaustion. "Normally, I always thought that the reason superiors push their subordinates to work so hard is so they can go home early and enjoy life. But in Night City—" He paused, then sighed, "the superiors are working themselves to death, and the subordinates are working themselves to death. What is this? It's the ultimate involutionary overtime hell. Carl, you experienced some of that feeling, haven't you? Haruko blinked and smiled at Carl. Working must be tiring. I'm numb with exhaustion. I have to admire you guys, the professionals trained by Arasaka. I really can't compare to you in this regard. No, that's not what I meant. Haruko gently shook her head, temporarily putting aside her work. When she looked at Carl again, her gaze was calm and focused. I mean, Carl, now you finally understand what it's like to command a large group of people and control a vast force, don't you? Haruko looked directly into Carl's eyes. Now you understand what it feels like to be at the top. It's not that being at the top is lonely or anything, Carl replied after a moment's thought. Generally speaking, it's similar to before, except there are more people, more things to worry about, and I understand more clearly now that some decisions can't be made for you, so you have to be more careful. Hearing this, Haruko's lips curved into a gentle, knowing smile. As expected, Carl, you haven't changed. Changed in what? Carl looked at her, puzzled. Haruko didn't answer immediately. She picked up the tea that Chiom had brewed on her table, took a sip, and put the cup down, saying, "Become like them." Her gaze fell on the floor, as if looking through the building at the people working below. Treating frantic work as an honor, sacrificing one's life as the norm, and then gradually becoming accustomed to it, and then tacitly accepting it. She turned back, her eyes warm. Most people get used to conforming, they follow what others do, and then they don't question whether it's right or wrong, they just get used to it. But Carl, you seem like you never change, just like when I first met you. Treating overtime as a virtue, that's inherently wrong, okay? Carl said, but he could understand those who worked hard, but you can't say they're used to it. Humans can never get used to hardship. The numbness, the compliance, is simply because they have no choice. If they don't do it this way, they can't live. If they don't do it this way, they can't get promoted. Whether it's for simple survival or ambition, no one is truly numb and compliant. Compared to them, I'm probably just more selective, so I won't do it this way. Since that's the case, of course I won't change. Carl saw things clearly. If it weren't for his abilities, being a mere company employee might be a blessing, and simply surviving would be a stroke of luck. He just happened to have some skills, and happened to want to do something. There was no reason for him to think he was so great because of that, nor was there any reason for him to look down on those who worked hard. It was just that he wasn't used to it. That didn't mean other people's way of life was wrong, nor did it mean that others were doing hard work. What was truly wrong were the things and systems that forced them to work so hard. That's it, Haruko repeated softly, her eyes slightly narrowed. Like two crescent moons, their light gentle and resolute. Gone were the usual scrutiny and calculation, only pure, undisguised intimacy remained. That's why I feel, Carl is Carl. Yes, I feel I am me too. Carl nodded matter-of-factly, while Maki, listening to Carl and Haruko's conversation, unconsciously paused her hand. At that moment, the sound of a file gently sliding onto the table came from beside them. Maki hurriedly picked up the fallen documents, a fleeting, almost imperceptible pause crossing her face. She looked up, her gaze darting quickly between Carl and Haruko, finally settling on Carl as if drawn by a magnet. Looking at Carl, she felt a sudden tightness in her chest, an emotion that left her somewhat bewildered, which she masked with work. Okay. She deliberately raised her voice, clutching a document tightly to her chest. Carl, you rested long enough, haven't you? As she spoke, she pulled out the sheet that, according to rank, was at most her responsibility. It's time to get down to business. Chapter 914. After being reminded by Maki, Carl realized he wasn't there to chat with friends, he had serious business to attend to. He was representing Dogtown to talk to Arasaka, so why were they chatting so soon after arriving? He initially planned to have a serious discussion, but he relaxed so easily. Yeah, I still need to go back to town and talk to others after this. Let's finish quickly. As he spoke, Carl remembered something, glanced at the tea on Haruko's table, and then looked at Chiom. Chiom, could I have a cup of tea too? I'm a little thirsty after my journey. Chiom nodded slightly, instinctively reaching for Carl's tea, but froze the moment she moved. Then, as if realizing something, she secretly glanced at Haruko. Haruko didn't look at her. Her gaze was fixed on the documents in Maki's hands, then shifted to Maki's face, pausing for a second before looking away without saying anything. Seeing that Haruko hadn't noticed her actions, Chiom felt a sense of relief for some reason, and then proceeded naturally, as if the slight pause earlier had never happened. She not only poured Carl a cup of tea, but also refilled Maki's already empty cup. Well, actually, I don't really like tea that much. Maki hesitated for a moment, but accepted Chiyome's kindness. She looked at Carl, who was sipping his tea, and asked, "How does it taste?" "Carl, do you like tea?" "It's alright. Don't mistake me for someone else." Carl smiled. "You think it's tasteless, and you don't like it, but I drink it all the time." He took a sip, his expression relaxing. "Indeed, I still don't really like matcha. This kind of tea suits my taste better." Carl recalled the matcha Haruko had made before. The taste was unforgettable. He already found matcha bitter enough, but Haruko's tea powder ratio that time was completely off, making the intense bitterness fill his entire mouth. Haruko noticed Carl glancing at her as he sipped his tea, and inexplicably, she read his thoughts in his eyes. She gave Carl a slightly annoyed look, but said nothing. She was self-aware, but her skills were different now. The reason her skills were poor before, and she couldn't make desserts well, was because in the past she didn't need to, nor did anyone need her to. So she only learned the tea ceremony according to etiquette, but not the related tea-related skills, let alone desserts. In the strictly hierarchical Arasaka mansion, Saburo Arasaka would never allow Haruko to dabble in such mundane tasks as confectionery making. This wasn't concern, but rather a fanatical obsession with the family's honor. How could someone of noble Arasaka blood be expected to perform servant's duties? Although Haruko's paternal lineage was always a thorn in Arasaka Saburo's side, she was ultimately the eldest son's bloodline. To make her do those things, in the eyes of the obsessive Arasaka Saburo, was tantamount to defiling the Arasaka family's reputation. Western-style sweets were a given, but even Japanese tea sweets were, in the eyes of Arasaka Saburo, who had little interest in culinary pleasures, utterly superfluous. These trivial matters were naturally seen as servants' duties. And in the Arasaka family, servants were defined as those ninjas directly subordinate to the family. Ordinary Arasaka company employees weren't qualified to be called servants. Even being a dog required a choice and a fight. They were selected and trained to be perfect tools, their duties extending far beyond mere bodyguards. To ensure core members received top-notch, reassuring daily care in any perilous situation, they had to be proficient in various skills. Tea brewing, for example, was one such skill. Chiyo's tea is the best I had since coming to Night City. I think besides the excellent tea leaves, it must be thanks to your skill, Chiyo. Faced with this sincere praise, Chiyo simply lowered her eyes, nodded slightly in response, and then, like a quiet shadow, retreated back behind Haruko, remaining silent. The phrase "the best I had since coming to Night City" clearly reached Haruko's ears, undoubtedly confirming the unspoken thoughts she had read in Carl's eyes earlier. Her gaze involuntarily swept over the teacup in Carl's hand again, a trace of resentment causing her to unconsciously bite her lower lip until her soft lips sank deeply. Haruko felt her emotions becoming increasingly chaotic lately, or rather, especially when facing Carl. Each time they were together, a strange obsession would quietly arise. She wanted to be the best in everything, to surpass everyone else. Whenever someone did better than her, or made Carl happy during a conversation, an indescribable ripple would spread across her heart, like a plucked string producing an unbalanced tremor, taking a moment to return to stillness. Haruko wasn't naive. It was precisely because she understood the root of her current thoughts and emotions that she felt something might be wrong. If this obsession were expressed, would Carl perceive her as unlike himself? Carl is Carl, and Haruko should be Haruko too. However, Haruko lowered her eyes, trying to focus on the documents in her hands, but when she looked at Maki and Carl, who were representing Arasaka and Dogtown respectively in negotiations, that obsession was ultimately hard to let go of. She was even subconsciously jealous of Maki and Chiyome. But it was also hard not to be jealous. Because she really liked them. No one is jealous because they don't like someone. It's precisely because she liked them so much, because she couldn't let go, that she was jealous of everything, unable to let go. But now, she shouldn't be like this. She shouldn't show it. Haruko forced her attention to the documents in her hands, but her emotions fluctuated slightly as she reviewed them. Or rather, she became a little harsher. While Haruko was reviewing the documents, Carl and Maki's conversation went very smoothly. Even disregarding their friendship, both sides, considering only Dogtown and Arasaka's past collaborations, had cooperated to varying degrees. Arasaka and Dogtown weren't exactly experts, but Arasaka certainly knew Dogtown inside and out. His espionage skills were legendary. He understood what negotiations Dogtown would accept, and where their limits lay. This situation would likely remain the same even under a new leader, given the limited routes in the arms trade. Under these circumstances, Mashi, representing Arasaka, offered Dogtown a favorable price. Chapter 9:15. Well, we reached a passable agreement. While it's not exactly the same as before, there are still some advantages, though the terms are a bit harsh. I sent it to you all, let Gago handle it. Yes, also get Akechigoro's help. After sending a message to his companion still busy in Dogtown, Carl ended the call. Representing Dogtown in negotiating business with Arasaka went quite smoothly. Because both sides knew each other well, all the tedious procedures, such as disputes over the meeting place, the guard's vigilance, and the mutual probing, were all omitted. The entire negotiation, from start to finish, took only 10 minutes. After the business was concluded, Carl wasn't in a hurry to leave. He spent another half-hour leisurely enjoying tea and snacks, a moment of respite from his busy schedule, before finally leaving after resting sufficiently. Even so, the total time spent from entering Arasaka to leaving was far less than expected, surprisingly efficient compared to the formalities the negotiations were supposed to be. However, Carl couldn't use this saved time to rest, as he had to immediately rush to his next meeting. While his companions were busy, Carl was still able to shoulder his responsibilities as a leader. Without properly negotiating, nothing in Dogtown could move forward. Even though experienced personnel like Gago and Akechi could handle most things, the crucial decisions concerning direction and interests still had to be made and signed by him. However, Carl was prepared. Previously, Carl thought that with Sagan around, he could perhaps slack off, but now, he was determined to take responsibility. This wasn't a responsibility imposed on him, nor an obligation he was born to fulfill. But since he had the idea to do something, knew so many people, and had people under his command who depended on him for survival, then Carl had the responsibility and obligation to do it. Only by bearing the expectations placed upon him could Carl not disappoint. Unconsciously, I also began to push myself harder. Carl chuckled inwardly, then got off the Delamon car in the Watson district. He walked through the streets of Little Chinatown, the surrounding scenery both familiar and strangely unfamiliar. He hadn't been here for almost a month, and a month was far too long for this rapidly changing city. Carl looked at the newly built shops and the tourists chatting, their identities easily discernible, and realized that Little Chinatown had unknowingly become a tourist destination. Westbrook used to be the busiest area in Night City, boasting not only vibrant streets, but also entertainment venues like Cloud Top. It's surprising that Little Chinatown, once considered a poor neighborhood, now attracts so many tourists. Thinking this, Carl familiarly arrived at his usual haunt, only to find a large crowd of tourists gathered at the entrance. They seemed to want to enter, but were firmly blocked by bodyguards, not even allowed to enter the underground passage. When did the Next Life become so lively? Looking at the tourists peeking and taking photos at the Next Life nightclub entrance, Carl was speechless. It seems the street safety in Night City has truly improved a lot these days, allowing them to so brazenly venture into this renowned mercenary hub, famous throughout the city and even the world. In a sense, wouldn't this be considered one of those tourist attractions Carl had heard about when he came to Night City? However, other people's tourist attractions are either scenic spots or museums, but these people are going to Afterlife. Aren't they afraid they actually be sent to the Afterlife? To be fair, tourists who choose to visit Night City are all somewhat peculiar. A place that feels eerily cold inside, formerly a morgue, is now teeming with people. What's the difference between this and dancing on a grave? It's insane. Carl stood there for a while. He wasn't blocked from entering Afterlife by tourists. There was another entrance, known to any mercenary who had spent time in Afterlife. He was standing there watching purely because he was captivated by the speechless face of Emmerich Brunson, the bodyguard from the Afterlife. That almost bewildered expression on that muscular physique was truly amusing, making him stare several times. Emmerich was unlucky. He dealt with troublemakers countless times, and probably stopped those arrogant brats countless times, but stopping a group of tourists taking photos was probably a first for him. After watching for about 10 seconds, feeling he had enough of the amusement, Carl was about to turn and leave, when he suddenly heard a cheer erupt from the crowd of tourists. Did you see that person? It's Little Snake. I only ever seen him in videos before. This is the first time I seen him in person. Crispin Wayland, the son of the legendary mercenary Wayland the Snake. I heard he's the star mercenary of the Afterlife. I never expected to see him. Wayland, Little Snake, look this way. Carl whirled around and saw his friend Crispin Wayland standing awkwardly at the entrance to the Afterlife. He looked like he'd just been caught after emerging from the Afterlife. His dark brown face was etched with embarrassment. Faced with the tourists' enthusiasm, he felt lost and unsure whether to stay or leave. Crispin Wayland was a rather introverted person. He rarely spoke much to strangers, let alone was treated like a special person and greeted in public like this. Now, his face was filled with conflict, as if he desperately wanted to flee but had missed his chance. Is this some kind of fan meeting? Carl was just glad he disguised himself as always, otherwise he'd be the one embarrassed. But then again, who knows? After all, KK's reputation is quite different from Little Snake's. Could this be considered his strange reputation saving him? Carl glanced at Crispin again, silently praying for his friend, then turned and continued walking. He had important business to attend to. Crispin would have to rely on himself. As for helping Crispin, that was out of the question. He was too busy watching the spectacle. If Carl hadn't made plans, he would have stood there for at least half an hour, recording it, and then showing it to everyone when he took Crispin out for dinner. Chapter 916. It's been a while, Carl. Carl entered the afterlife through a path known only to regular customers, and when he removed his disguise, Claire, the bartender, spotted him immediately. It has been quite a while, Claire. Carl nodded to Claire, noticing that the afterlife wasn't crowded today, and the person he was supposed to meet hadn't arrived yet, so he sat down at the bar. I think I'm a bit early. How are you feeling, Claire? I see the entrance is completely blocked. It's been like this for the past couple of days. It'd be fine once this rush passes, Claire said, her hands moving without stopping, skillfully preparing Carl's usual drink, a sweet tea with mint leaves and ice, which she pushed in front of him without a word. But Crispin got really screwed over. He just got back from a business trip and didn't know what was going on, so he got caught red-handed by the tourists. I saw it. He was standing there, almost dying of embarrassment, Carl said, taking a sip of tea. Speaking of which, anything new in town lately? What new things could there be? The biggest thing is that you almost called all the mercenaries available in the entire afterlife to Dogtown. Those who work for you have made a fortune in euros. Those who missed out, risking their lives elsewhere for a pittance from that stupid middleman, are kicking themselves when they get back to afterlife and hear the news. Don't blame me. Carl put down his ice-cold sweet tea. I can't exactly tell people who have other things to put aside their current jobs and come do my work. That wouldn't do for my reputation. If I did that, my phone would probably be ringing off the hook with calls from the old captain and the priest, complaining that I lured people away and abandoned them halfway through their work. Carl paused, then continued, besides, it wouldn't be good to ruin their reputation with money. I can't just use money and sentiment to get them to do something like that. You're not willing to think about them, but they might be happy to do it for the money. Besides, everyone knows the pay is good for working for you, so there's nothing to worry about. Claire smiled. Whenever there's work, just let me know. I take a day off and bring my husband to be your freight driver. Just charge a little bit of the market rate, and I can join in the fun. Are you sure you can handle speeding to transport goods? Carl knew Claire was just joking, and didn't take it too seriously. After chatting casually for a few minutes, he noticed the person he was waiting for was coming from the same road he had come from. Claire noticed Carl's gaze shift halfway through his sentence. Following his gaze, she picked up an empty cup, wiped it, and left Carl's side. As a bartender, she chatted with customers for a bit as a way to relax during her workday, but she couldn't interfere when customers came to business. This was one of the reasons Claire had been able to work as a bartender until now in her next life. She knew the rules very well. The newcomer noticed Carl's gaze, grinned, waved at Carl, and strode over, then plopped down next to him. I went out of town for work a few days ago, and just got back to Night City when I heard about the commotion you caused. The newcomer was man, his tone full of regret. What a pity I missed it. I should have known better than to take that Dakota order, at least I could have helped you guys. The Dakota that man mentioned was Dakota Smith, the middleman in the Badlands. It seemed man's team had gone to the Badlands for work. Missions in those places were notoriously time-consuming and poorly paid, only slightly safer than jobs in the city. I guessed it. After all, none of you replied to my messages the past few days, so I figured you were probably working in the Badlands, Carl said, casually gesturing to Claire to bring man his favorite drink. He then addressed man, but you missed it before, you made it today. The matter I need to discuss with you today is related to Dogtown. Related to Dogtown? Man was taken aback. Weren't the cleaners almost wiped out in your operation? I heard the incinerator the NCPD contacted burned for half a day. Are you planning to? Who's going to make a move? As he spoke, the drinks were served. Man nodded to Claire, then watched her walk away, pondering, and said, You're not planning to take action against the Dogtown gangs, are you? Man thought about the Dogtown gangs. I remember Dogtown only has the animal gang, those protein powder-fueled idiots. They don't usually do anything good, But at most they fight in underground boxing matches and extort protection money. They probably haven't done anything particularly serious that requires you to deal with them, right? Actually, there are some, but there's really no need to deal with them for now. Carl shook his head. If you were to rank the gangs for elimination, the Vortex gang would be even higher than the Animal gang. Dealing with them wasn't Carl's purpose in bringing Man in. I'm thinking of having you guys work for me, Man. Carl stated directly the reason he came to see Man in person. He didn't want Man and his group to clean up the rest of Dogtown. He wanted them to work for him officially. To show respect to these friends, Carl chose to meet in person. Have us work for you, Carl? Man understood Carl's meaning. This wasn't about hiring them, otherwise, Carl wouldn't be so serious. Carl's implication was, you want me to join Dogtown? Something like that. I haven't thought about what this new force will be called, and maybe it won't even need a name anymore. After all, it wouldn't be bad for Dogtown to reintegrate into Ninth City. What do you think? I sincerely hope you can help me. Sincerely hope you can help me. Carl's words plunged Man into silence. Almost instantly, a bitter memory flooded his mind. He had been recruited into New America, and then committed a series of unbearable mistakes under New America's orders. That experience instilled in him a deep aversion to any power, ultimately leading him to become a mercenary and choose freedom. Now, his mercenary business is thriving, and he has long since achieved his initial goals. Now, another force is extending an olive branch to him, and the person making the invitation is someone he considers a friend. The invitation from the past, and the invitation now seem to overlap in a fleeting moment of contemplation. But, people are so different. Chapter 917. Man remained silent for a long time. This was something he had to seriously consider. Even though it was Carl who had invited him. His knuckles unconsciously tapped the cold glass. The background noise of the next life seemed to fall completely silent at this moment. He stared at the swirling liquid in the glass, as if he could see in that amber luster the flames that had burned his uniform when he left New America. Among Carl's acquaintances were two who had served in the New America Army and then chose to leave. One was Johnny Silverhand, and the other was Man. Both of them had burned their uniforms because of their experiences in the Army when they left. Man spoke. Carl, his voice was a little hoarse. You know why I became a mercenary? Yes, I know. Carl knew Man's past very well. Those stories that were casually told as snacks at dinner parties were behind a series of dirty missions ordered during the New America era, and the bottom line that ultimately became unbearable for him. Man had spent 2 years in South America, carrying out countless orders during those 700+ days and nights, his hands soaked in the blood of innocents. Burning villages, disguising the killings as attacks by hostile forces, each act, each one, eventually built an insurmountable ruin in his heart. Intense disgust and profound guilt led him to abandon the easy path of promotion. Ultimately, as if in self-exile, he came to Night City. Here, he rescued Dorio, and as if atonement, he sheltered Rebecca, Pyrrha, and young people like Sasha, forming a team that felt more like a family. Perhaps it was this deep-seated distrust of organizations, born from past experiences, that shaped him into who he is today. But fate is fickle. Now, the one extending an olive branch is a new power created by his friend, causing his inner balance to oscillate violently between reason and trust. Powers and organizations, nations and corporations, none can be trusted. In this day and age, orders from superiors only bring evil and error. They never know the sins their commands might commit, or perhaps they know but don't care. Man had long seen through this, which is why he would refuse any offer from any power, something he had done countless times throughout his mercenary career. But what if it were Carl? What if it were Carl, this friend who, in his eyes, had already changed the world and himself countless times? What good would his invitation do? Working for New America, I was like a puppet on a string, Man finally continued, looking at Carl. They prepared weapons for me, just waiting for me to pull the trigger as they instructed. By the time I came to my senses, my hands were covered in something that couldn't be washed off. He gave a curt, almost mocking smile. That's why I'm a mercenary now. Although I have no status and no promising future like in New America, at least I can sleep soundly every night. I understand, Carl nodded, his eyes calm, devoid of any personal emotion, only listening. I gotten used to wallowing in depravity. Leaving New America doesn't seem to change anything, except I gone from a puppet to a frame that's lost its strings, continuing to fall according to gravity. But you're different, Carl. Man leaned forward, his elbows resting on his knees. You made such a fuss not to become another Kurt Hansen, right? You're not trying to build a new kingdom there. To Man's words, Carl smiled. I don't want to be the Dog King. I already been mocked today. The Dog King, the King of Dogtown. Hearing Carl's words, Man also smiled. With his Chinese language pack installed, he easily understood Carl's meaning. So, I trust you, Carl. Man looked at Carl, his gaze sharp. I don't understand all those convoluted principles, but I have a sense of right and wrong, and I believe you understand them better than I do. Carl nodded silently. In this world, right and wrong may not be so rigid, nor do they have clear boundaries or rules, but he completely understood what man meant by right and wrong. It wasn't legal statutes, nor company regulations, but a very simple standard based on one's conscience. In an era where human lives are sold off cheaply like expired goods on a shelf, talking about conscience sounds like an incongruous joke. But someone will always pick it up, just like some people always scavenge expired food from the trash cans behind stores. So, Man paused, his thick prosthetic finger tapping lightly on the table, as if making a final decision. So I can work for you. Man's voice became steady. I trust you, so I'd be happy to work under you, Carl. But this is only me. The rest of my team. I don't have the right to make decisions for them. They have to choose for themselves. Sounds like a parent with a very relaxed approach to parenting. Carl smiled at Man's decision and extended his hand. I talked to them, but before that, I need to welcome my friend. Man looked at Carl's outstretched hand and, without hesitation, immediately extended his own, grasping it firmly. No conditions were mentioned, no rules were set. Those things belonged to the terms and regulations, to mercenaries, to soldiers. For a friend, these were unimportant. Man only needed trust and conscience, and Carl could provide that. Man believed Carl could provide that, so there was no need for further words. The two hands clasped tightly, then quickly released. Because now that the decision was made, it was time to act. The sooner the better. This wasn't about fearing future regret, it was simply that once a decision was made, there was no need for hesitation. Man released his hand and downed the now cold drink in one gulp. He stood up, his tall figure casting a solid shadow in the green light of the afterglow. I have to go back, he said, his voice regaining its usual roughness and strength. Dorio and the others are here. I tell them about your proposal, but ultimately, their decision is theirs. I await their reply. Carl also stood up, his gaze sincere. Whatever the outcome, you will always be my friends. I know, Man said, striding forward. His back now conveyed an air of unwavering resolve, his steps unyielding. Those who are determined and those who are not are indeed different. As this thought flashed through Carl's mind, he suddenly noticed a small asymmetry. Man seemed too absorbed in his resolve to remember to leave through the back door. In other words, it's Man! Wow, I see Man! Oh, it's the famous Man! Look at me, Man! Where's your squad? Where's Rebecca? I want to see lovely Rebecca! I have her personal candid photo album. Listening to the commotion outside, Carl silently finished his sweet tea, paid the bill, and then slipped out the back door. Chapter 9:18. I want to talk to you. As Carl left the afterlife, walking down the street thinking about grabbing a bite to eat before returning to Dogtown, a message popped up on his phone. It was from an unknown number. Carl's number wasn't exactly a secret, but those who had it generally had connections. So, after staring at the message for a few seconds, Carl didn't rush to follow up. Instead, he replied, I haven't been taking any jobs lately, and probably won't in the future. If you want to find work, I suggest contacting middlemen, or calling me to discuss business after I finish my tedious tasks. Shortly after sending his reply, he received another message from the same number. I'm not talking business with mercenaries, KK. I'm talking to the current king of Dogtown. Talking business with the current king of Dogtown. So he wasn't the kind of person who wanted him to take jobs. Is it about trade or company registration? If so, I give you a phone number, you can contact my people to discuss it. I don't want to talk to you about that kind of thing. Some things can't be said over the phone. Can we talk offline? Offline? Carl looked at the message, finding it strangely odd. It said he shouldn't even talk, all mysterious, and wanted to talk offline. It sounded like someone had already laid an ambush, waiting to kill him when he arrived. While ordinary traps were unlikely to harm Carl now, who knew if someone had specifically set up an anti-KK package for him? Arranging a casual offline meeting wasn't the kind of thing for a young student who liked to pick fights. Meeting is fine, but since we're going to be face-to-face, it's not fair for me to just let you know me while I don't know you. I need to know who's contacting me first. Carl texted, the message seemingly a question, but he was already prepared to immediately trace the connection in the opposite direction if the other party said no. After all, Meeting in person and only requiring unilateral trust is a dangerous signal in itself, tantamount to saying something's fishy. In that case, he might as well take the initiative, personally go with a gun to meet this secretive friend. If they want to meet in person, Carl will go to their door in person. That's polite enough, isn't it? Just as Carl was ready to trace the connection, the person on the other end hesitated only slightly before revealing their identity, and at the same time, a call came in. "This is Jefferson Perales." With this message, Carl answered the call, and what appeared on the screen was indeed the Jefferson Perales that Carl knew. Jefferson Perales, the mayoral candidate for Night City? Carl watched Jefferson Perales, who appeared slightly nervous, on the other end of the screen, somewhat surprised. He had assumed this mysterious contact, intended for business, would be from a company representative or an arms dealer, but it turned out to be a politician. In his memory, he had never crossed paths with this Mr. Jefferson. However, since the other party explicitly stated he wanted to speak with the King of Dogtown, and considering his potential future mayor of Night City, Carl scrutinized the image on the screen for a moment, confirming the communication wasn't disguised, before finally speaking, "Jefferson Perales, I know you." On the other end of the screen, Jefferson was also staring at Carl's face, hesitatingly saying, "Your face seems a little different from the KK I remember." Just some basic disguise. Carl's expression shifted slightly, briefly reverting to his true appearance, before quickly returning to normal after the other person recognized him. He then said, "Go to the Spanish restaurant downtown. I'll be waiting for you there. I only wait an hour. If you haven't arrived in an hour, then this is the end of our communication, and I won't contact you again." Jefferson seemed about to say something, but Carl had already ended the call. Putting away his phone, Carl stretched slightly. So busy, it feels like things keep happening one after another. But luckily, he was planning to have a meal anyway, so waiting for Mr. Jefferson while he eats wouldn't hurt. However, a mayoral candidate, bypassing normal channels, contacting him in this way, he wondered what it was for. Mayor Dogtown? Carl pondered for a moment, seemingly guessing what Mr. Jefferson was planning. For a politician, what qualifies as a truly remarkable achievement? Economic growth? A decline in unemployment? Increased immigration? These are certainly important, but ultimately, they all boil down to one fundamental issue: territory. Dogtown, this lawless territory still marked as outside Night City on official maps, is undoubtedly a tempting yet unwelcome hot potato. Whoever manages to reclaim it will have their name etched into Night City's history. At that point, running for mayor, or even being re-elected, won't be impossible. In Dogtown today, a single nod is all it takes to decide whether it returns to Night City. That person is none other than Carl, the King of Dogtown. So, Carl understands his current situation. He's being presented as a political achievement. While Carl does indeed have the idea of bringing Dogtown back to Night City, after all, Carl isn't like Hansen, a king in a small town. He values the changes and impact Dogtown could achieve by integrating into Night City. However, this doesn't mean Carl is willing to return and present it as a political achievement. He's curious about what kind of price Jefferson Perales will offer him. Sitting in the Spanish restaurant, before his potato omelet arrived, he saw a familiar figure he just met via communications get out of a car outside. However, Jefferson Perales wasn't alone, a woman was with him. Normally, when Jefferson Perales appears in public, he is accompanied by a woman, his wife, Elizabeth Perales. She is a remarkably accomplished woman. She and Jefferson met and fell in love while studying law in college, and she is now a valuable assistant in his daily life and politics. Carl also recognizes the woman's face, but today, accompanying Jefferson Perales is not his famous wife, but a young girl who appears to be barely an adult, still somewhat naive. Chapter 919. This is our first meeting, isn't it, KK? Jefferson Perales entered the restaurant, his gaze sweeping over the now lowered bulletproof windows, before finally settling on Carl, whose face was now revealed. His tone was complex. "You seem quite cautious." "Just necessary preparations." Carl's voice was calm, devoid of emotion. "After all, I'm meeting a potential future mayor, and I had my meals interrupted several times before. I don't want that to happen again." Carl gestured towards the empty surroundings. "I booked the whole place. Luckily, the restaurant owner is an old acquaintance, so it didn't cost me much. They're all trustworthy people, busy in the kitchen right now. I also activated the jamming equipment to ensure our conversation won't be disturbed." His gaze fell on Jefferson and the slightly nervous young woman beside him. Now, Carl nodded slightly to the seat opposite him. "Please have a seat, Mr. Jefferson, and this young lady." Both Jefferson Paralich and the young woman beside him appeared somewhat nervous in the face of KK's words. However, this was quite normal. In Night City today, and even in the entire world, how many people could meet KK without bodyguards and not feel nervous? Although those with inside information knew that KK wasn't the kind of madman who would kill at the slightest provocation, it was like standing unprotected next to a fully grown, well-fed tiger. Even if the keeper repeatedly assured you it wouldn't attack, could you really remain calm and not worry about that tiny possibility? Not to mention, when facing KK, the difference is far greater than the difference between a human and a tiger. As Jefferson Paralich and the young woman beside him sat stiffly and nervously opposite Carl didn't rush to talk business. This restaurant is a la carte, and it uses a rather old-fashioned menu. I imagine you're hungry, so let's order first, Carl said, naturally rising slightly and handing a menu to Jefferson Paralich. I personally recommend the cream soup and potato omelets. Of course, the seafood paella is also good. A friend of mine who was born in Spain loves it and thinks it's very authentic. There's no need to be so nervous, just order whatever you like. As the host, it's on me. Carl's voice seemed to carry a reassuring quality, and in his calm and genuinely casual introductions, Jefferson Paralich and the young woman beside him visibly relaxed. While the tension wasn't completely eliminated, their stiffness had lessened somewhat. Jefferson Paralich took the menu. He had arrived nervously, intending to discuss matters with Carl as soon as he sat down, unsure of KK's personality. He wondered what kind of person this renowned figure was, whether he preferred to discuss tasks concisely and quickly. But now it seemed KK wasn't that kind of person. His casual hospitality actually brought Jefferson Paralich back to the calm he felt in the political arena. I just follow your recommendation, 2 portions like this. Despite this, Jefferson Paralich still displayed a degree of caution, but Carl wasn't too bothered by his carefulness, his fear of saying the wrong thing, or ordering food that wouldn't meet Carl's expectations and anger him. Having met many people, Jefferson Paralich's behavior was already quite good, much better than those gangsters who wet themselves at the first sight. 2 portions then, Carl called out to the couple he already knew, who ran the restaurant, explaining that he wanted 2 more portions as ordered. His gaze then fell on the uneasy, nervous girl beside Jefferson Paralich. Carl hadn't looked closely earlier, although he had immediately noticed the girl's various weaknesses when she appeared outside the restaurant. Ensuring he could take care of her quickly and easily if he wanted to, he hadn't examined her face closely. Now, looking closely, the girl was quite pretty. She had short, curly black hair that cascaded smoothly over her shoulders, the strands gleaming with a healthy sheen in the restaurant's soft lighting. She wore a well-tailored pale yellow suit. The top, made of a slightly stretchy fabric, revealed a glimpse of her upper body, perfectly outlining her beautiful shoulders and waist. The matching trousers were sleek and crisp, conveying both composure and a soft, curvaceous silhouette. This young woman's attire appeared understated and simple, yet the details were quite sophisticated. One glance revealed it to be the work of a professional, and at least in Carl's opinion, it suited her perfectly. It's better than Ms. Michiko's overly avant-garde aesthetic. Carl's gaze lingered for a moment between the young woman and Jefferson Paralich. Their similar features made him instantly understand. This is, he drawled meaningfully, turning his gaze to Jefferson. Jefferson took a deep breath and gently placed his hand on his daughter's shoulder protectively. Zeki Paralich, he introduced, a barely perceptible tension in his voice, my daughter. She recently returned to Night City from abroad after hearing that I'm at a crucial stage in my election campaign. Daughter? Carl glanced at Zeki Paralich. Given Jefferson Paralich and his wife Elizabeth Paralich's ages, it wasn't unusual for them to have an adult daughter, and it wasn't surprising that this young woman had returned from abroad after learning about her parents' mayoral campaign. The only strange thing was, why bring her along when discussing business with Carl? It wasn't unusual for politicians to bring their sons or daughters to banquets. They might be planning marriages or other strategic deals, using their offspring as bargaining chips. But bringing his daughter to do business with him. Could it be that he wanted to use a marriage between himself and his daughter to get his support? That seemed absurd. But judging from the situation, that seemed unlikely. Therefore, there was only one possibility. In a split second, Carl understood that the following events would involve this young woman, which was why Jefferson Paralich had to bring her along. Chapter 920. I think what we're about to discuss is related to this Miss Zeki, Carl said directly after figuring out Jefferson Paralich's likely purpose in bringing his daughter. He had no intention of dragging things out or repeatedly probing. His meeting with Jefferson Paralich wasn't exactly secretive. Although he had disguised himself, Jefferson, the mayoral candidate, had come openly. While it wasn't that the mayoral candidate was completely unsuspecting, At least he knew he had arrived in a car, and a car whose interior was obscured from the outside. This level of vigilance meant that anyone with the intention to track him wouldn't need much effort. In other words, news of KK's meeting with Jefferson Perales would soon be on many people's minds. Under these circumstances, Carl naturally preferred to finish the discussion quickly. This way, he would have more time to deal with whatever happened afterward. Carl's decisiveness somewhat surprised Jefferson Perales. Jefferson, observing Carl's leisurely manner as he handed them the menu and let them order, assumed this would be another matter requiring careful consideration and various exchanges of interests before a deal could be reached. However, Jefferson hadn't expected Carl to be so decisive. But being a professional, he quickly responded to Carl's rather abrupt question after a moment's thought. That's certainly true, and I think this would be a very good deal for you, KK. Quite a good deal. Carl, hearing this, glanced at Jefferson Perales, his gaze sweeping over the various accessories he wore. Jefferson Perales was rumored to be a politician who didn't take sides with any corporation and rejected all corporate support. His governing philosophy was to become a true mayor, one not controlled by corporations, solely through his own efforts. This somewhat idealistic governing philosophy certainly garnered him a lot of support, but precisely because of this, he had few sponsors. In other words, he didn't have any major financial backers. This was evident from his attire. There were no particularly luxurious decorations. While his clothes were decent and made of good materials, their price seemed inappropriate for a mayoral candidate. In terms of wealth alone, Jefferson Perales might not even be as rich as Johnny. Johnny had long ago paid off his debts in that body, and his private room was filled with expensive cigarettes and alcohol. Not to mention, he owned a Porsche 911 that, if sold, could probably buy half a building, and its maintenance was top-notch. Excuse my bluntness, Carl said after assessing Jefferson Perales' attire and estimating his wealth based on his intelligence. If you're referring to a monetary transaction, then you probably have to give up your entire fortune for me to barely call it not bad. A slightly embarrassed look flashed across Jefferson's face after Carl's words. He knew Carl's words were true. Even the Carl of the past, with just a few well-known avenues of income, was enough to support the NCPD's restructuring. Back then, Carl's accumulated wealth was likely many times greater than his current net worth. Not to mention the Carl who now owned Dogtown, held the reins of trade, and was involved in one of the most lucrative industries, the arms trade. Carl's words were true. In terms of money, his entire net worth was indeed only enough for Carl to say not bad. However, fortunately, he wasn't looking to use money as a bargaining chip. Jefferson Perales turned to his daughter, Zeki, beside him and introduced her to Carl. My daughter followed in her mother's and my footsteps, studying law in college. Thanks to her talent and hard work, she graduated with top honors in a very short time. She's now a fully registered attorney in Night City and has experience at the top international law firm, Columbia Law Offices. She has solid experience in corporate compliance, cross-border trade law, and the application of exemptions. She has independently handled 11 compliance reviews involving the export of military technology, and has built legal exemption frameworks for cross-border transactions of at least 3 levels of sensitive materials. I think you understand what that kind of resume means, KK. Listening to Jefferson's proud words, Carl briefly recalled the requirements for registered attorneys in Night City. Thanks to his current part-time job with dangerous girls, Carl had some knowledge in this area. According to his recollection, for someone of Zeki Perales' age to accumulate such an outstanding professional resume, the only explanation is that she must have completed the entire JD, Juris Doctor, program at a very young age, in accordance with Night City law, and passed the rigorous bar exam before she was even an adult. This is a truly remarkable achievement. Carl had seen many corporate employees with even more impressive resumes, but if you factored in age, there were few who could compare to Zeki, not to mention that Zeki's family background wasn't as privileged as those of the other corporate employees. Even Jefferson Perales, now the mayor's heir, was just a young man when Zeki was born, starting from scratch. In other words, while Zeki might have received help from her parents in certain areas, she undeniably possessed genuine talent and ability, perhaps even more valuable than most corporate employees with similar resumes. Indeed, it's outstanding. Carl nodded slightly. To have such a resume, Miss Zeki must have put in unimaginable effort. Hearing his sincere words, Zeki, who had been sitting quietly to the side, had a barely perceptible flicker in her eyes. She had heard too many praises, and was already used to them. However, the unpretentious and genuine recognition she sensed in KK's words still stirred a unique sense of pride within her. After all, not just anyone can earn KK's praise. Jefferson didn't notice his daughter's slightly raised head. He felt a surge of joy upon hearing KK acknowledge his daughter's professionalism, and immediately followed up by stating the purpose of his visit. "It's an honor for my daughter to receive your approval, and I think, Mr. KK, your Dogtown is in dire need of a professional legal advisor like her, isn't it?" Jefferson revealed his true intentions. Chapter 921. Does Dogtown lack a legal advisor? Of course it does. Right now, there are very few people in Dogtown who Carl can consult. Besides the KK squad, most others only provide services to Carl in matters related to their own expertise. For example, there's Mingji, who comes from the counterintelligence department, specializing in intelligence gathering and counter-espionage, and has even been a spy himself, and Gago, a finance professional. If we broaden the scope to include loyalty and relationships, then there's Slider, with his expertise in network programming, and Hans, who can assist with mercenaries and special affairs. Even if we include all of them, we still can't muster a professional legal person. Or rather, Hans could, but Carl's relationship with him is merely one of cooperation and familiarity. He doesn't truly consider this middleman from the Pacific as one of his own. As for the others, Dogtown is essentially a lawless place. If Hansen had legal experts under his command, Dogtown wouldn't be so chaotic and subject to such arbitrary changes to its tax system. Even the employment contracts signed by the Ghost Hounds were essentially created by Hansen using his personal power and influence. The legal effect of that contract was almost equivalent to the strength of Hansen's forces. If you wanted them to make laws, they might actually be able to come up with a legal framework as powerful as the Animal Gang. Shizi and her group of former Pheasant faction members were selected defense and combat troops, elite forces chosen by Hua Zi and Saburo to fight against Sei Xian. In the clash between the two sides, the law was utterly useless. It was a matter of life and death. In this environment, legal professionals were naturally of no use. In fact, throughout the entire confrontation, neither side had any legal professionals on their side. Even if other former Pheasant faction members later defect to Carl, they mostly be combat and management personnel. Legal matters are relatively rare. While the company has a professional public relations department for show, they haven't really trained many. Otherwise, Michiko Arasaka wouldn't have opened an agency outside the company. In corporate power struggles, law is a matter of name only. It certainly has some use, but mostly only when both sides are equal or nearly equal in power. In actual conflict, law is completely useless. But being useless in conflict means, in non-conflict situations, law is quite useful. That's precisely what Dogtown lacks right now. Carl can't possibly represent Dogtown in a war of unification against Night City. I do need a legal advisor. Carl tapped his fingertip on the table, his gaze lingering on Zeki for a moment before turning to Jefferson. "Mr. Jefferson, I understand your intentions. If you want Miss Zeki to work for me, I'd be very happy to. I'm willing to offer 3 times the market rate and provide comprehensive security throughout Dogtown." He shifted his tone, becoming calm. "However, since this is a deal, I'd like to hear the other part. Besides giving Miss Zeki a high-paying position, what do you hope to gain? You already given me that in the deal." To Carl's surprise, Jefferson Perales didn't seem to be trying to exchange his daughter's position for anything. He appeared visibly relieved. "I only need you to guarantee my daughter's safety within Dogtown." "Just ensuring Miss Zeki's safety is enough," Carl said, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. He had initially assumed Jefferson Perales had approached him to leverage Dogtown for political gain, and had devised various negotiation strategies and responses. He hadn't expected Jefferson Perales to be simply looking for a job for his daughter. While this might be seen as a parent's wish, Zeki's resume was impressive. Even without working for Carl, her past experience at the Columbia firm should have provided her with no trouble finding employment. Unless, as Jefferson Perales said, Carl was only concerned with Zeki's safety. If this was a transaction, then Carl's only recourse was to guarantee her safety. The fact that the daughter of a mayoral candidate needed to seek asylum by working in Dogtown could only mean one thing. Jefferson Perales foresaw a danger far beyond political struggle. This danger not only threatened his daughter's life, but also led him to believe that even his own status as a mayoral candidate couldn't provide sufficient protection. "This isn't a harsh condition. Working for me, I naturally have an obligation to protect her. I can accept this condition, but..." Carl paused slightly after noticing Jefferson's momentary tense expression, then continued, "I need to know exactly what she needs to be wary of. If Zeki were in danger and had to come to him for protection, serving him in the way he worked, Carl could accept that. But even if he accepted it, he needed to know what kind of danger Zeki might encounter that even her father, Jefferson, couldn't protect her from. If it were truly a troublesome matter, Carl would have to go to great lengths, visiting the person to talk to them, and see if he could resolve the issue, ensuring this rare legal advisor would work properly for him. Of course, not every troublesome matter would be acceptable. If it were something like Zeki causing a drunk driving accident and fearing retaliation from the victim's family, thus needing Carl to smooth things over, Carl could kick Jefferson and Zeki out right now. However, matters of life and death would likely not prompt Jefferson to seek his help. When Carl asked what precautions to take, a look of confusion and bewilderment flashed across Jefferson's face, and then he spoke almost in a murmur. "I don't know." "You don't know?" Carl felt utterly bewildered. He feels his daughter is in danger, so he comes to me for help, and when I ask him what danger he's in, he says he doesn't know. Do you think this is a high-quality Q&A? Faced with Carl's questioning, Jefferson nodded heavily. "I just sensed danger," his voice was hoarse. "A growing threat. I had a premonition that if this continued, Zeki would be in trouble, so I had to come to you." He stopped beating around the bush, looking directly at Carl, his eyes filled with confusion and fear. "I feel like I'm not myself anymore." "Not yourself anymore?" "It's something I only realized after Zeki came back." Jefferson's fingers tightened unconsciously. "My memories don't match her descriptions. I've forgotten so many things. I even forgotten I have a brother. I don't know why this is happening. I don't know what's going on, but I can feel myself changing, slowly becoming someone else." His voice trembled. "My memory is like a blank slate, and I'm being... Something changed. I'm terrified that Zek will suffer the same fate, but I don't even know who the enemy is, or why this is happening. I have no idea." Listening to his father's trembling words, Zek reached out and gently grasped Jefferson's cold hands. This gesture seemed to give him a sliver of strength. He raised his head, staring intently at Carl, his eyes a mixture of despair and a last glimmer of hope. "I don't know what happened to me. Maybe it's some strange illness, but all the tests are normal. Maybe someone tampered with me, but there's no trace of it. Maybe when I wake up tomorrow, I'd be a complete stranger, someone I don't even recognize. But before that..." His voice was hoarse. "I have to make sure my daughter is safe. It's a father's responsibility," he said. Chapter 922. The mayoral candidate's memory was impaired, yet no problems or traces could be found. Such a situation would send chills down anyone's spine, something to be avoided at all costs. Whether it's some unknown technology, a rare disease, or a more sophisticated conspiracy, this has long exceeded the scope of ordinary trouble. A smart person should stop here. The best choice is not to get involved. A slightly worse choice is to stop asking here. That's already been enough. No further questions should be asked. This is the choice a normal person in Night City might make. But this wasn't Carl's choice. Perhaps it was Jefferson Peralez's words about fatherly responsibility that moved him, or perhaps Carl was just the kind of person who liked to get involved. In any case, he was curious. Carl became interested. "When did you start feeling your memories were altered? Where were the changes? What parts don't match what Zeki said? Can you tell me?" Facing Jefferson Peralez, who only wanted to protect his daughter and, despite his fear, was determined to confront him, Carl asked an extra question. That question, full of curiosity and sounding like a casual remark, stunned both Jefferson and Zeki. Because although Carl's tone was incredibly calm, the meaning behind his words was still clear. He intended to investigate. To investigate something this intelligent man shouldn't be touching. Jefferson's lips parted slightly, staring blankly at Carl, his face filled with disbelief. Every word he spoke just now came from the bottom of his heart. He genuinely hoped Carl could protect his daughter, but that was all. In this city, he never expected anyone to be foolish enough to willingly get involved in such obvious trouble. He had laid the risks bare. This wasn't a forced investigation, but an option Carl could walk away from at any time if he wanted. He only told the truth to get Carl to protect his daughter, but Carl had asked him about it. Didn't Carl know that if he found out about things involving him, and if there really was a mastermind behind it all, that person would absolutely not let Carl off the hook? This is KK? Jefferson Peralez felt like he was finally understanding the meaning of the name KK for the first time. He had heard the name KK countless times before, and knew countless rumors about KK, but all of that paled in comparison to the feeling of actually meeting KK now. Seeing is believing. KK is indeed a remarkable man. However, Jefferson slowly shook his head. "I thank you very much, Mr. KK. He added a respectful term to his address, a sign of genuine respect for Carl. "But please allow me to decline your offer." When he looked up again, the confusion and fear on his face had vanished, replaced by a relieved calm and a heartfelt smile. "I know you are a good person. Although you may not like this assessment, it is my most genuine feeling at this moment." Because of this, I shouldn't have dragged you into this mess, nor should I have let Zeki take this risk. Your words just now are enough. I believe you can protect my daughter. Jefferson gazed intently at Carl. You are truly different from this ninth city. Now, I finally believe that the changes happening in this city are indeed because of your existence. With you, my dream of governing, to provide education, and a better life for children from poor families, might be realized. Therefore, I shouldn't involve you anymore. Jefferson Perales felt a sense of relief and peace he hadn't experienced since discovering the abnormality in his memories. He nodded solemnly to Carl, then stood up and looked deeply at his daughter. Zeki is in your care, Mr. KK? His voice was steady, yet carried a sense of entrustment. He then turned to his daughter, his tone gentle yet firm. Zeki, serve Mr. KK well. He is a respectable man. Facing her father's words, which were almost like his last, Zeki's hands clenched into fists under the table. She looked at her father's relaxed smile, and in those eyes so similar to her own, she saw a relief and resolve she had never seen before. She understood everything. She understood her father was giving his final instructions, understood he planned to face an enemy whose face she couldn't even see. He didn't even dare embrace her, fearing this final tenderness would shake his resolve to die. I understand, father, she said softly, yet strangely calm, only her slightly trembling fingers betraying the turmoil within her. I will stay by Mr. KK's side. I will live well and serve Mr. KK. This was the path to survival her father had secured for her. She had no right to refuse. If her father and mother were to perish, then she would be the last remaining member of the family, Prairies, and it would be her turn to take charge. She had to be prepared to face the loss of her parents and, under KK's protection, to avenge them. Zeki's voice was calm. She showed no emotion on her face, because she couldn't let her father leave with lingering regrets. Jefferson's Adam's apple bobbed painfully. His daughter's overly mature and restrained response, barely an adult, cut like a dull knife repeatedly into his heart. Even with fragmented memories, the deep-rooted father-daughter bond made him instantly understand. Zeki had made her decision, prepared to bear everything alone after he and his wife left. And he couldn't even offer a word of comfort. Because he wasn't sure if he would remember this moment tomorrow, if he would still remember his daughter struggling to hold back her tears. This powerlessness, unable to even protect his memories, left him helpless. The only thing he could do was, in this still lucid moment, trace his daughter's outline one last time with his eyes, etching this image deep into his soul. Even if the memory were to be altered, he hoped that the pain and deep love of this moment would at least leave some trace. Take care. You too. A simple farewell. Neither wanted to say anything more. Anything more would only add to their grief and sorrow. Just as Jefferson resolutely turned to leave, Carl's deep, clear voice rang out in the room. Sit down. Those two simple words carried an undeniable force, stunning the father and daughter. They stared blankly at Carl. Carl glanced around at the stunned father and daughter, then casually pointed towards the kitchen. The food's almost ready, he said casually and easily. Whatever it is, sit down and we talk while we eat. He tapped the table with his finger. These are my words, and you, his voice remained calm, yet brooked no argument. You must listen. Chapter 923. Carl didn't like people ignoring him. And he was a very willful person. What he said, no one could disobey. Mr. KK. I think I don't need to repeat myself. Carl's gaze abruptly stopped Jefferson Perales in his tracks. No extra words, no further explanation. Go ahead, I'm curious. That was Carl's answer. You're curious? Hearing these somewhat absurd and unbelievable words, Jefferson Perales wanted to say something. What did he mean by you're curious? He had already made things so clear, even cutting off any escape route, just to avoid dragging this rare, good person into the mess. But Carl had deliberately stepped in. And he wouldn't allow any refusal. You probably don't want me to access your activity logs and find it myself, do you? Carl looked at Jefferson Perales. If not, then sit down now, eat properly, and have a good chat. Carl didn't give Jefferson Perales the option to refuse. Faced with KK's attitude, Jefferson stood there, his body trembling slightly. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. This candidate, known for his eloquence in politics, couldn't form a complete sentence. Should this be called gratitude? Or should it be called assertiveness? Jefferson didn't know, but listening to KK's unyielding words, he did feel an unprecedented sense of relief. It was as if all his worries, all his problems, could be solved just by KK saying that. Even though KK was so much younger than him, Jefferson could practically be KK's father. Jefferson still felt a deep warmth when the calm young man spoke those words. It was a sense of security so rare in Night City, yet so desperately craved by everyone. A sense of security that no human being could possibly lack. KK was domineering, fiery, and brooked no refusal. He tore away all pretenses, leaving people naked and exposed, yet at the same time, he melted away the heavy burdens that should have been borne alone. He never asked if the shadows would recede, he simply poured out his light as a matter of course. Like the sun. Perhaps many would dislike KK's assertiveness, or his ability to see through people, leaving them feeling utterly exposed, but for Jefferson, lost in the fog of uncertainty, it was simply too comforting. How reassuring. Under Carl's calm and focused gaze, Jefferson slowly sat back down and began to recount everything he knew. He no longer tried to hide anything. Since KK had clearly rejected his self-sacrifice, the only thing he could do was to be completely honest. Carl listened intently. He wasn't actually as perceptive as Jefferson thought, otherwise, he would have more or less remarked on Jefferson's blatant disbelief, since such thoughts were truly outrageous, almost like describing him as a stripper. However, considering the sun's actions in the story of the North Wind and the Sun, perhaps such a description wasn't entirely wrong after careful consideration. Carl possessed a reassuring quality. Despite it being their first meeting, Jefferson found himself pouring out his heart to him. The confusion of recent days, the pressure of the election, the fear of inexplicably fading memories, even his complaints about his bodyguard team, all these emotions inadvertently surfaced in this strangely relaxed state. It wasn't like a report, it was more like a long-awaited, reassuring outpouring. It was a spontaneous release of secrets and matters that had been concealed and suppressed for too long, now resonating with a sense of security. Lunch arrived during their conversation, and Jefferson simply ate while continuing to talk, as if trying to gradually unload the heavy burdens weighing on his heart onto this reassuring young man. And Carl accepted it all quietly. He never felt that listening to others was a burden. On the contrary, he seemed to have a unique talent for it. Even if he were a priest, he would probably be a tight-lipped, most popular confessor. In this focused and patient listening, Carl keenly detected numerous discordant notes. Jefferson's narrative was riddled with gaps in memory and cracks in logic. Like a painting with several key pieces quietly removed, the surface remained coherent, but the interior was filled with blanks that only a careful observer could perceive. These blanks seemed small, but when accumulated, they became glaringly obvious. After a few bites of seafood risotto, Carl glanced at Zeki, who was also listening intently and clearly had noticed the inconsistencies, smiled at her, and then, taking advantage of a pause in Jefferson's narration where he lowered his head to eat and gather his thoughts, he naturally asked, "Could you tell me about the bodyguard team you hired?" "A bodyguard team? You mean SSI?" Jefferson paused slightly in his eating, putting down his fork as he recalled, "It's a security company recommended by a friend. Although it's not large, they're supposedly very professional in all aspects. I took their advice and hired them, and they certainly performed well these days, except occasionally they haven't handled some emergencies promptly, causing me to postpone several important meetings." He smiled helplessly. "I know you can't expect too much in Night City, but they definitely have room for improvement." A professional security team? Carl casually checked the NCPD database, and found that such a security company did exist, and indeed, its recorded staff size was less than 100 people, a relatively small company. The only problem was how recently it had been established. While years of operation don't directly measure a security company's strength, it's no wonder Carl had never heard of SSI before, needing to temporarily access the database. After all, in the mercenary world, security companies often transform into the most troublesome opponents during missions. Every noteworthy security company should already be on Carl's list of potential adversaries. "Can you tell me about the friend who recommended this security team to you? I'm quite curious how he found out about this company." Carl continued the conversation, as security teams are often directly related to the safety of personnel, and Carl wanted to learn about them from this angle to get started. "Of course, my friend is." Jefferson instinctively tried to answer Carl's question, but halfway through, he seemed to suddenly freeze, a reaction that immediately caught the attention of Carl and Zek. "What's wrong, Mr. Jefferson?" Jefferson blinked, his face full of confusion. "I can't remember which friend recommended this company to me." Chapter 924. He couldn't remember which friend recommended the security team. Carl instantly realized he seemed to have found the key. This was too abnormal. The security team was a matter of life and death. The selection must have been carefully considered. The recommender, as the most crucial link of trust, how could it disappear from his memory so easily? Unless, from the very beginning, this memory of the friend's recommendation was a false impression implanted, leading Jefferson Perales to subconsciously believe the security team was trustworthy, thus ignoring the issues related to the recommender. This was far more terrifying than simple forgetting. There are many ways to erase memories. For example, professional hackers often manipulate the hippocampus, causing someone to temporarily forget certain memories. Carl knew this trick too, but forgetting memories and modifying memories are two different concepts. The former is merely deletion, while the latter is tantamount to randomly stirring things up in the brain. Carl seemed to understand why Jefferson Perales had misremembered and missed memories. If Jefferson's brain had been tampered with, then all his distorted, contradictory, and incomplete memories would make perfect sense. This terrifying conclusion wasn't just on Carl's mind. Across the table from Carl, Zeki's fork clattered onto her plate. Her face paled instantly, clearly having drawn the same conclusion from her father's extremely unnatural memory gaps. Jefferson himself shuddered. He looked down at his slightly trembling hands, as if realizing for the first time. If even such an important memory, as who recommended the bodyguard, could vanish into thin air, then how much of his knowledge was truly real? Looks like we found the problem. Carl leisurely scooped up a spoonful of creamy soup, the savory flavor spreading across his tongue, making him squint his eyes in satisfaction. After swallowing the soup, he calmly spoke, "Mr. Jefferson, it was a wise choice of you to only bring Miss Zeki to see me today. Your security team is clearly problematic." Huff, huff. Just as Carl spoke, Jefferson suddenly began to gasp for breath. The instant he realized that even his personal security team could have been infiltrated, a cold, suffocating feeling gripped his throat, forcing him to greedily gulp for air like a drowning man. If even the protective net closest to him was riddled with holes, how long had he struggled within this invisible giant net? Thinking back, weren't every unexpected delay and last-minute adjustment by the security team, in essence, a form of manipulation against him? And he was completely oblivious, even preparing to go back alone to face everything. If Mr. KK hadn't revealed all this, then the day he returned might truly have been the last day of his current self-awareness. While you're reflecting, do you mind if I make a call, Jefferson? Carl gestured to Jefferson with his phone, and Jefferson, still reeling from the disbelief of the truth being revealed, nodded subconsciously. Then, Carl nodded to Zeki, indicating that she should take care of her father, and got up, leaving the signal jamming zone he had set up, heading to the kitchen. As he made the call, he apologized to the shop owners, whom he already knew well. "I'm sorry, something might happen. It looks like I have to book the whole shop for today, and there might be some damage that will require renovations. You should go hide in the basement for a while. Looks like something serious has happened." The couple, familiar with KK and having experienced similar situations before, were clearly quite experienced in handling such situations. They remained calm and didn't seem to think there was anything wrong. "Mr. KK, you contributed to this shop, so even if it's damaged, it's not a big deal. But Mr. KK, please be careful." "Don't worry, I already called for backup." Carl nodded and gestured to his already connected phone. "Although we can't let the NCPD do this kind of side job, I still have other professionals on my team. I contacted them. You should go downstairs and hide as soon as possible." The couple nodded at Carl's words and quickly hid in the basement connected to the kitchen. This was a newly built area after the restaurant's reconstruction. Although Ninth City law strictly regulates the construction of basements in the city center, strict as it is, a basement space can still be built with connections, and after confirming it won't affect the ground structure. This became the couple's temporary refuge. Carl's call was brief. He returned shortly after Jefferson Perales composed himself. Carl calmly returned to his seat, not rushing to explain, but first finishing the remaining food on his plate before wiping his mouth with a napkin. "I suggest you change your security team," he said. "Also, you and Miss Zeki had better finish this meal properly. It might be difficult to have such a proper meal again for a while." "What does this mean, Mr. KK? Jefferson, though confused, quickly followed his daughter's eating pace. Simply put, Carl picked up his water glass. If your security team really has problems, imagine this. When you, the person they're supposed to protect, or rather monitor, suddenly disappear with your daughter, how will they react? Jefferson Perales instantly understood. He quickly finished his meal and said, "Searching for me? That's definitely something they do, and I think a security team that's audacious enough to target a mayoral candidate must have powerful backers. Hacking into street cameras to find you, Mr. Jefferson, wouldn't be difficult for them." In other words, Carl, hearing faint sounds outside, said, "They're probably already in the vicinity." This? Jefferson Perales' eyes widened in disbelief. "This is the city center, and they're so sure I'm here? The city center. It's perfectly normal to act on impulse. You seem to lack experience. As for whether you actually discovered it, it doesn't matter. As long as they take you back, you might forget this memory. Carl stood up. You should be glad you were cautious, Mr. Jefferson, or thank me. It's because your communication channels with me were secure enough, and because I disguised myself today, that they didn't know who you wanted to see. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been foolish enough to come to me. The restaurant's bulletproof glass opened instantly, revealing several black luxury vans parked next to the restaurant. Chapter 925. When the bulletproof glass opened, not only did Carl see the people outside, but the people getting out of the vehicles also saw KK. Then, without any hesitation or second thought, they reacted. Retreat! Retreat quickly! It's KK! Jefferson met with KK. In Night City these days, only two types of people would see KK and not run. One type is those who know KK well, and know he won't do anything to them. The other type is those who are capable enough to handle KK. Clearly, these people were neither. What's the difference between this and seeing a ghost during a mission? It's even worse than seeing a ghost. At least they shouted retreat. Instead of just running away themselves, they were already doing their brothers a favor. These people reacted quickly. If they were left on the street, even unarmed, their quick thinking might have allowed them to survive a gang fight. But for Carl, they were too slow. After the order to retreat was given, before even taking a step, one of the first to try and escape froze. He was the team support hacker, responsible for providing real-time network assistance during the operation. At this moment, his access point had been reverse-engineered. The data link that was originally used to connect the entire team was now precisely sending paralysis commands to the neural ports of each member. A series of dull thuds echoed almost simultaneously. Everyone present, unable to take a single step, collapsed to the ground like puppets with broken strings. Almost simultaneously, the team's communication lines with their superiors were instantly severed. This wasn't because they had detected KK's intrusion, but because the moment they learned of KK's presence through the team channel, the higher-ups decisively cut off all contact. This decisiveness and speed halted KK's pursuit. Quite a quick reaction. Carl felt a flicker of surprise. To so clearly understand his own limitations, and so decisively abandon the team he had deployed, the mastermind behind this was not someone an ordinary person could achieve. In Night City, how many people hesitate because they couldn't bear to give up their gains, ultimately losing everything? But this opponent was so swift, not even intending to try. It seemed this was no ordinary problem. However, Carl had already prepared thoroughly for serious trouble, so he wasn't too surprised. If the opponent didn't even have this level of skill, and he could easily trace their hideout, it would actually make things rather dull. Having dealt with government affairs in Dogtown for so long, it was a rare opportunity to stretch his muscles and curry favor with a mayoral candidate, a legitimate chance to slack off. If it ended so quickly, he'd have to go back to working hard. That would be real torture. He needed some relaxing rest. Do you remember these people? Carl took a sip of water and gestured with his chin towards the haphazardly positioned attackers outside the window. Their actions were quite coordinated. They must have undergone specialized training. These people are... Jefferson, surprisingly, wasn't overly surprised that Carl had subdued everyone in an instant. Although this was his first time witnessing KK's methods firsthand, the rumors surrounding KK were far more outrageous than this. This was merely the embodiment of something far more absurd than mere hearsay, nothing to be overly surprised about. Compared to this, I recognize a few of those faces. Jefferson carefully examined the faces of the fallen men, his voice low. They're all members of the SSI security team. Looks like we're on the right track. Carl surveyed the attackers outside the window, who weren't even wearing helmets and seemed to be acting hastily, and commented casually, in my opinion, this group's level isn't even as good as the Animal Gang security. To be honest, Mr. Jefferson, you've been quite lucky to have gotten away with it. With Carl's current level of insight, even without actually engaging in combat, he could discern the group's true strength simply from the cheapness of their equipment, the compatibility of their cybernetic implants, and even the subtle habits of how they exerted force in each joint. It's no wonder Carl hadn't heard of this SSI security team. Their level is just like that. Jefferson's survival under the protection of such a skilled team is likely due to more than just luck. There are probably other reasons. Another team is likely secretly ensuring his safety. However, that team probably doesn't have an official identity, and won't leave any traceable clues. After all, with SSI as a scapegoat, they don't need an official identity. When the time comes, they can simply use the SSI identity. Although we probably won't get any useful clues, after all, they're just a bunch of scapegoats. It's better than nothing. Carl finished his water and lunch, stood up, and stretched his arms. Time to get back to my old ways, check my body and personal terminal records. Is there anything I can do to help, Mr. KK? Seeing Carl stand up, Zeki immediately followed suit. No need, Carl waved his hand gently. This kind of thing is best left to professionals. Judging from Miss Zeki's appearance, she's probably been well protected by Mr. Jefferson and hasn't dealt with this kind of thing before. In that case, there's no need to involve someone unfamiliar with it. Carl didn't see anything wrong with him keeping his subordinates idle while he worked. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. I'm not the kind of boss who gets upset seeing his subordinates idle, forcing them to do work, and then blaming them if they don't do it well. You can help me in the future as a legal advisor. Doing your best for me in that field will be the best help you can give me, but, Carl said, glancing at Jefferson. Mr. Jefferson, I remember you weren't exactly well off when you were young. I'd love to refute your prejudiced view of people from the streets. Jefferson shook his head with a wry smile, but I haven't done this kind of thing for many years. Even back then, I only collected scraps left over from corpses to sell and pay for my studies. Is it really okay for me to do this again now? When Zeki heard his father's words, his eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at him. Carl smiled slightly and nodded to Jefferson. Of course, I believe that everyone from the streets remembers this skill. Hopefully, this will help you regain some of your lost memories. Just as he didn't feel he needed his subordinates to do the work, Carl also didn't think there was anything wrong with having a mayoral candidate do the work. After all, Carl was quite lazy. He would definitely pull in anyone who could help. But before that, use this disguise chip. It at least cover your face, otherwise, it might be a bit embarrassing. He was ultimately considerate of Zeki's feelings.